It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, then you are not likely to succeed. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosa. At this stage, where there's a problem, we look for a solution. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class.
Showing on Monday, February 20, 2023. What makes you different?
One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes, this is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this time, this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
the field of play, Atsu was also supporting many orphans. I have personal testimonies that, and people I know personally that Atsu has helped. And I pray that his soul rest in peace. But please, let us not forget that Atsu comes from a family, and this is a very difficult time, not just for the nation, but personally for the many people whose life depended on Atsu, and we need to respect that. I pray in the name of Jesus that we will all, when God calls us, will be called in a time, not a painful time like this. And the death that Atsu had died has been a very tragic one. And for the nation to grieve for the past 2 weeks, it has not been an easy feat. Space is very important, and I'll emphasize that it is you, the press and the media, that will curtail and handle that well for us. So please, as much as we the clergy are doing our best to put it together, let us not forget the fact that the family is grieving more. His wife, his immediate family, his sisters and brothers who are still alive are still finding their feet in this situation.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, then you are not likely to succeed. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosa. At this stage, where there's a problem, we look for a solution. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class.
Showing on Monday, February 20, 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I come in peace, and as expected, if I look at Psalm 105, it says that let's give thanks and note that we should rejoice with the Lord and make his deeds, great deeds, known among his people. So we thank Lord, Mr. Speaker, for today and how far the Lord has brought us.
Today is a terribly sad day for our country. A country which had so much prospect. First black nation to attain independence, the shining black star of Africa. We used to be the poster child of economic growth, of democratic stability. This was a country that many other African nations were asked to emulate. Today, all of those gains have been eroded. We are at the precipice. We are on the brink of economic catastrophe, of Armageddon, of a cataclysmic economic disaster because of a finance minister who has betrayed the trust of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, what is even so obnoxious and irritating is the minister's opening remarks that this is a time to rejoice in the Lord. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rejoice in the Lord. The minister forgets that in Proverbs chapter 29 verse 2, the Bible says that when the wicked rule, the people mourn, the people groan. There is pain and there is anxiety when the wicked rule. Proverbs 29:2. This is no time to rejoice. If the minister is still rejoicing, then our problem is bigger than I ever imagined. Because it tells us that the president, his vice president, his finance minister, they are in a bubble. They are totally out of touch. They are in a world of their own. And they are still in a rejoicing mood. They can come to Parliament and tell us to join them to rejoice in the Lord. At a time that senior citizens, the aged, the vulnerable, it was Mahatma Gandhi who said that the true measure of any society is how that society takes care of the vulnerable.
Mr. Speaker, Finance Minister saying we should give thanks to God doesn't mean that he's happy with the situation. 1 Thessalonians 15, 16 to 18, the Bible states emphatically without any ambiguity that in all circumstances we should give thanks to God, and that is the will of God for his children. So our fathers and mothers, it's not that Finance Minister is happy about what is happening, but Finance Minister believes in God. We all believe in God, and that God says that whether we are going through pain or pleasure, we should give thanks to God. It doesn't mean he's not happy with it. Finance Minister, he began the statement with a quotation from the Bible, and I would like to do the same thing. Mr. Speaker, 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 6. Solomon once sought the expertise of old men who helped him make important decisions about the kingdom of Israel. But Mr. Speaker, he did not touch the livelihood of these old men. He sought their expertise, but never touched the livelihood of these people. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you very much. I thank you very much, and then conclude that the minister will never be forgiven. He will never be forgiven for destroying the economy of this country and impairing the lives of even children yet unborn in this country. Posterity will never forgive him. He should resign today. He should resign today.
Honorable Member, Honorable Eric Opoku, I heard you quote the Bible, but this your last statement is not biblical at all. Statement, your last
yes,
statement.
Mr. Speaker, there is forgiveness, but in the judgment day, no one will be forgiven.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, then you are not likely to succeed. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosa. At this stage, where there's a problem, we look for a solution. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class.
Showing on Monday, February 20, 2023. What makes you different?
One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Now, oh, me.
Back canopy. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Legon Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is Sandy Sika Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, then you are not likely to succeed. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosa. At this stage, where there's a problem, we look for a solution. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class.
Showing on Monday, February 20, 2023.
Nene Chwasam and members of the Chwasam family. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the security forces, members of the press, and Ghanaians who are listening all over. It is a very sad day that we are here to receive the mortal remains of our brother, our son, our husband, our uncle. The tragedy that occurred in Turkey about a week ago is one that was devastating, and we anxiously and nervously prayed that our brother Christian Atsu would be found alive. We hoped against hope. Every day that passed, we prayed and prayed. But alas, when he was found, he was no more. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the President and the government to extend our sincere condolences to the Chwasam family. Atsu's twin sister and his brother accompanied him from Turkey home. I'd like to extend my condolences to all of them and their entire family for this deep loss. I'd also like to extend my condolences to the footballing fraternity. Atsu played for the Black Stars, and he was much loved, and we will sorely miss him. I'd like to extend my condolences to the Ghana Supporters Union, and to all Ghanaians for this loss. It is a painful loss, a very painful one. But as the good Lord says in the good book, that from him we came and to him shall we return. We pray that the soul of Christian Atsu rests in perfect peace in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you very much. And I would like to say that the state will be fully involved with the family in providing him a befitting burial. Thank you very much.
So we get a new coach, Chris Hilton. Yes, Nana Babendro. Chris Hilton is here. Now he's the Black Stars coach. Sam George is now being hailed as Fabrizio Romano. Here we go. Yes, he say we carry the job give him GGFA Tuesday in the line. Now official announcement is Chris Hilton. First, Ebefana.
Charlie, Black Stars. I think it's an appointment that the FA had basically no option than to make because of the pressures that were coming from the government, and to the public. So it's more like they bow to the pressures of both the public and the FA and government, because we all know that Chris Hilton was the first choice of the government to replace Milovan Rajavac, but the FA opted for Otuado. And once Otuado qualified us to the World Cup, President Akufo-Addo vouched for him to continue. Then after the World Cup, there was a vacuum that needed to be filled. A lot of us are surprised that it took that long. 72 days for a decision to be made. But Nana be drinking, you ever heard of it?
Yeah, go. I'm just praying. So, Chris Hilton is here. Let us hear from you in the comment section. Now, Perez, quick one. His first test will be in March for the AFCON qualifiers. Yeah. What should Ghanaians expect from Chris Hilton?
I think the thing is that we are still here to. The FA still have some information to give with regards to the duration of the contract, how much he'll be taking, and all those issues that I'm sure in due time when he's unveiled as the Black Stars coach, he will be, those informations will be divulged. I won't have the platform, the opportunity to ask him the kind of football that he's going to say. We've all watched him in the Premier League. And we all know that he's more like your typical English or British coach. He directs straight from the fullback to the wings, the cross. There is that bulky or that striker in the box, the fox in the box kind of there, and the Carroll, your typical British striker in the box who latches onto this squad. So he's your typical British coach, but I look at the kind of players we have and ask myself, are players tailored for that kind of football? And that's why some of us had our doubts with regard to the appointment of Chris Hilton. But Ghanaians are happy because they feel that he's
a top coach.
He's a top coach, and he's that one person that they feel the FA will not be able to influence or manipulate when it comes to selections. That is one of the things that you have to say. I think how he navigates the influence of the FA and the perception of the public will be a big determinant. Will determine how his career as Black Stars coach will go. With regards to his first match as Black Stars coach, and that's why some of us have issues with why he delayed, because he needed time to be able to imprint, to be able to implement whatever information he has. But now he has barely less than a month to be able to do all those things. So we are not expecting much changes. All we need from him in that particular game, call the players that we think deserve to be in the team, and then make sure they play well. Menko Frere, John plays Biana Charlie. If he does that, any bother.
Yeah, but I think that for me, in as much as I see him to be a Tinko type, sometimes I feel like the kind of technical players we have in the Black Stars, probably when he was at Newcastle, Brighton, when you are at this club, you don't have the budget.
That argument holds because, and it's valid because in most of those clubs, you are basically playing to survive.
To survive.
And you can't play beautiful football if you are on a strict budget or if the quality of your players. To say Ben me money, short cross money, and those guys tell them route one when you're beam nation, you know, when you're born or beam, then you do like Sean Dyke did against us. So I agree, but for us the Blasters, we have good technically gifted players, Kudus, Kamadin, Pate, Tarek Lamte,
even our
even Baba myself is a technically gifted player. So Charlie, I think the players we have will force him to play, and he's a coach who has shown that when they need be, he can adapt to suit the situation. I think that's what he will bring to the. He brings experience because he has that here over more than 30 years in coaching. He brings familiarity because he's been with the team for long. He brings some form of stability. I feel that he's someone who has tasted a lot of club football, and this presents an opportunity for him to sit down and say, let me sit here, organize Ghana football from the top, then make sure everything goes well. If he does that, it enhances his legacy and reputation because he's going to be that guy who everyone will say, oh, it's Ghana for no, and I'm sure he will want to be recognized as such. So it's a good move for the FA. I have my doubt, primarily because of the football. I believe that beautiful football is the way to. I believe that the entertainment element of football should not be felt at only the winning stage. It should be felt at how we win the games. And so it's a good call. Let's see how it goes.
All right, so let's see how it goes. Let me remind you that next month, which is March, the Black Stars will be in action for the 2023 AFCON qualifiers. Don't forget that we've already played 2 games. We played one here in Cape Coast and then against Central Africa Republic. So our 2 games, which is a double header against Angola. For me, I think that how I would judge Chris Hilton will be his first call-up. Because see, I'm gonna say that there are times that certain players, like you see certain players in the list of the call-up, and he didn't invite those players.
So there are reports that one of the sticking points that actually caused the delay was that Chris was trying to input some clauses. Those are reports in there that he will have the 100% right, 100% responsibility of deciding who makes the team, who doesn't.
Which the GFA president has already stated that.
You see, the thing is you see, the thing with what Kurt said is that I don't think it's wrong. It's how they do it. If you're a coach of a national team, you don't.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
For a lot of election watchers and persons interested in local politics in Ghana, their eyes will be firmly glued to the 2 leading political parties in the country. I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. This conversation is about one of those persons who are eyeing a high office in the incumbent MPP. My name is Atsu. Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is a former member of parliament for Mampo in the Ashanti region, and he's had a lot of spells in engineering. Honorable, please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us into your space. So Francis Adenimo is one of the people
who are eyeing the seat of flag bearer of the NPP. Honorable, how have things been? It's been some 2 weeks now since you announced your bid to run.
Or just a little over a week ago.
Okay.
Last week, Wednesday, the 1st of February.
Okay.
When I held a press conference to communicate to the press and through the press to the good people of Ghana and the world at large, announcing my intention to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party.
All right, just for the benefit of our viewers, I want to know who exactly is Francis Adenimo.
For Adenimo is basically born in 1965 and yet to be 58 years from Asante Mampong, where both parents of mine come from. I had my secondary education at Navrungo Secondary, now Navrungo Senior High School, for 5 years for my O-level. And from there, I pursued my advanced level education, A-level. I don't know whether HAU went through that education system.
Not at all.
I'm sure you probably went through JHS and SHS.
I did.
So, because of the educational reforms. And I went for A-level for 2 years at Kumasi High School.
Okay.
And then from there to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where I pursued a first degree in civil engineering. And then I've been a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers or Engineering. I'm a corporate member. In terms of education too, I hold my executive master's degree in public administration. I've also acquired knowledge and skills training from some international institutions, including international procurement knowledge from International Law Institute in Washington, project and programs management from REPA in the United Kingdom, road asset management from Swedish International Development Agency in Sweden. I've had the opportunity to be trained in emulsified bitumen, which is used for roadworks.
Okay.
For production, for application of that as a road construction material. And so, in terms of working life, I've worked in both construction, road construction industry, and then road consulting firms. And then I've also worked with the Ministry of Roads and Highways before as a civil servant. So it was at the Ministry of Roads and Highways as a civil servant. Then I resigned in the year 2008 to contest for the first time to be a member of Parliament for Mampong constituency. So I won the primaries in May 2008 and went on to win the general elections of 2008 and entered Parliament on the 7th of January 2009. So for 2 terms, I served the good people of Mampong. Then 2014, I made my first attempt to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 7 contestants, I came in 3rd in that contest. And then after that, we supported our candidate, then now sitting president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and the party won in the 2016 elections.
It appears you've done nearly everything, your political life and all of that. Now let's just come down to the main crux of the issues. Now you want back in the race. Why now?
Well, this is an ambition that was based on my personal conviction, and my first attempt was in 2014. And you know, in life, you make progress. And that ambition has not been truncated. So if the opportunity has come for 2023, the New Patriotic Party will search or look or elect a new person to lead the party for 2024 elections. Once I have not truncated my ambition, I need to put myself forward.
You believe it's the right time?
Well, the timing cannot be more than now. In any case, in 2014, I was 49 years. when I made my first attempt.
Okay.
And in interacting with the rank and file of the party in 2014, they saw the potential in me, and some encouraged me that even in 2014, if I was not successful, I should consider that in the future, I will still have the opportunity to lead the party. So we move on. Okay. It's not a step by step. And so if this year, which will be a competitive elections to be run by the party, and let me let you know that after 2014, the party has not held any competitive presidential primaries because the sitting president won, and then 2020 he had to run unopposed on the ticket of the party. So almost 8 to 9 years now, we are now going to have another competitive elections in the party.
It's interesting you mentioned that because as you are well aware, there are a number of faces, names that have come up who are also interested in this same position. How well do you see yourself in terms of performance?
Well, how well would I see myself in terms of performance when
because there are a lot of
2014,
big names, actually.
Big names do not win elections. Elections are won by your character, by your good self, endearing yourself to the electorate, articulating your vision, and they having the acceptability for you that you could be and you are able, qualified to be their leader. Not necessarily any name as such. And so, similarly, in 2014, when the 7 contestants that I was one of them, I was seen to be the underdog. I was seen to be somebody unknown in the political environment of our country. The other 6 contestants had all worked under J. Kufuor's administration, either as ministers of state or deputy ministers of state. And Adenimo had not been in that position before. But when we went through that process in 2014, I came in 3rd, which was an enviable position that I secured for myself. And that shows the potential that the MPP delegate found in me and then encouraged me to make progress with this ambition. So currently, we are all expressing interest to seek the leadership nomination. The race itself has not begun.
Sure.
It will officially begin when the party opens nomination. And then one is able to pick the nomination form, complete it with all the supporting documents as it may be required by the party, together with the prescribed filing fee. Once you submit all these things, then you are in the race. And so for now, I'm sure you are also hearing names that may contest. But it could surprise you that at the opening of nomination, some of the names that you may have in mind may decline not to contest. Because conditions, every day, conditions are changing. Now I am championing the cause of a new phase for the party. Why do I say so? Since 1993, it has been an 8-year cycle between MPP and NDC. NDC had their first 8 years under Jerry Rawlings as their leader and president of the republic. In the year 2000, we had Professor Mills as a sitting vice president. He became the candidate for NDC, the presidential candidate. But he could not break the 8 because he was part of the government. He was in the government as a sitting vice president. So he couldn't break the 8. Then in 2008, under J. Kufuor-led administration of MPP government, the current president, Nana-Addo, was a minister in J. Kufuor's administration. He also became the candidate, the presidential candidate for the MPP in 2008. He was part of J. Kufuor's administration at that time. He also could not break the 8. Then 2016, which is the latest one, you had Mr. John Dramani Mahama as a sitting president with NDC 8 years. His effort to break the 8, he couldn't make it.
So you're drawing all of these on a pattern?
Yes, of course, and that is clear. And it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
But be that as it may, the MPP seems like a very unpopular party right now. Well, don't you agree?
No, I do not agree with you. Maybe some people may be disgruntled, some may be unhappy, okay? Some, the appeal may have declined, but it doesn't mean that it is unpopular, okay?
You don't agree it's unpopular?
No, the party is made up of individuals. We are all party members. I'm a party member.
Okay.
And so our base as a party still remains. And usually it is what we call the undecided voters or the floating voters that we want to appeal to, because by your own base, you may not be able to secure the 50% plus one to win the general elections. Then you need to stretch your hands and appeal to the undecided voters or the floating voters. And so if one wants to make a claim that the party is unpopular, you may be dissatisfied with the character and behavior or performance of one or two or three people in government. But to make a general conclusion that the party is unpopular, I beg to disagree. Because it shouldn't be all the people in the party. It shouldn't be all party members whom that you or other people may be dissatisfied with. And that is why I say that it is not appropriate to describe that the party is unpopular. Maybe the behavior, the character, the performance of some personalities in the party at the moment may not be satisfactory.
Let's have a scorecard. Let's mark the MPP on a scale of 1 to 10. Where would you put the party?
In terms of what? You know, if you want to score, you must have your criteria.
Maybe we can start from the economy. On the economy, score the MPP.
Well, I mean, it will not be prudent on my part to give a score from 0 to 10. Honestly, it will not be appropriate.
Maybe let's move away from the economy. How about on the delivery of promises?
But of course, we are experiencing difficult times in the economy. I agree. We are experiencing difficult times because of the level of indebtedness that we have, both external and domestic. And government is taking the steps to see how the economy can improve by the microeconomic indicators in terms of interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate, how we can achieve stability on all these microeconomic indicators so that the happiness of citizens can be fully restored. Yes, we are experiencing these challenges. Now, government is dealing with the debt exchange program. We're talking about some haircuts here and there, you know. So all this approach is intended to restore the confidence back into the economy and to stabilize the economy with all these indicators. And it is possible that it will take a year or a little over a year to see some signs of recovery. Okay, to see some signs of recovery. And I also believe that once government also prudently looks at the expenditure side of the budget equation and then be able to cut down on some expenditures that may not be necessary for government, it will also help to cushion the liquidity of the country for our ability to service our debt and still have sufficient funds for our investment project.
Let me hold you right there. When we return, I would take the conversation right from here. We are speaking to Honorable Francis Adenimo. We're still here with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who is seeking the nod of delegates of the NPP to become their flag bearer. Honorable, before we took those messages, you were actually talking about cutting down on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure. There's also the issue of the DDEP and all of that. What do you say about what's happening now? The government asking people to more or less enjoy all these haircuts and things like that, yet itself as a government is not taking a lot of the forefront doing these fairs. What do you say about that?
Eche, there's a problem. And the problem is that our debt is not sustainable. We are using about 70% of our domestic revenue to service our debt. So how much is remaining to pay for compensation? How much is remaining to pay for other government services and statutory payments? Then how much will remain for you to undertake investment projects in terms of infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, and then even the ability to feed yourself. So currently we have a problem. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosam. At this stage, where there's a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. Then when the solution is secured or is found, then we can come back home and ask ourselves who is the causative agent or who caused that. And then once we identify who caused that, then we can say that we are prescribing this punishment for you. We have a debt on our neck. Our economy is in distress. It's in crisis. We are seeking $3 billion loan, concessionary loan from IMF. The IMF money is not going to be free. Because we are a member country of IMF, that is why we are getting it at that low interest rate. But it is repayable. But the IMF also wants to make sure that by extending that credit facility to Ghana, we have the ability to pay it back at the appropriate time. So they are saying that, look at the level of your debt. Do something about it. Let's see how the program you have to contain your debt, sustain it, be servicing it, whilst you take on board to our money, and still you'll be able to service that money at the appropriate time when it is due. The best thing in my view to do is to engage citizens. And I'll give, for the benefit of viewers and listeners, an incident, a situation that happened in Germany. At that time, we had West Germany and East Germany. When the Berlin Wall was broken and the unification came, West Germany was more developed than East Germany. So there was this differential. Then the chancellor at that time came up and said, look, those from the West, the East guys are our brothers and sisters. We need to help to develop the East as well. So let every individual make a contribution for the development of the East German portion of the entire unified Germany. And by the engagement, the citizens of West Germany accepted that we are now one country. Let us help one another. And they all made contributions to support the work of the government. And today, if you go to Germany, the east portion or east side of Germany even has modern infrastructure more than the west part of Germany as at that time today. To relate it to our country, we have a problem. Let's look for the solution. What I will admonish the Akufo-Addo-led government is that they should engage people. They should put the figures down. I know pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds are so dissatisfied and they said they will not participate in the debt exchange program. Because some say, you won't pay me until 10 years. Even my coupon that should be paid maybe twice a year, you are also going to reduce the rate for me. And my principal will be in 10 years. By 10 years, will I be alive or not? These are genuine concerns that they have all expressed. But granted, we also have a problem. So the admonishment goes to government for government to put the figures down. This is the total number of pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds. The total number is this. The quantum of their investment is so much. If we have to pay this, pay that, we are unable. The spreadsheet will indicate. And then the government can decide, let us perform some iteration. We vary this, we vary that, we vary that. Whilst you, government, you are doing that, check your expenditure side. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class. Everybody traveling as a public official on government business, we should travel economy. No, that directive can be issued. If you are a minister of state and you are going outside the country on government business, why can't you also sit in economy class in the airplane? You know, it will also be it's part of cutting down the government expenditure. Maybe expenses on fuel. We should need to look at expenses on fuel. Can we reduce so that you encourage all public officials or appointees, government appointees, to use saloon cars whilst they are in what? In the capital city of Ghana and working. If they have to trek to other parts of the country, then they can have access to their cross-country vehicles, the V8, and then travel.
It's very clear.
These things are things that administratively, it can be done.
Sure.
It can be done.
But these are things you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Now
and
it's
they are
clear.
part of the things that I have in my mind. That is why last week, when I announced my intention and within my speech, one of the areas I said was how we would improve on our public service delivery. And therefore, we will not go into the usual business of incremental budgeting. Now is the time for us to do budgeting from first principles. If a state institution, you have computers, laptops, or office equipment, or office furniture, and they are just a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are still in good use, why would you want to continue to purchase those items again in the ensuing year? Because you have budgeted for those things? No. So we have to look at budgeting from first principles. And once we do all these things, administrative expenses can be lowered. Then it comes to public procurement. Procurement of contracts, especially the large value contracts, where you have to allow for competition. Because where there is competition, then you can be sure that you achieve quality and achieve value for money. Because all players in the game, everybody is now going to the drawing board to be very competitive in pricing, in all the proposals, the technical and the financial proposals that they will submit for the job that they have been asked to tender for.
Let me allow you to also get us into your bigger picture of what you want to do for the country. You've already painted a very gloomy situation of what it looks like now. What exactly is the message you'll be selling to Ghanaians?
Okay.
And then we can look at how much of the campaign is going on.
Actually, in my speech of last week, 1st February, which I will share copies with you, I outline 7-point policy development program for our country under my watch. My team, my good self, we have studied the situation and have developed the 7-point. There is an 8th point, but that one is reserved until I secure the nod, and then once we are into the competition, the campaign competition with our competitors next year, then I will share that 8th point.
So the 8 is the game changer.
Yeah, that is
that what
going
is
to
tied to the breaking the 8?
Well, the breaking the 8 has 3 basic conditions that need to be satisfied. The unity within the party itself must be strengthened so that we maximize our efforts. Then the government performance is also key, to help the party to break the 8. And then the 3rd condition is the face who will lead the party to be able to break the 8. But on my 7-point policy development plan, the first one is on agriculture. And as a country, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to provide our carbohydrate needs, our protein needs, and then our minerals and vitamin needs as a nation. And all these we can do. For carbohydrate, we know is the cereals, maize, millet, rice, name the rest of the cereals. We also know the protein, livestock, poultry, fish. We should be able to do all this to be able to feed ourselves. Then vegetables and fruits. So the policy is that no Ghanaian should go to bed, go to school, go to work hungry.
We can do that on our own.
To achieve that, yes, we must look at agriculture and food sufficiency and security. So that is the first point. The second point, having eaten and you are satisfied as a human being, you are concerned with your education and your health. So the second and the third can be education and health, or health and education, because they are all social sectors of our economy. You need to develop, you need to go to school, and in terms of our education, technical, vocational, and skills training will be key under my watch.
I'm tempted to just ask a follow-up question just on this. We know how many times politicians have invested in education and health in particular, but it doesn't seem like the same politicians want to be part of that system. Their children don't school in the same schools. The politicians don't use those health facilities.
So we need to reverse it.
How do we do that?
If you come up with that policy, then you must believe in it. You must believe in it. And leadership is by example. Okay? So for now, we are pursuing free senior high school education, which in my opinion is very fantastic policy. So every child, right from kindergarten or nursery through kindergarten, through basic education, primary, JHS, you should end up at least at the senior high school level. And that is good. So it is for government to improve on the quality of the educational institutions so that all of us, I should find my children, provided I have children who are still young to go to school. And for in this particular case, I do not have. My kids have all completed and tertiary institutions.
Okay.
But everybody should be encouraged. Because if you are introducing a system and you cannot participate, then it means you don't believe in it. You must believe in it, participate in it, because it's leadership by example.
What makes you different?
One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes, this is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu Sang.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu Sang. Pioneer want to nambia a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian, tell the shit. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted. Instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
What makes you different?
One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes, this is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
In our standing orders that says that I cannot ask him that question.
Honourable members, business that he knows is that he knows the rules. He knows what regards questions. So I should not be pointing it out to him, just to the public. But please, I've ruled that you should ask another question, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I don't know, and I'm not embarrassed to say I don't know. So because I don't know, I'm saying that point to the specific provisions that says that when there's a nominee before this committee, I cannot ask him about the workings of the office of the president. I expect a specific provision that says so.
I'm appointed to 67(1)(h). A question shall not be asked, the answer to which is readily available in official publications.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to that official publication. The report, you have it, everybody has it, nobody has disputed the fact. Mr. Speaker, the report just mentions people, and then it mentions an office. So, for instance, you have presidential staffer, about 44 people. You have presidential advisor on the economy, presidential advisor on health, presidential advisor on media, presidential advisor on SDGs. You have several presidential staff, it just says presidential staffer. Then you have mention of senior presidential aide. Then you have presidential aide. Then you have presidential physician, that I can tell is a medical doctor. Then you have special aide to the chief of staff, special aide to the chief of staff, special aide to Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, special assistant to deputy chief of staff, special assistant to the senior presidential advisor, special assistant to the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, special advisor to the Minister for Interior, special advisor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
You said that,
Mr. Speaker,
we all have copies of the report.
Yes.
Yes.
So I shouldn't repeat them.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We have copies.
Okay.
Can I ask your question?
Yes. So why will special advisor for ministers of state be sitting at the office of the president?
Honorable, are you aware why they sit at the office of the president?
Mr. Chairman,
please, what will allow is whether he's aware of that or not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. But before I do, Mr. Chairman, let me put a matter in perspective. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that we're on live television. I'm not sure I'm trivializing this occasion. Number two, the honorable member from Boko has been a good friend all along. We've always known in the House that he is Harvard trained. I've never doubted his competence. If he now says that I claim I am brilliant.
Honorable, please, can you leave that
is
there?
his matter.
I
thought I should put that into proper perspective.
Thank you very much. Please, leave it there. Can you ask another question, please?
He's not aware of what work they are doing. He's not aware of the work they are doing. No, I didn't hear his answer. That's why I'm...
Honorable, can you ask another question? Otherwise, I'll move on.
No, okay. Now, Honorable Katie Hammond, the perception is that the size of government is humongous. It's big. It's so big, given the country's financial situation now. Do you not think that the president should be reducing the number of ministers that he has now? Is that what you do? Do you not think? If you don't think so, fine, you can say it. But that's my question. Do you think that the size of government is big, and therefore we should be reducing the number of ministerial appointments that we have?
Mr. Chairman, it's a point he makes. I think it would be a good idea that the president hears of this.
And do you think, I'm supposed to ask 3 questions. Third, yeah, this is my 3rd question. The minority takes a position that the president ought not to have made additional appointments, but that he should have realigned and reassigned existing ministers to occupy ministerial portfolios such as the one that you seek to occupy now. Do you have a view on our position?
To start with, I don't know your position, and I'm not so sure I can have a view on it, because I don't know what your position is. I am called here to be vetted because the president has nominated me for a position as Minister for Trade and Industry. I'm not sure if in the discussions that has just gone on there, you suggest that this portfolio should have been reconfigured or aligned with any other ministry. I'm not so sure that's the point you're making.
Yeah, well,
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Hammond. Honorable Hammond, my constituency houses the headquarters of second-hand electrical dealers. There have been issues about banning the importation of their wares into the country, and they've been having issues with the Standards Authority, which comes under your ministry, and other agencies. They would want to hear from you how you would want to assist in solving some of these issues at the ministry. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. John, it's an important issue. It's a bread and life issue. But again, it's also a national developmental issue. So much dumping of goods of whatever description in the country. It's a difficult one. Let a collective decision of cabinet be brought to bear on this very sore subject. You see, on the one hand, you want to do away with all these matters, all these products, electrical, well, some of them environmentally are not friendly. But then on the other hand, people need to live, they need to trade. What we do, let the collective cabinet decide on this matter. And as I said, I've seen that it's also on the list that government has decided that clear decisions to be made on.
Thank you. Honorable, on the issue of AFTA, Ghana hosts the headquarters of AFTA here, and I'm sure you've been following what the President has been talking about and its importance to our economy. How are you going to assist our business community to take full advantage of the AFTA program? Thank you.
Well, it's interesting. It dovetails into what the Honorable Nilante was actually discussing. If we could harness the full potential of ECOWAS, and now coupled with that, the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I think it should go to a very considerable extent to help our advancement, our industrialization, our trade, and economic well-being generally. There are quite a few policies that I have seen which have been put in place. Number one, we should go through the proper protocols, establish the proper procedures, trading arrangement. It's Africa, but of course it's also among countries. We should first establish areas of trade, which will ensure competition. We must also make sure that our businesses are properly placed to be able to engage in this competition that I've talked about. There have been things about incentives in the shape of tax incentives. Government is also prepared to grant other financial incentives to our nationals, our enterprises, the medium, the small, even the micro ones, the enterprises, to be properly placed. I'm aware that we are the headquarters of the organization, where that we have established the secretariat. I guess we have been placed at a considerable advantage to make sure that we take a proper advantage of this. We should look at which particular types of products we are best placed at producing. We're talking about economies of scale. We should take advantage of this situation to ensure that we develop our economy.
Honorable, you believe in the UP tradition and the policies of the MPP. We are noted for creating giants in business. And the country will want to hear from you how you're going to deliberately assist Ghanaians to take advantage of certain aspects of our economy. Thank you.
Actually, what the cabinet is put in place it gives me comfort that we should be able to cement some of the obstacles that you discussed. I have come to see that Ministerial of Trade is put together what they call a 10-point industrial development plan to revamp the economy. I used to say that the Ministry of Energy is the heartbeat of every economy, because energy is power. It helps to, it's not that it helps, it's a sine qua non. I've also come to realize that maybe trade and industry is also the fulcrum on which the industrial development of the country really revolves. We talk about development, we heard about Africa, Ghana, beyond aid and all that. That all cannot take place without proper development of our economy, and specifically to the areas you are talking about. The ministry has put together what they call a stimulus package, and that really has to do with the revitalization of the existing companies which have collapsed. When we were young, about all the companies that we had in Ghana, they've all collapsed. The government, through the Ministry of Trade and Industry, seems to be quite clear about what has to be done. They've also decided to look at the 1D, 1F is, of course, a flagship issue. I wasn't going to discuss that. But specifically to also look at what they call some strategic industries. And those are the ones they're talking about. Look at proper big, giant industries. We're looking at pharmaceuticals. You're looking at the automobile industries. It's quite a few. It's under control. I've seen the document, I've seen the discussion, I've seen some notes. I think if we're able to actualize the framework that has been put in place, well, we should be making some headway.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Pakuru.
Honorable Zuera.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Nominee. Good morning, Honorable Nominee.
Hello, good morning.
I would want to take you to your CV, page 1 of your CV. It's paragraph 4, which said educational background. And I can see Adansi Asokwa Local Authority LA Primary School, EAG Local Authority LA 1 Continuation School, but I can't see the duration, which years you entered or left these institutions. Maybe you can furnish the committee with this detail so that the CV can be adequately updated.
You can't quite recall all of this, you know. Some in the 60s, some in the 70s, pretty old stuff, you know, pretty old stuff. So
you were born in only 1960. That's not too long ago. Anyway, now my first question, Mr. Nominee, is that this country, Ghana, since independence, all of us, many governments have come and gone, and all of us have sung the same song from the same hymn about industrializing the economy of this country. Every single government have sung this hymn. But this is 2023, and we are still sitting here talking about industrialization. The data as of 2021 indicates that 30% of our GDP goes into imports. And the government have this flagship program, which was launched amidst a lot of fanfare, one district, one factory. What would you say the one district, one factory policy or program has contributed towards this long-term agenda of industrializing this country in order that we can be self-sufficient and also make savings and run a prudent and fiscally sensitive economy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, as you rightly indicate, well, that's why we are where we are. We were born in the 60s, but we knew the industrial condition of the country. Along the line, everything was collapsed. But the MPP government, and particularly current administration, is taking considerable strides, making a lot of effort, the direction that you indicated. And you draw attention to the 1D, 1F program. It is fantastic. It's fundamental. It's good. The policy is to ensure that every single district has got a factory, and that is towards industrialization. As I understand it, there are about about 260 of such industries which so far are at various stages of completion. I think over 100 or so are already operational. About 150 at advanced stage of completion. You ask, how is that, what is the government intending to do, or how does that feed into the point that you make? Yes, government is making conscious effort through this flagship projects that every district takes advantage of the economies of scale, but with things that it's materials and resources that the particular district is capable of producing and effectively harnessing into the industrial development. Number one of its particular district, and of course into the general national feed. It establishes industries. If it establishes industries, it has... foreign exchange issues that we're talking about. But it's got many ramifications. Urban and the peri-urban stages would also look after the question of rural-urban migration. We've been complaining, Accra is chock-a-block with people seeking employment, which don't necessarily exist here. But they are now being restrained or constrained to their respective industry, districts and regions because of these projects that I'm talking about. Let's think about the youth. I understand from this project that some youth institutions were actually conglomerated and put in place industries which government has taken serious interest in and has advanced them with all the facilities government is able to ensure that they are successful. So I've also indicated to you a bit about the stimulus industries, the stimulus package, and then the ability, the decision of government to also make sure that the automobile industry it's also developed. The conscious decision to invite some giant international companies to settle, to set up assembly plants in the country. The point that industries, and of course the other ones that you haven't mentioned, the commander, sugar,
kwan bi a wanto nam bi a man in kwan bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
What makes you different? One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Oh!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Welcome back, it's Vogue with your girl Doreen Havanamaba. Yeah, I'm here at Silverbed Cinemas and we are here to watch Kotoka. We will have chit chats with the cast and some people here to watch the movie. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hi!
You look hot too.
What's up?
I'm good, how are you?
You look so nice.
Oh my god, thank
you. Have any Valentine date?
I don't.
Okay, you be mine.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Chris.
Now tell me about the movie. How's it going?
Okay, so I mean, we just started and people are coming in. We are getting them into the halls to go see the movie. So yeah, we are praying and hoping they are going to have an amazing experience. We know they are going to have an amazing experience because it's a good movie.
Well, can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen now?
All right, so the movie mainly is centered around two women of different classes and different ages, and you know they all decided to take a journey, Kotoka. So that journey is, you know, actually brings them to their faith, and their faith is actually what we're here to watch.
Oh.
So you should be here.
And after the show, what are you guys doing?
Nothing. I'm gonna sleep.
After the show, I'm hanging out with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah, we're going somewhere.
You owe a lot, you know that.
When you look at me, can I take care of you?
Of course you can. I was just passing, I got a glimpse of this pretty lady in red. As it's red, you can actually tell she's repping Val's Day like big time.
Yeah.
So how is it going? You're here to watch Kotoka. What do you expect something so big today?
Oh yeah, I'm expecting something big because I've seen adverts around that Kotoka is going to be a nice movie tonight.
And today being Val's Day, what are you expecting after?
After Kotoka, I don't have any dates. I have to go home.
Ah, you're single?
Oh yes, please.
Auntie, why? And they were giving us condoms and you didn't. I
had one, yeah. I had one. Mine is here.
So what are you using it for?
I'm going to dash it to a friend.
Au revoir. The woman of the moment, and it's Val's Day today. She's premiering her movie right here with us here at the Silverbed Cinema. Yvonne, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I know you've been so stressed out, but I'm sorry.
I'm not really. I'm a producer and I'm just doing my job. So yeah. I'm always like this.
You're always like this.
Yeah.
How was the production like for you?
It was quite simple, quite straightforward. The only challenge we had was when we were filming at the airport. But later on, things went okay. We had security personnel at the airport, guiding, helping us through. We had to shoot some of the scenes in Akosombo as well. So when you're filming with people and you need to travel, it's always quite challenging. Yeah, but apart from these two locations, everything was good.
I spoke to Catherine Polo and she was speaking so highly of you. She was like, someone of Yvonne's caliber, she invites me to come and shoot a movie. Why not? She said, I'm going to come back and shoot more movies. How was it like working with the cast?
Catherine Polo was wonderful. She was so graceful. Like I said this in one interview. She came on set really early and she didn't shoot until 10 p.m. She came on set in the morning, and she didn't get angry. I kept going to her, apologizing. So she's someone I would always, want to work with, again and again and again.
So how are you feeling today?
I feel so blessed. Even if I don't have the chance to watch the movie and I've been able to make it to the red carpet with the great Yvonne Nelson and Majid and all the cast, I feel so blessed.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's not easy.
It's not easy because it's like you really did well and Yvonne says she's proud of you.
And she can't wait to work with me again. She says she'll call me 10,000 times to work with me. Yeah, she knows it's Polo. And Yvonne didn't audition me before because she knows what I'm capable of. So you should know how it goes. And she respects herself. Yes, so she put some respect on my name. Even to cast me, she has put in a lot of respect on my name. And everyone is in the pepper people because they didn't see it coming.
What brought you here today?
I'm here to support Yvonne. I'm just here to have fun and also support her. Because I love her. I love her from afar. She's not a friend, but I love her.
So I'm currently here with Ekyapi Polo's mother. She's here to support her daughter because she was a cast in Kotoka. Ma, it's say. It's the birthday and the movie all play.
And now, she may not be more. You better call. I could do the Chilean on no my baby.
Ma, say the apple doesn't fall far from this tree. It's no banana say.
It's our. Send me an I'm a woman. Share. What is akukwa walk otoda?
Davi. Akukwa walk.
Akukwa nti. Once na ma wo me ba no. Sabe pepe. Senior officer na me sweet.
Personally, I'm a police officer, and then in the movie too, I had the opportunity to play as a police officer.
So no wonder today you decided to go a little off, your duty.
Yeah. So I had to join the process to come and enjoy the movie, and that is what inspired me to.
I really love your outfit. I love your outfit. I don't know what inspired it today.
What inspired what?
Yeah, your outfit.
My outfit?
Yeah.
Kotoka.
Kotoka did. Can you actually tell me why Kotoka actually inspired this?
So my designer said, you know what? Let me get you something that's very Nigerianish. So you can show Ghana people like Nigerians can dress.
What do you think about the movie premiere here and how it's going?
Oh well, it's fantastic. It's my first one. I mean, I've been attending premiere, but not as an actor. This is my first time. So I'm a new
face. That's your first time shooting a movie?
Yes.
And how did it make you feel being part of a great production like this?
How did I become?
How did it make you feel?
It makes me feel very good, and like I have achieved my dream, what I've been looking for.
It's a day of love, and I feel like it's the perfect day to see what we made. Yeah. Well, it's all about love, so we're here to spread the love.
And you were a cast for Kotoka.
Yes, I'm one of the cast.
What was your role in the movie?
Yeah, I'm Naya Essel. I am the troublemaker in a sense. I'm in trouble.
You actually look like an angel.
Thank you so much.
And what was your role?
Well, I was an investigative journalist, so.
You actually look it. I'm a journalist and I see you and I'm like, oh, okay. If you're not a police, probably a journalist.
Oh, yeah.
From here, where are you guys going?
Well, just more work, more blessings, more opportunities. It's all coming our way. We've been in the industry for a while. So we're time to work.
Wow. I feel this is gonna be like a boom for you guys.
Yeah.
makes you different? One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Oh!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Makes you different. One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house, and that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Oh!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
On 6th February 2023. So as you can see, the burial party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother and they will come and then place the mortal remains here. And after, the clergy will give us a prayer. May I also respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Turkish ambassador. So as you can see, the barrier party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother Christian Atsu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to acknowledge the President of Ghana's ambassador to Turkey. So the barrier party will march off. I respectfully invite the military clergy to give us a word of prayer.
Mr. Vice President, distinguished guests, let us continue this ceremony in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us pray.
Let us pray. Lord, hear our prayers and be merciful to your Son, the late Christian Atsu, whom you have called from this life. Welcome him into the company of your saints, in the kingdom of your light and peace. Father, God of all consolation, in your unending love and mercy for us, turn the darkness of death into the dawn of a new life. Show compassion to your people, especially the family of the late Christian Atsu and all Ghanaians in our sorrow. Be our refuge and our strength to lift us up from the darkness of this grief to the peace and light of your presence. And as always, we make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه. اللهم ارزقنا في تيسير كل أسير فإن تيسير العسير إليك يسير ونسأل التيسير في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم رب الناس أسر الباس اشفه وأنت الشافع لا شفاء إلا شفاءك شفاء لا يغادر سقما. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Dear Lord, we continue to pray for all sportsmen and women of our nation scattered in other parts of the world, especially our footballers. We commit them into your hands, and we ask that, Lord, as they lift up the flag of Ghana high in other disciplines of sports, you continue to protect and guide them. We pray, dear Lord, for all those who lost their lives in this calamity of earthquake. And we pray in the name of Christ Jesus that by your mercy forgive our iniquities of the world, that these calamities will stay away from us. We pray, O God, that you receive the soul of your Son, Christian Atsu, whom you have called to your eternity, in the name of the Father and of the Son and
So as you can see, the Barrier Party will briskly march with the remains of our dear brother, with the clergy in front, to the heads. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the body of our dear brother Christian Atsu has been put into the heads and it will move straight to its destination. We've come to the end of this brief event here at the VIP lounge of the Kotoka International Airport. Our dignitaries will take leave of us, and after we all follow. May the soul of our dear brother Christian Atsu rest in peace.
and destroy your banking sector. We are taking 83 billion, and the impact is that the banking sector is losing, in present value terms, 41 billion Ghana cedis. How do you expect a banking sector that is almost capitalized at 30 billion to survive 41 billion? So, have you solved the problem? You've rather transferred the problem from the government to destroy our banking sector. Mr. Speaker, how come the Bank of Ghana, that is supposed to regulate our banks, was sleeping when the people were investing all their monies in government toxic assets? We have a simple principle of single obligor limit. It is a law that says that you shouldn't ever expose yourself to one person. It turned out that 75% of all the monies in the banking sector was in government bonds. 71% of government domestic bonds were in the hands of these people. And the Bank of Ghana was watching on. Mr. Speaker, our pension funds, the National Pension Regulatory Authority said, go and risk 85% of your money on toxic government bonds. Mr. Speaker, where does that happen? And today, we are here with this boring and underwhelming statement. Mr. Speaker, we are not angry enough. As a country, we are not hungry enough. This cannot happen to anybody. And yet, you are wasting our money, you are taking our money, and you are here reading this boring statement to us. Mr. Speaker, this is not a joke. And you are even quoting the Bible. Which of the Bibles are you quoting? Quoting the Bible in taking our money, in making us poor, in denying the poor pensioner his money, and you still are quoting the Bible. It is the reason some of us don't go to church, because in the end, this is what we get. This is what we get. Mr. Speaker, this matter, I want to make an appeal to you to refer this matter back to the Finance Committee for proper oversight. The Bank of Ghana must come to explain to us how they allowed the banking sector to help itself.
Security Council has picked up intelligence on the likelihood of imminent clashes between two feuding factions within the East Legon enclave, particularly Topkins Limited and Ampa Builders. Therefore, in line with our mandates, as stipulated in the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act 2020 at 1030 Section 7, which amongst other things indicates that RECSEC should take immediate steps to ensure law and order. The Regional Security Council, at an emergency meeting held on Thursday, 16 February 2023, has taken the following decisions. 1. The entire area under dispute has been declared a security zone effective today, 16th February 2023. Effective today, 16th February 2023, RECSEC has taken over the security of the area. 2. RECSEC will deploy security personnel to the area to ensure peace and calm. 3. All land guard activities should cease henceforth. I repeat, all land guard activities should cease henceforth. These decisions have been taken considering the fact that the situation has become a recipe for disaster and a cause for security concern in the region. By these decisions, RECSEC is in no way, and I repeat, RECSEC is in no way challenging the decisions of the courts.
interpreting the court's decisions, determining the actual owners of the land. Once again, we are doing this to ensure there is no breach of the peace in the entire area and disputes and the region as a whole. We therefore appeal to the media to be circumspect in their reportage in order not to inflame passions that might undermine the security of the area.
What makes you different? One thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly.
Nene Chwasam and members of the Chwasam family. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the security forces, members of the press, and Ghanaians who are listening all over. It is a very sad day that we are here to receive the mortal remains of our brother, our son, our husband, our uncle. The tragedy that occurred in Turkey about a week ago is one that was devastating, and we anxiously and nervously prayed that our brother Christian Atsu would be found alive. We hoped against hope. Every day that passed, we prayed and prayed. But alas, when he was found, he was no more. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the President and the government to extend our sincere condolences to the Chwasam family. Atsu's twin sister and his brother accompanied him from Turkey home. I'd like to extend my condolences to all of them and their entire family for this deep loss. I'd also like to extend my condolences to the footballing fraternity. Atsu played for the Black Stars, and he was much loved, and we will sorely miss him. I'd like to extend my condolences to the Ghana Supporters Union and to all Ghanaians for this loss. It is a painful loss, a very painful one. But as the good Lord says in the good book, that from him we came and to him shall we return.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
Thank
you for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache.
Okay.
I like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I
that's
like
nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice. That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired. And luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
okay. We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just...
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very important. You should always have the right team for
Yes.
your business to
Yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
Yes.
children.
Yes.
There's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company. And construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income. Like I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, And one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international? Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes. Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, you know, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just, you know, blends in. It gives you a very bright, you know, community. Okay, okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium. Okay. We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's really beautiful. How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices? Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then ongoing, we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. Okay. Very beautiful. Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space? Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, you know, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes. Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful. Exactly. Okay. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of, you know, additions to it. We have spaces for families to sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility. Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have? Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run. Rush while the deal is still hot. Exactly. Okay.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3.
The phase
I want
3.
to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is a recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think that's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here for Airbnb. I mean, it will give you very good
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so. Maybe if we
can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Yeah.
Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade. And then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives you a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here.
Yes, so what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside. And so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the, the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we've tried to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes. So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. Yes. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings.
Exactly,
the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits
Yeah,
here,
TV, exactly.
and then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me
Sure.
show you the kitchen.
Okay,
You
well.
want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even
yeah.
spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
yeah,
it's a very
and I think
beautiful
it's
space.
even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This
here.
is it?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny,
Yes.
so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we finished the kitchen for you. We will give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
And these are the storage
these
spaces.
are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine.
Oh.
And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh,
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So you have
Okay, so there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions. Let me
Okay,
say, we are very
additions.
open to additions.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard. I'll
Okay,
take
but
you to-
let's finish
let's
with
finish
the...
it up and then-
Yes,
yeah.
yes, okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what
Yes,
you are
the
using.
same, we carry the same tiles through.
Throughout every
Throughout
space?
the space, yes.
Oh,
exactly,
okay.
yes.
All right.
Space, yes.
How safe is this?
Very
the
safe.
glass
It's actually very
panels.
safe. This
really?
is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, I mean, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bath bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, or closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious.
Mm.
And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
Oh, that's
enjoy
nice.
the
It's quite
community.
airy here.
Very,
Yeah.
very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay.
The last
So that's the
bedroom.
last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Kids' room,
Children's
exactly,
room.
yes.
Oh. Well, I didn't feel all the beds. Ooh.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3-bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right.
So
okay.
this is the parking lot. Oh. The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We have self-financing, where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the percentage?
Okay, so what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the banks they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, the student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. And the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyako, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwote. Thanks for watching.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia want on Nambia, a man in Quai Baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this time, this is Gakofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
What makes you different?
One thing that we
now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia want on Nambia, a man in Quai Baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this time, this is Gakofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
The ministry has a 10-point agenda. When you go to their website, it is clear on it. It is tabled on the website. Which of these 10 points do you think you're going to prioritize, aside from your 20 priorities of import substitution, so the Ghanaians can see that there's a great change in the whole trade environment? Thank you.
Actually complementary of each other, you see. So the 10, I'm not so sure which ones you want to take away. For example, they're talking about, I don't want to start from the top, I want to start from the bottom. Private public dialogue, for example. I mean, you can't isolate that. It's important to have the public enterprise and then the private enterprise kind of having this dialogue. That's also important. They're talking about substitution, trade substitutions. I mean, subcontracting. You see, we have the bigger companies, we have the small ones, which cannot compete for anything, for much. So policies. The bits and pieces that we have. So there must be concentration on them. And of course, there is the decision, the big ones. One district, one what is it? One district, one factory, one district. I mean, it encompasses it all. It's a big one. It's a flagship one. You cannot, concentration should be there. But it has a boomerang effect. You concentrate on that, it kind of catches all in the loop. So that is very important. And then look at the other one that we're talking about, the stimulus package, the national revitalization. All the companies that have collapsed, I mean, well, take them up, give them oxygen of life. Let's see what is it that we can do, and then creating more free zones and then economic parks. We're talking about the Buankra thing. They now have a greater Kumasi zones, and then of course concentration on trade. So it's really difficult isolating one from the 10 that this is what's going to be the concentration. If we even said that we're going to concentrate entirely on the one district, one factory thing, that encapsulates, as I said, all of in one shape or the together all the plans that we talked about. So it might be difficult to state categorically that would emphasize this or we will prioritize and leave it there. The 10, I think, go hand in glove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last one is the development of SMEs, which I think in this 10 pillars, it is a crux of the local economy. In your constituency, in my constituency, you know, the local market women, and what they go through to just try and get some support, financial support. Interest rates are so high, and generally it kind of it's almost like by the time they're going to get a loan, what they pay back is like they almost, I mean, it's almost like you shouldn't have even taken the business at all. What can you do as the incoming Minister of Trade, if you pass through the process, to be able to make sure that this pillar of developing the SMEs is really much better grounded than it has been so far? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Again, as I say, it's not like we're going to start from scratch. There's something in place. It's all the discussion about it's all about finances. You know, their finances are weak. So government effectively saying that we would ensure that you have some money from some participating banks. You have some money from the banks. Banks will be encouraged to do that. If our government goes to the extent of suggesting that you are not in it alone, we would also make sure that part of the interest that you'll be charged by this participating banks, we would take up half of it. We'll pay you half. Government is saying that we're going to make sure that you have a lot of tax breaks. Back rates include tax holidays and reduction in the corporate taxes, and of course taxation, waiver of taxation, which of course will be the responsibility of Parliament. We would establish advice centers. We would make sure that there is a complete relationship between the center and of course the diverse enterprises that you talked about. Atsu is in your constituency. It's another classic example. I mean, I was reading about it and I was getting disgusted. You know, what happened and those who took over and all sorts of things, they are now in court and all that. Commander Sugar, who is Commander Sugar? Another issue. So Commander is not here. No, I'm talking.
Ignore the aside.
Can always ignore that. Commander, it's another issue. When Commander was launched, I mean, everybody was excited because we knew about Commander Sugar Factory many years ago when we were what we were. And then it turns out that its implementation, Mr. Chairman, was near catastrophic. So these are the things we will look at. We'll do our best. We'll complement the efforts of other colleagues. Maybe they will complement the efforts of our ministry and hopefully achieve something for the good of the whole country.
Very well. Thank you. Now, yeah, just I'll give you the last one and I'll come to leadership.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just think that the nominee will still need to do some further works to tidy up the CV. If you look at page 3, paragraph 7, he mentions committee membership in Parliament. I have been, then he lists A to H. Now, I think it will help if he attaches some dates to them. I still see appointment committee. I just don't know which date he served, and other committees that he no longer is serving, and so on. But yet they are all captured. So if he could spend some time to tidy it up, it will help. Particularly that it becomes a public record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question has to do with, and I hope that nominee will approach it with some specific responses. There has been the impact of COVID-19, for example, on global trade and how it's been structured. Many countries are enacting some protectionist policies and programs to be able to support local industry and local businesses. What are your own ideas? You just have 2 years. What are your own ideas that you are bringing on board to be able to navigate these challenges and then protect Ghana's trade interests?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure about the point he makes, the protectionist thing, but that's all an anathema to the principles that we just discussed. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, ECOWAS protocols, and of course, WTO, World Trade Organization Agreement, they do not allow for the protection concept that he's talking about. So essentially, it's about opening up. But opening up, and of course, in the process, also making sure that your industries, your internal trade gets the best out of it. So I'm not so sure. So far, I haven't seen any document that it already exists for effective protection of our country from outside the influence or penetration or interference. But to the extent that we want our companies to be able to trade effectively or to participate in international transactions, government, from what I've seen, it's already put in place the kind of things I've already articulated to make sure that they are properly placed, there's proper competition, they are given advice, technical advice, they are given financial support. These are the things that the government is prepared to put at the disposal of these companies to make sure that they are well positioned to be able to interact with external competition.
Honorable Chair, it appears that we don't need to approve the nominee because it seems there are systems in place already that and plans and agenda by the ministry, and you appear not to be bringing anything innovative to the ministry. Would that be a fair comment to make? Otherwise, what exactly do you want to put in place to be able to protect local businesses? For example, I'll help you. We have the AFTA, for example. What ideas do you have to support local businesses take advantage of AFTA, for example?
Yes, I'm not upset or anything, but I also think that we should be fair, among ourselves. That's another issue of rather unfairness.
Please answer the last part.
Well,
ignore the comments.
We don't need to, because I am not starting. This government has been in place for 6 years now. I'm only joining at the tail end of it. It's 2 years. Who am I to suggest that the government hasn't done anything at all? There's nothing on the plate, and that I'm starting. We call it what, tabula rasa or something. What is the suggestion? So I keep saying that the blocks are already in place. I would continue from where the likes of Alan Chemantin left off, and I've had the privilege of reading some of the things and what is already in place. You said that you don't want to approve me. I mean, Mr. Chairman, you have a letter not to him. You have a letter not to approve me, but if that is what you are talking about, that's a different thing altogether.
Honorable Chair, I didn't say we don't want to approve him. I'm just making a case that if it's business as usual, then there may not be a need. But my last question, Honorable Chair, on tax waivers, we have a country that has a lot of unemployment. The industry and industrial development that we have embarked on have not thrown out the kind of jobs that I believe all of us envisage and desire. We have current tax waivers, I think, between 2018 up to now, in excess of $3.7 billion. That's a lot that we are giving out and away. From where you sit, if you are able to get through and come in as minister, what will you do to take advantage of these waivers and environment that policy is creating to be able to get employment at least for our teeming youth?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's classic. So that's the point. It's a cycle. we're talking about industrialization. We're talking about growth in the economy. We're talking about employment for the youth. In all of this, the question of finances do arise. They would want to import the machinery. Fortunately, for whatever it is worth, we haven't been able to produce much by ourselves. So quite a lot of these materials, quite a lot of equipment would have to be imported. That is the waiver thing that you're talking about. Government takes the view, particularly in the context of 1D, 1F, that, well, some waivers may be necessary. I do recall some time back, the current chairman of Finance Committee had this whole idea about the use that, waivers serve. Opinion is divided. Those who have the view that you just indicated, that is it necessary considering how much is spent. There are others who also suggest that it's important to boost the productive sector. You don't have your own equipment in place, you have to bring them. But if you're going to impose all the levies, the taxes on them, in the end, you see, there are comments all over the place because everybody feels quite strongly about this matter. In the end, it will be how much is it that the consumer has to pay for the end product. Anyway, so that's about it.
Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. I want to take the nominee, our colleague, to page 2 of your CV. You will notice on that page you talked about your employment history. It is clear where you worked so far. May I know from you, when you were Deputy Minister for Energy between 2001 to 2007 and Deputy Minister for Interior 2007 to 2009, two things each that you can call an achievement as you served in those two ministries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking for the opportunity to put my records, my achievements on it. This I think it's not a big one. He's giving me just two. The big one, Mr. Chairman. That is why I said my brother and friend Kofi Bua will go to hell. That's the reason why I said that the other day. Mr. Chairman, thanks to God, it is through the instrumentality of John Ejekufu.
Chairman, I am not sure. I don't know you have, a philosophical or religious bent. I did not ask you initially, Mr. Speaker. Initially, I sought to say that our good friend, on a good day, we know he's very jovial. But when you look at what is happening in the country right now, the public expects this engagement to be very serious. So I will plead with you once again. For my questions, I am not here to joke. We can joke when we get to the precinct of Parliament. Answer the questions and stop the jokes.
Honorable, what you said you had said earlier.
Yeah.
You would only report to what he had said earlier. Please proceed with the answer.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chief Whip, there's this whole business about what is going on in the country, what is going on in the country. I find it disturbing. This is about the third time.
Answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They are sure. We're not joking. The Kofi Bua thing is on the back of the answer that I'm going to give you. That's why I alluded to it. Mr. Chairman, I was going to say this, and I'm now going to it. It was through the instrumentality of former President of Ghana, John Ejekufu, to the Ministry of Energy and myself. My minister at the time was, well, we started with Honorable Kandapa. He gave me the portfolio of petroleum. GMPC was literally non-existent. It had collapsed. He gave me that responsibility to make sure that GMPC was on its 2 feet, to make sure that they entered into proper exploration and so to develop and make sure we find oil in this country. Mr. Speaker, I was mandated to travel all over the world to look for entrepreneurs, to look for companies, and to see if they could make sense of the carbon potential. Mr. Speaker, it was I, K.C. Hammond, in May 2004, who signed the MOU, which eventually led to Cosmos discovering that oil in Ghana. That was a big achievement.
So in that case, if you were a deputy minister, you had a substantive minister, you actually talked about the president. You believe that this is your achievement, not of the president at the time, not your minister?
Honorable, yes, kindly answer.
Mr. Chairman, I said it was through the instrumentality of the then president. Then I talked about my ministers, and I said that they gave me the mandate to look after that. And the fact that I signed it is on record.
I asked you, Mr. Honorable, I said 2 at each ministry. You were happy to say this one. It's left with 1 at the ministry and then 2 at the interior ministries.
2, yes, but if you say 2, yes. The ministry at the time wasn't like you cannibalize it. It was one monolithic, what do you call it, energy ministry. So we dealt with petroleum, and of course we also dealt with the power. I could give you so many, but I'll give you the one with the petroleum, so let me move to power. Again, under power, with the authority and the supervision of my minister, ensure that rural electrification reached many parts of the country, possibly.
Honorable, I don't have on your CV a deputy minister of power. I only have here deputy minister of energy. Honorable, we have a lot of time. So please, I'm asking you 2 at the energy ministry and 2 at the interior ministry. Can you please go ahead and give us those 2?
Can I have some order? The question is directed at the nominee. I'm ignoring any other asides. And please, the heckling is beyond appropriate. So please, Honorable Chief Whip.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chief Whip, what I was saying was that during my time as the Deputy Minister of Energy, we had one undivided Ministry of Energy. So the petroleum sector was under us, and then the power was also under us, all together as one Ministry of Energy. So I've given you one example in the oil, whatever. So I was going to go on and give you an example in the power sector, both of which were under one ministry. That's what the point I was making.
So what was the power one?
So I said that rural electrification to many, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he has another one.
And then you said that when I went to I went to interior. You see the border guards, the immigration, and there was this worry about their safety when they are patrolling the borders and whatever. So a decision was taken. And mind you, I make this comments against a very difficult backdrop. I was a deputy minister. So if you say that your achievement, my achievement would have been in the context of what the ministry did. but a decision was made that we should make sure that they were armed to some extent to be able to protect themselves. We did that. I think we did something else. This law about what call it, dual citizenship issue, dual citizenship. It was for the ministry to actualize the concept and the law as established by Parliament. We put that together and made sure that, well, in our modern...
I can see you are struggling. Can we move on?
No, I'm not struggling at all. I'm trying to develop it. I'm trying to make sense of it. The interconnection, the modern world, when people are traveling and giving birth to children, marrying left, right, and center, various communities, we should be careful about this stereotype, this straitjacket, where you are this, so you can't do this, you are not, you can't do this. You know the restrictions that are put in place by all sorts of legislation that we have. But the concept of dual citizenship we thought was worthy of the name. We should try and make it practicable. I was part of that as well.
Honorable Katie Hammond, did you attend KNUST at all?
Legon and Tech always been that I went to University of Ghana, Legon.
Did you attend KNUST at all?
No, sir.
When Honorable Sui about a report, you encouraged him to present or table a copy. I have got a copy of the government white paper here. It's 107 pages. There are different, this one, he just gave you a copy. White paper on the report of the Commission on Inquiry into the payment from public funds arising from judgment debt in Akin Waters, CI 79/2012. Mr. Speaker, if I read portions, it is quite clear that the Commission found it wrong for you to make payment. For instance, if I read page 13, paragraph X on that page, it reads, the result of Honorable K.T. Hammond's effort was a compromise settlement of $19.5 million in terms of the Drillship Discovery 511. It reads, the government of Ghana then decided to sell one of GNPC's marine assets to Drillship Discovery 511, a going profit-making concern, i.e. it was profitable, to pay off a compromise settlement amount of $19.5 million.
Kwame, hold on. Let's be clear what we're.
There's a CI on it.
No, that is somebody's.
No, CI 79.
This is the CI. This is the
Mr.
Hold, don't speak to the mic here.
Honorable Katie Hammond table. Okay. Okay, okay, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have, Mr. Chairman, one, we have the white paper as in CI 79. We also have the white paper on the report of the Commission of Inquiry into payment from the public funds arising from judgment debt, arcane matters, CI 79, 2012. So there are two reports before us. One is the report of the white paper, and the one is the CI itself. So in his case, he's only making reference to the report of the white paper. He has not said he's reading the CI. This is the report.
Okay. Chairman, for the sake of progress, I'll make progress. I just want to put it on record that indeed, Honorable K.T. Hammond was mentioned in that report to have sold a Drillship, and the report queried that. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, you also said that, in fact, you went around talking about what you did as your achievement at the Interior Ministry. But unfortunately, interestingly, on that occasion, you said we should consider it as an achievement of the same ministry. When it came to the Power Ministry, you allocated the achievement to yourself personally. Are you aware? Are you aware that since 2016, immigration officials were allowed by law in 2016 to carry arms?
That's the exact point I was making. That it started with us. There was the need to make sure that they were properly protected. This is 2016. I'm talking about 2007, 2008, 9. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, can I be allowed to, for once, put this whole Drillship argument beyond argument? I understand it entirely. What they are saying is not entirely wrong. The Honorable Chief Whip seems to be missing a few things up. My brother, Leader Atsu, is trying to explain. Mr. Speaker, bear with me. I'm capable of explaining this matter. For once, put it beyond argument. What they are looking at. One is the CI, which put in place the committee to start with. I'll give you some background, Mr. Speaker. The whole concept of putting in place a sole commissioner to go into this, Mr. Speaker, came about 2012 when there was this whole hee-ho, baliho about what had happened during the administration of those sitting on this side. All the things that we talked about, you know the things I won't go into. And so it was decided that a commission to be put in place to investigate all these corruption allegations and all of that and all of that. Mr. Speaker, from nowhere, a decision was made that a single transaction which went back 12 years, which was the sale of so not entirely the sale, but the transaction in respect of the Drillship, be added to the commission's deliberations. Mr. Speaker, I was invited to attend when the what we call the Apple committee, Mr. Speaker, was put in place. I attended. My brother Dabucho was there. My then minister at the time who was involved with this was also there, Kandapa. But I was at the center of it, so it was fair that questions were put at me. Now, Mr. Chairman, I put it to everybody here. When is it that anybody in recorded history heard that a deputy minister of 3 months at post sells a state asset like a ship? 3 months. We went to the ministry, I think about April or so. This thing took place about June, July. 3 months. Cabinet met. What had happened was that the GMPC that I talked about, Mr. Speaker, had been run aground. It's not empty. I want to explain it so the whole country understands. Mr. Speaker, somehow a decision had been consciously made by the GMPC outfit at the time that they were going to involve in what they call hedging. For all those around who know about the commercial transactions and whatever, Mr. Speaker, hedging is a kind of gamble. You lose or you win. a decision had been made that there was some gas in the tunnel south. So some monies were going to be placed on the outcome of the discovery of gas, which eventually did not materialize. And they were doing what they call put, they were doing what they call whatever. In the end, you know what happened to GMPC? They were saddled with a debt of 47 million United States dollars. Now, at the time the Kufuor administration took over, Mr. Speaker, GMPC was nothing to write about. I'll tell you one conversation I had with the president. I have always said that discussions with the presidents and other top echelons of state are private and confidential. On this matter, I want to divulge it for once for the whole country to understand what went on. We went to the president about GMPC, and my point was that, Mr. President, share Nyankopon aseri nitwi nyame onte se what we normally say. If it is the case that there's so much oil in Nigeria through this place, and at that time Cote d'Ivoire had also found something, why is it not that, Honorable Asaf should be helped, should be encouraged to make sure that at least GMPC is found? They were so broke, it was heartbreaking. They had no P1 peswa. The president was disgusted. Look at what they done to GMPC. Well, Asaf go with them. Mr. President used the word. His exact words in Twi. Somebody should do the rendition in English. So we went out there, and in the end, as I said, we made the discovery. But Mr. Chairman, in the process, we discovered that GMPC had done so much atrocity. They had committed so much financial, you couldn't describe it. They bought rigs, the rigs that they are talking about, the drill ships and the rigs. At a point in time, they had bought about 37 or so of those ones. I had described it. Those of you who were not around at the time, this is 2001. We went in there in June. So I'm telling you, going to memory lane, telling you about this. We had told the whole world that at a point in time, they had placed rigs in places like Brazil. There was no human being from our country sitting on there, but GMPs was financing it. I was sent by my minister to go to Angola to go and plead with them that sitting on the sea, we call it an NSP. We wanted it to be destroyed because there were human beings on that one. It wasn't yielding anything for the purpose of the. Please let me complete the story.
No, Mr. Chairman. To be honest, the question I asked was direct. He can organize a press conference and say whatever he wants to say. He's not responding to my question. He's not responding to my question. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I don't see the value of what he's saying to my question.
But the question was not allowed.
Mr. Chairman, it's okay. So, yes. So, I'll go with that.
Hold on. When you're done, then I'll continue.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes. You see, I asked that Honorable Suyini bring the report to me. He brought it to me. I asked that Honorable K.T. Amund bring his one to me. He brought it to me. I have not given it to members. I intended that we discuss it at this level. Before I'm aware, members are holding it and they are speaking to it. It becomes issue largely here like this. Now he says, let me explain the circumstances before you indict me. I don't think that I should deny him. And please continue, just be straight to the point and precise.
I'll get to the point, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so Mr. Chairman, what happened was that 2001, June thereabout, the Ministry of Energy was informed that from the activities I've just described, there was a debt of $47 million that GMPC had created. And what they had come about is this. They had entered in this heading thing with the Conseil General in France. And in the process, the famous or the notorious Drillship D511, Mr. Speaker, had been collateralized to the loan. Thank you very much. Before we came to power, we came in 2000. This collateralization was in 2000. 1993, 1994, up to 1998. Some of the people's date 1996, others date 1998. So the ship had been collateralized as far back as 1998 to Societe Generale for the debts that I've talked about. Mr. Chairman, the worst of it is this. The ship had been impounded in Amman. It had gone, not working for Ghana, it had gone to work for a company in India. On its way back, it was going to go to somewhere in the United Kingdom.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think what is happening is fair, Mr. Chairman. Please. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is fair. Please. Don't restrict questions. You don't restrict questions, but give the nominee the opportunity to set his... It's not fair. You restrict the questions, but you give him the free will to set his own questions and answer. It's not fair. Honorable Suhini, you have the opportunity, you just jump in. You won't even allow me to regulate. That is how we are here. The things we agreed to do, you unilaterally decided to go behind it. So why shouldn't you allow him to respond? Let him respond. After that, you can ask him any questions you want. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this ship had been impounded. It had been arrested in Amman. We were informed about these developments and the fact that the matters were pending in the court of London, England. At Cabinet, my minister put up this issue. The Attorney General at the time had all considered the issues, and they were clear in their minds that the position of Ghana was hopeless. We had gone and then we had taken this loan, we had collateralized the ship, we had GMPC, so Ghana, GMPC had defaulted. This is how the debt came about. There was no way of pleading the case but to settle. This is where I entered the fray. I was informed that since I was a practicing barrister at the Bar of England and Wales, and this matter was pending at the Court of England in London, I was possibly, and of course related to the Ministry of Energy, it was suggested that I should go and find out what we could do. Now, what to do was simply how much we could pay. They were asking for 46 million. I went to Paris, to the offices of Societe Generale in Paris, back in London, to and fro. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I was 3 months in place as a deputy minister. You can well imagine that a matter of this magnitude would not be taken at my level. Every twist and turn, I called back home. Every twist and turn, I was given my executive instruments, quote unquote. That is the documentation. Some of them signed by the then Attorney General, some of them signed by the then Chief Executive of GMPC.
Now, yes. So, did you appear before the
Apple Committee?
Yes. Were you at the time?
Yes.
Accused of anything? What were you accused of?
Nothing. Mr. Chairman, the report makes so interesting. It is what I passed on to you. That's why I was getting pretty upset, but I had to take back the word that I used. Nothing of what my colleague Sohini read is in that report. The report on the facts, straightforward. What I've told you, the basis, and the fact that it says I was at the thick of affairs. Mr. Chairman, look at paragraph 7 of what I gave you. I mean, if you look at I think the comment, that subject is of the Drillship in the report, which is attached to the document, the CI. You will see it. I've circled that one. So that deals with the Drillship matter. Go on there to paragraph 11 of the report or something. You see, I've underlined it. I've marked it with red ink. Have you seen it? No. Keep going, Mr. Chairman. Keep going. I'm not concluding. The world has to know this matter. Let's put it. Have you seen it? What I gave you. Have you seen it?
Are you talking about IX? Okay, X.
What does it say? Please.
The government of Ghana.
Please read that aloud. Read that aloud.
I'm not the one answering the
question. Please read it for me.
Yes. The government of Ghana then decided to sell one of GMPC's marine assets, the Drillship Discover 511, a going profit concern to pay off the
compromise settlement amount, yes. What of that?
What it's about is that, so 23 years or so later, somebody suggests that K.T. Hammond was the government of Ghana. Is that fair? That is the commissioner clearly puts it beyond argumentation. The government of Ghana decided that ship, and there were reasons for why the government decided to do it.
So what is it?
Put it again this way, Mr. Chairman. Of the 47 million, following my arrangements and going around and the compromise which the special commissioner states over there, they decided instead of 47 million that we had accumulated to charge 19.5 million of the 47 million. I think I need a national award for that. 47 million, and we managed to get it to 19.5. Now this is how the but that is the point. 47 million was reduced to 19.5.
Ask the question.
Of course, GMPC, NDC.
Honorable K.T. Hammond, okay. Now, please ask your question.
Okay, Honorable K.T. Hammond, with the report we have, if I read from the conclusion part on page 16, it reads, government further directs IOCO to investigate the mandate, authority, and or basis of Honorable K.T. Hammond's disbursement of $900,000 to the law firm Constant to cater for future debt of GMPC to other operations. Are you aware of were you queried as to whether the $900,000, which mandate you had to expend that money?
No, I was not queried about that, Mr. Chairman. You see, the difficulty about, you see, it's no reflection of my colleagues. You guys should be a little careful, Mr. Chairman. When a report like this is presented to the government comments on the back of the report and not to make its own findings. That part over there was an addition by the government which had no reflection in the report presented by Mr. Justice Apo. It's
actually, I'm reading from the report. I'm not reading from the white paper.
You are reading from where? It's not even true. He's not reading from the report. He's reading from the white paper.
Mr. Chairman. Look at them. Mr. Chairman. No. Chairman, may I go on?
No, you can't go on. You can't go on, Mr.
Nominee.
Please. I'm regulating it. I've asked him to go on. Please.
Which company purchased the Drillship? And do you have any relationship with the company that bought the Drillship?
Mr. Chairman, so that this whole argumentation, because 20 years I've lived with this, I know every bit about it, without going back and forth. This matter has been before the sole commissioner.
Sorry, that's asked the question.
Yes.
Do you have any relationship with the company that bought the Drillship?
No, Mr. Speaker, no.
Do you know the name of the company that bought the Drillship?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the name of the
Drillship? 22 years ago. I mean, really.
Pardon?
22 years ago, one of the Finnish companies, they bought it. GMPC has the answer. I don't remember it. It's not in the report, I think.
When the nominee was responding, in fact, his opening remarks, I agree with him when he sought to paint a very awkward picture of happenings in our country. For instance, he said he doesn't understand how come a country like ours will import animal intestines, as he puts it, used clothing, rice, poultry, etc. May I find out from you, what is your program to curtail these things that you have rightly identified as an anomaly leading to the collapse of our economy? What will you do to reverse this situation?
Mr. Chairman, I did indicate that I'd seen some documentation from cabinet where a team has been. NDC for Koboka. No, I was what forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. I didn't forgive me. I didn't want to say that it was forced on me. You know, I had to say it. Forgive me. Chief Whip, I had indicated earlier on that I've seen some documentation in which Cabinet has set up a team. Cabinet has suggested that it probably is a good thing for the country to look at import substitution and take account of these matters I mentioned, which you have come back to. It's identified about 50 of these items that Cabinet, through the various ministries, should be looking at. It's been pruned down, the 50 has been pruned down to about 20, which government thinks that deserves immediate attention. So it's become an interministerial kind of thing, obviously supported over by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, but it's a concern. So let's go in there, and then together with our colleagues, it's not a matter that, I mean, me sitting here, I'm able to profess my own ideas, what I'm going to do. Government is already taking steps, and the document...
Honorable Katie Hermon, you will be the government advisor, the government senior advisor on trade and industry. You are telling... well, you will be leading government drive at that ministry. You are telling us that you have cited a document which you haven't even told us what the content of that document is. Why should this committee approve you based on a document you've read, which we haven't seen?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, Katie Hermon is not going there as an island entirely arrogated unto himself. He's going there as part of cabinet. The cabinet has been in place for 6 years. I'm only going to compliment what has already been put in place. And I told you it's a document. Of course, you want to see, maybe you can't see it now because this is my own notes. I saw something and I scribbled down a few things. You can't even read my handwriting. But I've seen a few things and I've indicated it. This is the intention of government. There is a committee. This is the suggestion. I will go, hopefully, if I'm allowed to go, be part of the team. And then we put this thing into practice to see how it handles the whole country.
Honorable Katie Hermon, on 30th of October 2022, Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research urged government, downsize government to solve part of the economic situation. 21st January 2023, Professor Eli Plame Komla, a lecturer at University of Ghana, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic challenge. 26 October 2022, Occupy Ghana, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 8th November 2022, Professor Joseph Obiri Mante, Presbyterian moderator, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 9th of February 2023, Pentecostal Council, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 22nd November 2022, Catholic bishops, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 9 February 2023, Ghana Pentecostal Charismatic Council, downsized government to solve the economic situation. Honorable Katie Hermon, you haven't said anything here that tells me that you are coming to add anything at all to government. Don't you feel you should basically tell the government, to tell President Akufo-Addo, thank you for appointing me, but I think you can do a better job by realigning the current ministers and get efficiency out of government so that you save this committee the trouble of even making any recommendation on you at all.
Mr. Chairman, I think I disagree with my learned colleague. Learned colleague, that's right. I disagree. No.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm a chartered architect with the Ghana Institute of Architects and Royal Institute of British Architects as well.
Well done.
In good standing, actually.
Oh, okay. Well done. I disagree.
Agree. My final question, Honorable Katie Hammond. We are told the bulk of our compatriots in this country are young people. And we believe they must be able to make their point forcefully, even if they disagree with me, you, government, opposition. Do you still believe that the youth, the curvature of the youth in this country is such that they cannot have the ability to make good judgment on government policies? I.e., you were quoted of saying that some youth have coconut head and don't have the ability to make a point or criticize government. Do you still believe in that?
No, but that's not even what I said. That's not. You get this in proper perspective. That's not what I said. We've all been youth before. When I joined the Kufuor government, I was the youngest, even though at 40. I was the youngest, though a deputy minister. All of them, I was the youngest. So
that's quite an old young person, to be honest. 40 is quite old.
But that's the point I'm making. I was. But we've been young before. So it's not for anybody to try and cascade the youth unreasonably. What I have been saying is this, and let's get it right. The youth has all the reasons to say what they want to say. They have the right and entitlement to participate in the government of the country. What I said was that there was a limit to how these matters are to be handled. There has been this whole business, and if you recall, I think the communist revolution also, what it was that when we come to government, the first thing we do, all the lawyers, we chain them together and then dump them and we kill all of them. It's been one of the communist manifesto sort of thing. My argument is that you don't rule a country without the adults. I maintain it. The youth alone cannot run a country. It's not possible. There can't be a mixture of the youth and my friends, my nephews, Abrokwa, all the young ones who have been in government, Ponkroma and others, they are in government. It's never been my argument that they cannot have a say in the run of the country. I said they should be tamed, they should be temperate in the kind of things that they say, and the suggestion that every adult is useless. You look at me, you think I'm useless?
Thank you very much. You are useless. But my information is that as of the time you were in government, you were certainly not the youngest. Nana Kumia was probably younger than you when you were in government. Will you concede that you've made a comment which is inaccurate and then probably correct it?
If I respond, if he joined, I don't recall if Nana Kumia was in the first team. But if he was, and I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong. But I don't think he was.
Yeah. It's okay. Thank you very much. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Honorable Katie Hammond, I first want us to deal with the issue of the Drillship. But before we deal with that, we'll reconcile Article 94 and 280. So 94 talks about prohibition, which disqualifies you as a member of parliament. And by extension, if you want to be a minister and there are adverse findings. I've gone through the entire report of Justice Apple, which I believe you've gone through. Is there any specific paragraph in the findings of Justice Apple that finds you culpable, and by extension, you losing your rights under the circumstance you find yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
2, I have also perused the government white paper, and for the avoidance of doubt, I would read the white paper of government. And I say so, I read it within the context of Article 280D of the Constitution, 2D. I will refer to that later, but let me read what government says. Government directs you to undertake the assignment in 1 above. That is the list of individuals that are to be investigated, the circumstance of transactions and all that. Your name is not mentioned. And then when it comes to the conclusion of government white paper recommendation, this is what government says. And I refer to President John Dramani Mahama government, a white paper which was signed under his name. He says, quote, government further directs IOCO to investigate the mandate and authority and or basis of Honorable K.T. Amon's disbursement of the 900,000 to the law firm Constant and Constant. Yes, $900,000, United States dollars, to Constant and Constant to cater for future debts of GMPC to other creditors. Ab initio, it is clear to me that the government did not find the work of the commission in respect of your involvement in the whole transaction conclusive. You agree with that? You agree with that?
Well, no, if you say they didn't find conclusive, no, it's not conclusive.
Yes, what I'm saying is that from this, the ordinary meaning of the comment by government is that the government does not find it conclusive.
Well, maybe they didn't like it because I was not implicated.
Yes,
yeah, maybe
so
they didn't
it
like
doesn't.
It,
The government did not find it conclusive.
That's right.
Right. Now, government therefore wanted investigation by IOCO into your mandate. Would you say that IOCO invited you in respect of this?
Okay, that's quite important, Mr. Chairman. That statement, completely taken out of context, completely inadequate, completely wrong, does not feature anywhere. The chairman got that bit completely wrong, factually.
Honorable K.T. Amon, Honorable K.T. Amon, please, I claim your attention. Take it easy. Pay attention to my line of questioning, and let's make progress. Please take it easy. The provision under 280 talks about the effect of the report when government takes certain actions under 280. You agree with that? So all I'm saying is that government admitted that you have not been found culpable. Through this comment, government admitted that there is nothing conclusive against you by way of adverse findings. You agree with that? Into the mic. I want your response into the mic.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Therefore, government knowing that there is no conclusion as to adverse findings against you, then directs IOCO to investigate. You agree to that? Do you agree to that?
Well, yes.
Good. So now let's deal with the issue of IOCO. Yeah. My questions are the following. One, did IOCO invite you to investigate you in respect of the following, as quoted by government? Government further direct IOCO to investigate the mandate, one, authority, two, and or the basis of Honorable K.T. Amon's disbursement. I heard you in an earlier answer saying that everything you did was under the direction of government. And in fact, Justice Apo himself, JA as he then was, did say that government had taken certain actions, so it didn't refer to you. I am saying that did IOCO invite you on this matter for the purpose of bringing a finality?
I'm a little reticent because I'm struggling. Something happened, and I'm trying to make a. I think I went, and when I pointed out to them about the
K.T. Amon, with respect, did IOCO, please, Mr. K.T. Amon, please pay attention.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, please bear with me. I hear what you said. I am thinking two things happened. That's why I'm not able. Listen, this is a court. We keep on saying that it's we say it's not a court, it's a house of records. I want to be clear whether they actually invited me or not. I'm thinking this is 2012 to now. It's about 7 or 2 years ago. But let me, Chairman,
please, would it please you to take some water? Would it please you to take some water?
Not quite, no.
Just to relax yourself. Please.
No, I'm fine.
You know when... Bring your attention here.
I understand.
Now, 2015, Mr. Ketiamon. 2015.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
2015 was when we had the government white paper being issued. What I am drawing your attention to is that under the relevant provisions of the Constitution, the report becomes a finality only if 280 is not triggered. Now, government triggered 280. That notwithstanding, the report itself did not come out with adverse findings against you as a person. We've read it, and you have answered that, yes, there was no such thing. Now, let's go to the secondary stage of the steps government took. Government in its white paper under 280D said Iyoko should investigate you. Question. Should further investigate. Meaning that it doesn't find the report conclusive, maybe because the report did not find you, did not come out with adverse findings against you. It could be one of two ways. So, did Iyoko invite you? If you remember,
I don't recall Iyoko inviting me.
Very well. Did Iyoko write to you aspect of this matter specifically?
I don't recall that.
Right. Are you aware whether Iyoko conducted any investigation in respect to this and findings published accordingly? Are you aware?
No, I'm not.
Right. So let's make further progress. So the prohibition which will deny you your rights has, as a minister of state, has not been established under 94. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's self-serving, so I don't want you to answer it for me. As far as I'm concerned, well, no, it has not been established.
Indeed. Now, Anketi, so let's go to the trade, the 1D1F. The 1D1F.
Arab Ketiamon, pay attention. Who is there that is distracting you? Let me remove.
So let's go to 1D1F now. I heard it. Thank you.
I don't know who is there that is distracting you. I want to remove
Don't disturb my brother, General Dambuchi.
Yes, kindly.
So under 1D1F, it is intended to drive the industrialization of our country. Are you aware whether the policy on tax exemption has changed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's become an issue. I have been told that the documents are bogged down in Parliament. We don't appear to have done much about it because I think there is some confusion. I've been told about it. I read from our own the Hansard and of course our parliamentary documents. There seems to be an issue, and so hopefully. I can also tell you, when my name was mentioned, I did mention to the chairman of the finance committee that in the event that Parliament approves that I go to the ministry, we should come over so that we can resolve these matters and make sure that we make some movement.
Okay, so apart from this, are you aware that GIPC has introduced regulation, which regulation seek to limit access to this incentive?
incentive being the tax waivers or whatever. Well, that is reflected in the new Exemptions Act. Is that what you are referring me to?
That is so.
Yes, there is an act of parliament, and so obviously you can put together policies which would be contrary to the act of parliament as exemplified in the Exemptions Act.
So a typical situation is our colleague member of parliament, he has said so publicly, so I'm relying on his public sentiment to ask for your intervention. Our colleague Kennedy Ohine Japan said as a result of the 1D1 decided to venture into the steel business by setting up a steel factory. About 70% of his equipment came, and as a duly registered 1D1F entity, he benefited. And he praised government for that, and he encouraged others to take advantage of the policy. However, he's been complaining bitterly lately that the subsequent machines that came, he had to pay duty because GIPC now says that there is no such incentive in existence. Should you find same to be true, what steps would he take to ensure that this is restored? Because he's a Ghanaian, and there are many Ghanaians who got attracted into this. And it appears that it's not a complaint limited to him alone.
Thank you very much. Chairman, actually, I'm aware of these matters. That is because there appears to have been a continuous flow of communication between the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and the Ministry of Trade on these matters. The letters that I've seen been written from Parliament, signed by the clerk on behalf of the chairman, to the minister, which have dealt. These letters have dealt with this particular matter. The Minister of Trade is also written back to Parliament. So there's been a to and fro. Incidentally, it just happened that Parliament also sent a report. The Finance Committee sent actually a report, which is described as the guidelines on these matters, to the plenary, which the plenary appears to have agreed upon, which does not seem to sit very well with the original policy of government for these exemptions. So yeah, we will be looking at these matters again and then see how we're able to bring sanity to bear in the area. And of course, the likes of Ken Hinegapong and people in his people who are equally pleased as him would have their cases specifically investigated.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, with respect, for our work to be conclusive and to let doubting Thomases have a clear mind, because the Ghanaian public is watching and listening. An important constitutional matter has been raised, which matter, if it is so, would prohibit our respected colleague from holding office. No, Mr. Chair, if you may allow me.
Don't worry, that is our job. If there's anything illegal, I would not approve it. So,
Mr. Chair, I thought you would allow me. You would know the drift.
You're going to put the law to
No, I'm not going to ask him a question.
Then let's wait. Now the man has been sitting down for 3.5 hours. So let's finish with.
Mr. Chair, I thank you. I will not challenge you. I appreciate the opportunity given me then. Thank you so much. I have no further question to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, obviously, Mr. Chairman, we all know that 1D, 1F is a flagship program under this government. Obviously, it is one of the key mandates of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We know that this policy initiative by this government was designed as a program for rural industrialization. with the following key objectives. 1, creation of mass employment. 2, value addition. 3, substitution of import substitution. 4, increase export. And 5, increase in foreign exchange. However, in the 2023 budget, the Minister of Finance had this to say. He said, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is heavily dependent on import. He went on today to say that Ghana had to spend $10 billion US every year for the purposes of import, and listed some of the items we have to import. I want to find out from you, Honorable Nominee. 1, can you outline some of the key achievements the 1D, 1F has achieved so far in terms of the objectives of job creation, import substitution, and export, and most importantly, foreign exchange? Can you please give us, if you have any information about this?
Well, I think I first can take the job creation bit. That's the whole import of it, as you rightly say. We have so much unemployment. You say that in our rural areas, who are rushing to get into the cities. So it was to stem the flow of the youth to the capital to look for non-existent jobs. My understanding is that if all that is in the pipeline, the various industries that are anticipated, are contemplated under the scheme, at least those that have started, which are at various stages of completion, if they all come together, we're looking at about 238,000 direct and indirect employment that's so far been created. So that, I think, is some sort of achievement. You talk about import substitution. I don't know so far what is it that we've been able to produce in such quantities that have had to stem the flow of imports. That I don't know. We do export things. The cashews, the oil palm. I'm not sure about the cocoa, but the things that we produce on the little scale that we all know, some of them are export. Well, cocoa is not probably part of it, but some of them are export. So I should think that they contribute to restoration of our foreign reserves.
Honorable Nominee, so far the government of Ghana has spent 10 billion cedis approximately on this program, including tax exemptions, subsidy on loans, and other incentives. 10 billion Ghana cedis on this program. Considering your answer, do you think this program is worthwhile?
Oh, I think it's worth how much has been put in there. You see, it's in the teasing stages. We haven't seen the completion of the entire package. It started from somewhere. I'm not sure whether Jumako area, we already have one over there. Well, if we have, that's good. Yeah, but it's supposed to spread over the entire country. I suspect that in the end, when it's all put together and the effect is measured, I think we would say that it is worth the effort and money that has gone in. The youth employment thing is it's an area that we should also be interested in. If I understand that because of this policy, some youth have actually come together, established industries, and government is contributed some of the monies that you talk about to ensure that their businesses are up and kicking.
Honorable Nominee, what steps or strategies will you be able to introduce to rejuvenate the 1D, 1F if approved?
the risk of repeating things that I've said, it's not simply coming in there, the KTM wants this and this and this. It's a government, it's a collegiate, it's a collective entity. I've told the hearing that there are plans. The 1D1 is a flagship project for the government. Its concentration is massively focused on it. So it's not what I personally would do. The template is there. I would simply have to make sure that it's properly implemented under my leadership. It's not something that I'm creating from scratch, or the ministry is creating from scratch.
The Honourable Majority Leader wants to ask a question before I come back, so I'll allow him to ask his questions and come back.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's just for the avoidance of doubt question that I'm asking. Now, I think a very fundamental issue has been raised in respect of the qualification or otherwise of the nominee, and Article 94(2)(d) has indeed been cited. Also been brought into the picture is Article 280, the import of it. Now, an issue has been made about the content of the white paper following after the investigation, as from the Commission of Inquiry. And the language is this, that Yoko should further pursue. Suggests that the conclusion, as far as the white paper is concerned, was not conclusive. Mr. Chairman, which is what has been referred to, and just to quote again, government further directs Yoko to investigate the mandate, authority, and/or basis of Honorable Katie Hammond's disbursement of the $900,000 United States dollars to the law firm Constant and Constant to cater for future debts of GMPC to other creditors. Mr. Chairman, I would want to suggest strongly that this committee knocks on the door of Yoko to let us know whether they pursued this matter and brought it to a conclusion. It will be of interest to this committee to so establish. And that is what I'm urging the committee. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a matter we can discuss. He's raised a concern, but I would suggest we discuss this matter before we take a decision on this in camera. Mr. Chairman, he has made. Yeah, he has made a point, but let us discuss it first and then make a determination on this matter. Mr. Chairman, to proceed on my questions. Honorable Katie Hammond, is the Ministry of Trade and Industry an economic ministry? Yes or no?
I would say yes.
Okay. Can you describe the state of Ghanaian economy?
Was the first question a trick one then? And so it is a finance analyst and Honorable Chairman, don't let us make any bones about it. It's not even an open secret. It's a fact that we are in trying times. But it's not only Ghana which is in trying times. You know what I read this morning? The IMF director, the lady, Christina Griviana, forgive me, yes. It's in the news this morning, or last night, but I read it this morning, to have said that, listen, Ghana really was trying, was doing extremely well. Thank you for the compliment. But for two items, COVID and then the Korean War. It's classic. You and I have traveled a lot. Everywhere in the world, there is a problem. Look at Britain. Look at Britain. This and that, you know, everybody is. Don't let us make bones of the economy of Ghana. Ghana is not not an island isolated on its own. We are a formidable part of the global world. There's a difficulty the whole world brought about by certain economic factors, exogenous and internal ones. We accept it. It's difficult, but I tell you, that's not the end of the world.
Honorable Katie Amon, so are you concerned about the state of our economy?
I must be.
So if you are concerned about the state of the economy, we've heard our minister responsible for finance say the time has come for us to burden share. What do you understand by the word burden share? And what role can you play to share the burden with the ordinary Ghanaian?
You see, English is a very malleable language. You got to be careful about interpretation. So when a finance minister makes that kind of comment and it's put to me to interpret it, you put me in a difficulty.
Do you consider burden sharing to mean that the people of Ghana and the government will need to share the burden of economic recovery? Will you consider that as an answer?
The burden of economic recovery, yes, every hand on the wheel, we're all together, make sure that we get back to where we were before COVID and others ravaged the economy.
In the 2023 budget, the Minister of Finance introduced 24 measures, tax measures, aimed at raking in additional tax revenue. Obviously, the ordinary Ghanaian taxpayer is sharing the burden. Have you seen any corresponding burden sharing from the government in the budget? Or have you heard of any corresponding burden sharing as a nominee and as a member of Parliament?
I haven't brought. You are the master of that document, the budget document. The other day you sat me down, you were taking me through a lot of things. So I defer to you on these matters. I haven't found one. You didn't show me. You didn't show me those lines the last time, so I can't be sure about it. But really, it's fair. You make a general point, which I think is good. Burden sharing, which it's not. I don't think it should be the case that somebody expects that some group of people should bear all the difficulties in the system while the others enjoy all the booty. I don't think that is the question. So basically, fundamentally, you make the point. It should cut across board. As to how it operates, I think we should all decide on how we move forward.
Honorable Katie, don't you, in honesty, think that the time has come for the ruling class, starting with the executive, followed by the legislature, and then obviously the judiciary, to make some sacrifices for the ordinary Ghanaian to be aware that we have started sharing the burden? Don't you think
Honorable Minority Leader, I mean, it goes without saying that should be the case. But as to the parameters, as I said, we should all discuss.
So what will you make of, Mr. Minister?
Honorable, would you suggest that members of Parliament, as part of burden sharing, give away not less than 50% of our emoluments? Would you suggest that?
Mr. Chairman, say until I sat here, I was your class captain. Class captain, you should ensure that they are all on your side. So you go and make these public statements, and your class pounces on you. What are you going to do? So I prefer to be mute for the time being.
So, Honorable Minister, Honorable Nominee, and Honorable Katie Hammond, what is your view about those who says that the time has come for Ghana to downsize the size of government? What's your personal view about this matter?
Honorable Minority Leader, what really would you describe as a reasonable size of government? What really? Give me an idea. What do you suggest?
I ask you a question.
Sometimes the class preferred is allowed to answer the question.
As part of burden sharing, and to signal to the people of Ghana that we, the ruling class, don't you think the time has come for us to downsize the size of government?
I answered that previously. I actually said that as a matter for the president who was voted for by the whole country. And he's the deputy president, so these are matters I think he can comfortably deal with.
Honorable K.T. Hammond, on the 4th of April 2014, you did a press conference that was captured by an online portal, mps.com. mps.com.
No, the date.
4th of April 2014. You were then the ranking member of Energy, Mines and Energy. And you said, blame Mahama's incompetence for economic woes. You went on to say, and let me read what the news portal reported. According to Mr. Hammond, who also is the MP for Adanse Asokwa, the current economic challenge the country is facing is as a result of incompetence of the Mahama administration. Why should petroleum prices be consistently increased? Why should we be subject to the incompetence of the administration of economic mismanagement of this country? It is simply the same incompetence. Honorable K.T. Hammond, at the time you made a statement, the liter of petrol was 3 cedis. 3 cedis. Today, a liter of petrol, a liter of petrol is 14.9, almost 15 cedis per liter. If Mahama was incompetent then, how will you describe the current president?
Mr. Chairman, I think Atsu has made a quantum leap to get to where he is now. He doesn't even ascertain whether I wrote it or I didn't write it. I don't know what he's talking about. So put questions to me based on a document I don't even know about. It's completely unfair. I don't know about that. I don't see my language in the kind of things that he said.
Are you denying knowledge of
Absolutely. Except, of course, it's my document with my signature. Then, of course, I thought you said some portal when they reported something. Be careful, minority leader. I'm praying for you. Sometime later, you might want to be finance minister. Be careful when you get these portals on whatever news media and you start quoting that you fall in trouble.
Your job is to accept or deny. So I'm only waiting for you to give me whether you said that or you never said that.
I don't know about the document. I would have been talking about petroleum and others incompetence, but I've been dropping left, right, and center. The combination of the lot, I don't recall.
Okay.
Can you recall anything at all?
So, Honorable Nominee, traders are complaining of the free fall of the Ghanaian cedi. If approved as a Minister of Trade and Industry, what will you do differently to help the government shore up our reserves and to get the city to stabilize?
How do you say, again, I've made this point here before, publicly. See, some of this microeconomics thing that you have been teaching me yourself, they are not entirely the responsibility of various sector ministers. This is a Bank of Ghana business. You know, when you look at the constitution and those other things, Bank of Ghana is also to ensure that the what do you call it, foreign country, and then the monetary policy is one, and of course the fluctuation, the yo-yoing of the city. These matters are controlled. They are not really the responsibility of local government minister Damboje. They are not the entire responsibility of the final, the Honorable Napo or the Honorable my sister. Communication. You see, it's the collective thing, headed obviously by the finance minister. But some of these nitty-gritties, I have always maintained that find this in the Bank of Ghana. I have situations I've read, I've seen it, press conferences, Bank of Ghana, Bank of England, I mean, the Fed chairman, they come out and they deal with these matters. Although some of these questions should also be posed at them.
I can understand where you're coming from, Honorable Nominee. Apart from to say that import substitution facilitation is also a responsibility of Ministry of Trade and Industry.
I accept that. We
and
talked
you will
about
have
that.
a role to play to support the government if approved.
We discussed that at length in the previous question, so I accept that entirely.
Another question. The same traders and particularly the industry, they are complaining of the cost of lending. Cost of lending is a major drain on businesses. It is affecting industries, affecting traders. As a trade minister, and I've heard your predecessor make those comments, what will you do differently to assist traders to get access to cheap loans for their businesses and to grow the economy?
Again, I share in your concern. We've all been wondering, why is it that the cost of borrowing in Ghana is so atrocious? We've all been asking, what is it? But it must be for some reason. The money would first come from Bank of Ghana to the commercial banks. And then I think they add their top-ups and then whatever. In the end, the traders are saddled with what they have. It's a difficulty, but as I've told you, in terms of the one district, one factory, and all the other bits that I've indicated, there are clear, government has issued directives on what is to be done. The incentives to be given by way of payment of some of the interest to these companies, and then also making sure that they've actually put together what they call the participating financial institutions, which have been encouraged, Mr. Chairman, to give loans to these enterprises. Of course, also to the waivers that we have alluded to, which are indicated clogged up in Parliament. So, Mr. Minority Leader, yes, we would get there. Also, how we get there, I read that at a point in time when they were paying about 20% or so percentage rate of interest, this government had insisted that I should pay half of it. It's now about 30. I myself tried to raise some loan from some bank the other day. I can say to you in confidence, if you wouldn't tell anybody, the rate of return that they put on it was so horrifying that I thanked them and I walked away. It's a difficulty which would have to be resolved one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. Mr. Chairman, the President obviously appoints ministers. And if you look at Article 78(1), it says that the Minister of State shall be appointed by the President with the prior approval of Parliament from among members of Parliament or persons qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. The 2 says the President shall appoint such number of ministers of state as may be necessary for the efficient running of state. Honourable Minister, when vetting, Honourable Nominee, when vetting ministerial nominees, what I look out for is temperament. Today, as I sit here, I could see that you lost your temper at one point. My question is, as a minister, you will certainly be provoked if approved. Will you exercise the patience to do the work as required by the Constitution?
No, it's not straight yes. You know me for many, many years. You know, I joke a lot. People think that all I do is joke and all of that. I believe in proper human relationship. What I can't stand is when consciously somebody tries to play diabolics with me. I can't stand it. So that is what ignited this in me. When we started Chief Whip, I was laughing. He warned me it's national television. I shouldn't joke and all that. I think that tempers. Life is too short. We shouldn't be so serious about everything. That is why I always am laughing. My relationship with people is solid. I believe in it. But nobody plays games with me. What the honourable member tried to do was not fair. I'm prepared to tone down my language. Every single thing that he said was not in the report. Every single thing he said was not in the...
Yeah.
Thank you. I would contain my temperament and then I would relate beautifully with everybody.
That's the assurance I was waiting to hear. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure that I should ask you any more questions because you have told the whole world that I used to fetch water for you at school, which is true.
I've done good by you, you know. I've done good by you, I tell you. Look at you. excellent. You know, I was all through my instrumentality. Clap for me.
I'll ask you, when will you finish your project at our school? They are watching you. I've told them they'll ask you.
I asked you to bring some contribution. You said I should pay for your contribution. You know, I mean, supposed to do something. Few people are prepared. Everybody is complaining. So I said you should. You said that for all the water you carried for me, I should pay your contribution. I will do our best. You know.
Very well, Honorable Ketiabo, thank you for attending upon the committee to answer questions. You will hear from us after we have considered. For now, you're discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, before let me thank my colleagues. Actually, I expected as class prefect you would have done this in about 10 minutes. You know, in the end, it's gone into so many hours. But Honorable Ayaga,
Honorable Ketiamo,
don't worry about anything.
You're discharged, please.
I'm grateful to everybody.
Other members, let's break for lunch. We'll resume at 3 p.m.
Security Council has picked up intelligence on the likelihood of imminent clashes between two feuding factions within the East Legon enclave, particularly Topkins Limited and Ampa Builders. Therefore, in line with our mandates, as stipulated in the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act 2020 at 1030 Section 7, which amongst other things indicates that RECSEC should take immediate steps to ensure law and order. The Regional Security Council, at an emergency meeting held on Thursday, 16 February 2023, has taken the following decisions. 1. The entire area under dispute has been declared a security zone effective today, 16th February 2023. Effective today, 16th February 2023, RECSEC has taken over the security of the area. 2. RECSEC will deploy security personnel to the area to ensure peace and calm. 3. All land guard activities should cease henceforth. I repeat, all land guard activities should cease henceforth. These decisions have been taken considering the fact that the situation has become a recipe for disaster and a cause for security concern in the region. By these decisions, RECSEC is in no way, and I repeat, RECSEC is in no way challenging the decisions of the courts, interpreting the court's decisions, determining the actual owners of the land. Once again, we are doing this to ensure there is no breach of the peace in the entire area and disputes and the region as a whole. We therefore appeal to the media to be circumspect in their reportage in order not to inflame passions that might undermine the security of the area.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech in 2023 on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholomeka. On this episode, we'll be talking about Ghana's fast-rising electronic sports industry and how it's impacting people socially and also the economy at large. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off another break on BizTech. My guest is Dabi Diamond, and she's the manager at the Yetra E-Blue Sports E-Stadium here at the Accra Mall. Dabi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah.
So where exactly are we now?
So this is Yetra E-Blue Esports Stadium located at the Accra Mall. We're on the same lane as the banks. So anytime you come, you want to play video games, you want to play PC games, this is the right place. We are giving gamers the ultimate experience.
Yeah, so I've been hearing this word esports. What exactly is esports?
So simply put, electronic sports, you know, people or gamers playing competitively to win a prize. And the people who play those games are known as professional gamers or esports athletes. They come play against each other and win bragging rights or a cash prize or a car or anything. So that is what esports is all about. Yeah.
And what specifically goes into creating these tournaments and all of that?
Well, first of all, you need to select what game genre you want to have people compete against. Is it FIFA? Is it Call of Duty? Is it PUBG? Is it Apex? Is it Fortnite? Once you get that, you just put out a call for gamers to come and compete. Of course, you need to have your cash prize, you need to have sponsors on board, you need to have a venue like Yetra to have those tournaments. And so basically that's it. Yeah.
So the esports sector is one that is growing. It's picking up. I mean, you tend to have a lot more younger people coming into. How has the growth been over the years, specifically globally and also in Ghana as well?
Okay, globally, like esports is growing. I mean, especially during the COVID-19 period in 2020, esports grew even more than the music and movie industry combined.
Wow, that's a lot.
Combined, that's a lot. And so we've seen that esports is growing. In Africa, it's picking up, you know. We have countries like South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana actively participating in esports tournaments across the world, and not just in their localities. So you can see that esports is growing. The streaming community too is growing, because casual gamers are now putting up a camera, streaming on Twitch, streaming on YouTube gaming, Facebook gaming, and those platforms are even racking up the numbers because people love to watch people play games. And they are making money, those with personalities doing whatever and playing games. Yeah. So the esports industry is really growing, especially in Ghana, where esports or gaming at a point was seen to be for kubolos.
Yes.
Now it's not for kubolos. I mean, one PlayStation 5 is about 12,000 Ghana cedis.
That's a lot of money.
And that is sitting in somebody's room. Is that person a kubolo? No, I don't think so.
It costs a lot of money to entertain yourself.
Yes,
like
yes.
that way.
And people are taking it more seriously as a career path, not just in gaming. We have game development, we have graphic designers, we have people who set up stadiums like this, all in esports. So esports is growing in Ghana.
You mentioned a very key point, which is the professional aspect of it, because this is not just like an entertainment for people. There are people that actually make more money. So like, let's just quickly delve down into that sector. How is it professionally to be an esports person?
So, to be an esports person, first of all, again, you need to choose what genre of game you want to be in. And then you have practice and all that. You join an esports team that's going to manage you, put you on platforms to compete and all that. That's if you want to go through the professional gamer part of it. There are also aspects where people want to be managers. People want to be sponsors of these teams. People want to be game developers and all that. All boils down to the STEM education we are trying to push. You know, kids come and train how to use the computer and all that. So hand-eye coordination, keypad dexterity. Somebody playing FIFA on the console using it can equally drive a drone. You understand? So all those skills come into play. So if you pick that part and then you are giving yourself that, okay, I'm an esports athlete, this is the career I want to go into. I join an esports team, I have schedules, I have training, just like traditional sports. Like a footballer goes to the pitch to train, or you also have that. Your health is also important, your posture on your chair, your fingers, that's what you used to play.
So it takes a lot of technique and skill and all of that. So it's not just having to just play, come and just enjoy your time and just go. Just
play. It's not just about the playing. A whole lot goes into it, and you need a team with you to help you get through the right stages.
Yeah, so I want to come down to internet, which is a very, very, very key point of the whole esports.
Oh my God.
The whole esports industry. How's the internet impacting the whole esports industry?
I mean, that's a story for a whole other show. But like, I mean, our internet service providers need to fall or come into the esports industry big time. They need to know that this is the industry that is racking up a lot of numbers and racking up a lot of money. So they need to provide better service for internet. There are certain games that rely solely on online play, which is internet. A game like Call of Duty or PUBG, if you don't have a latency of 100 ms or lower, you cannot have a fluid play. You understand?
So you need a much higher
internet, you understand? You need faster speed, better latency and all that. And some of the internet service providers, they are trying, but you know, they need to they need to get there. And also what will help us is for us to get certain game publishers to have their servers in Africa. We have instances where we are competing in tournaments and we can't compete because our internet is so bad or the server is far away. Somebody will score you 5 minutes later before you know that.
So you get a late speed,
late speed and all that. So if someone like FIFA or EA Sports decide that, okay, I'm bringing my server to Ghana, that will also solve the problem for us. It's in the works.
Gabby, so I've been learning quite a lot from you. I'll take a quick break and then I'm sure we'll be sitting in one of these things to play a game and see how it goes. I've been speaking with Gabby Diamond, and she's a manager here at the Yetra E-Blue Esports Stadium at the Accra Mall. We've been talking about Ghana's fast-rising electronic sports industry and how it's impacting the economy as well as social life. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. demonstration, I ran into Kwesi Hayford, and he's the president of the Electronic Sport Association of Ghana. Kwesi, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, funny enough, I just ran into you here.
Ah.
Yeah. How are things in the esports sector?
I think things are shaping up well. This particular last year, 2022, was a good year for Ghana. We were able to send players to Istanbul. We were able to send players to Bali, Indonesia, all to participate in international esports tournament. So we ended the year very well, and I believe that in this beautiful space, the first esports stadium, Yetra Esports Stadium in Ghana, it also came on stream on the 25th of December. So, in fact, everything came out very well for us. I believe that people are getting to appreciate what esports is, because it's the future of work. There's so much that is attached to esports. So I believe the space is growing. And people, when you see such an establishment here, that should tell you that people are getting to understand the ecosystem.
Finally, what are the prospects for the sector? Because, like you said, you had sent a lot of players to Ghana, outside of Ghana and all of that. How is it looking like for you guys?
Well, you look at the global space and you see if what other countries are doing. That should give you a hint of where esports is going. Esports is the only sports or the discipline that combines the top 3 tier of industrialization. So you talk about technology, you talk about sports, you talk about entertainment. When you combine all these 3, esports is in there, right? So that gives us an opportunity to see that there are other employment opportunities that are springing up. For us, Ghana, is for us to really position it. And also the fourth one, let me say, the youth. Esports is driven by the youth and the interest and passion of the youth. So it's really a space for us to really go into, delve into. It also expands the scope of game development. And when you talk about video games, it's bigger than movies and music together. So that also positions us for us to create unique experiences for our culture, build experiences that are towards into AI, into VR and other experiences.
All right, Kwesi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's Kwesi Hayford, and he's the president of the Esports Association. He's been sharing his bits with me on how the sector is going in Ghana. I still have Dabi Diamond with me, and she will be going through a demonstration of how some of the games here work at the Yetra E-Blue Sports Stadium at the Accra. Dabi, I've been learning quite a lot from you on the esports sector, and we actually find ourselves behind one of these machines. Before we go into it, this is a really, really huge machine. And I see all kinds of lights. And what kind of investment went into buying all these things? And
these machines are gaming machines. So we have our mechanical mouse, our mechanical keyboard, headphones, proper gamer setup, our graphics card, GTX 3060s. I mean, you can get it anywhere.
So you need like specific things to be inside the machine.
Exactly.
Not just you buy a machine.
Yeah. So it's capable of giving you the ultimate gaming experience. I mean, any gamer who plays Fortnite, Apex, Call of Duty, PUBG, League of Legends, just to name a few, will enjoy playing video games right here.
Just briefly, then that means the storage, because all these games, I see lots of them. You have to store them onto your servers and all of that.
Yes.
That's quite a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and we have over 800 games.
Wow.
Yes, even the ones you don't have, the system allows you to download it and play. Yes.
We haven't even talked about the updates.
Yes.
Wow, very interesting.
There's some games you download it for like 80 gig, and you have to update it like 30 gig and all that. So it varies.
So I want to come to gender. People growing up will always think, games are for only boys. And do we get to? Are we seeing some changes in the gender balance, having more women come here to play video games and all that?
I mean, it's obvious that we are seeing changes, right? Look at me talking to you. You could be talking to some guy somewhere else by now, but we've come a long way. I mean, and it's understandable that the gaming industry in Ghana is male dominated. It's understandable because of how we grew up, the setup, you know. Growing up, the girls are in the kitchen, the guys are wherever they want to be, which is unfair sometimes. And now we are breaking the status quo, we are breaking the stereotypes, and girls are coming out more to play video games, FIFA. We have the best female gamer, FIFA gamer girl Nika.
Oh wow.
Top, she's competing with the guys, killing with the guys. We have a top Apex Legends player, Rita Lucia. Like, we have so many girls who are doing well, and we have initiatives that are organizing tournaments to bring these ladies out. I mean, we've been playing games, you've been sitting with your boyfriend and playing games. I mean, come out, you know. So initiatives like the Gamer Girl initiative, which I started with the Esports association presidents. So we're just bringing more ladies out. We have a Queens group, that's a collective of all the female gamers in Ghana, whether you play mobile games, console games, or PC games. We are all, you know, we just making sure that we have everybody. We have over 100 females playing games.
That's very impressive.
Yes. So now what we have to do is give them the opportunities, give them the platform, and give them the skill they need. You know, guys, they easily get a console to train and all that. Some ladies can't go into the game center or the game kiosk and go and you know, play FIFA. You are playing with a girl or something. You understand? Yeah. But now safe spaces like this are there for girls to come and train, you know, come and exercise their fingers, you know, everything that they need, we have here. Yeah.
Right. Very well spoken.
Yeah.
And so let's get into it. I mean, I see what's this game?
So this is Fortnite.
The famous Fortnite.
The famous Fortnite. Yes, yes. This is the famous Fortnite. Fortnite. And
so how does it work?
Currently, I mean, I started the game before we started talking, so we've been killed. Oh. Right now, we are spectating one of our teammates, and basically you run, kill other people in the game. You know, collect weapons, collect wood, and build. So if somebody is shooting at you, you could build something to block them, the bullets from touching you and all that. At the end of the day, we want to see who the last man or woman is standing, and then the winner is declared. So,
and you do this with other users across the world?
Yes, across the world. It's online play.
Because I understand this game is extremely lucrative.
Yes.
It brings in a lot of
revenue. A lot of revenue, you know. And you're playing, I mean, depending on the mode you choose. Right now, I chose the trios. Okay. So you're playing with two other teammates.
So
yes, it's not just you. And you have the opportunity to communicate with them. So you're doing strategy, you're doing teamwork, you're doing communication, you're getting all that.
All the skills just to be into it.
Yes. Okay. And those skills can be transferred into real life as well. You understand? So if a kid is playing Fortnite, imagine the kid building up the communication skills, building up the hand-eye coordination, because you're using the mouse, you're using the keyboard, and you're looking at the screen as well. That's what we want to develop with esports.
I was going to come to that. How impactful is the esports for, I mean, young students coming up, especially mathematics? I mean, you mentioned a lot of, you know, mental strength and all these other things, and the comfort it gives you and all of that. How impactful is it for, especially like really young kids?
So esports, like I said, it's just here to boost the STEM education. You know, over here, everything you see here is STEM, from the architect to the game developers to the setup and everything is all STEM, and it's under esports. And so the impact is that whatever you are studying here, whatever you are playing over here, you'll be able to use it in future purposes. I mean, we have a sim rig racing stimulator where it will be coming soon. But when you have people can learn how to drive with a sim racing. Before you even get on the road itself, you have already learned the basics. You know, you want to learn how to fly a plane, you learn it over here before you go. So we are just trying to promote STEM education with esports. For example, there was this lady who let's not get to that. But I'm just the enormous benefits of esports, especially for children when they start early. You know, it's great because you get all these skills, all these things, and then you can put it into real life. If you have a child who is timid, you should get him. bringing into esports and all that, having them develop their capacity as well. Yeah.
Finally, we're wrapping up. You guys have been operating for quite some time.
Yeah.
How's the patronage been for you guys?
It's been great. You know, we opened on Christmas Day, yay! And so
you had lots of people coming here.
Of course, a lot of people were here, and since then the response has been great. People are loving the space. There's nothing like this in Ghana. So the whole experience, the whole ambience of playing in a fully equipped esports stadium is what people are coming for, and we do not disappoint. Whichever game you want to play, whether it's on console or on PC, we've got you covered, and it's nice. People are experiencing great things, and it's about time something like this is in Ghana, and I think I love it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
I've been speaking with Debbie Diamond, and she's the manager here at the Yetra E-Blue Esports Stadium at the Accra Mall. We've been talking about Ghana's electronic sports sector and how it's impacting social life and also the economy as well. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website www.GhanaWeb.com and follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, at the GhanaWeb, and also our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Do make a date with Ernestina Sewa Asante with this headlines on GhanaWeb TV.
Ayo, adafu mi cheche mwe na mufie ekofimfo beka se boko mo amukodi vouze na ye muse ye mo anu mo ase se nyina ya abo pepepe single so mo aja se moda kwawo ni nyina ye dindi akogunti ze vouze mu nsem mu nkomo e na industry mu just ye kan the latest celebrity news amabroni mikita wo mensem se nti ye de ye nchekwa mama ye ntwan won ye ko banko mo ho GhanaWeb TV be de mu nkomo nyina ni nchiremu akese ni social media trends e de abeto amamo. Mesa so ba wa kwa banko mo ho GhanaWeb TV na chesama broni mede nchemu nyina abesomo na wotwe de mesra meka vows de mu kire ye bia nkasa chese hu sa adofo asusu adofo nsa na ye mie ni ye celebrities photo shoot chese Vows Day will be a photo shoot, Christmas will be a photo shoot, one baby will be a photo shoot. Just say, be a photo shoot. Now, feed it. Now, one fan chamo can say red, na sexy pictures. Nia, ye huni na. Now, ye can win Mr. Vows Day was a for adophonominty, more ware, more chimpany, more ding, a mother. Bessie Bisa will give to you, be and I say, Bessine, won't say what partner Kai was a more boyfriends and more girlfriends that day. It is a more side chicks and I more side dudes. Now, me a fan go home. Now, ye can was celebrity a year after 2023 Valentine's Day celebrity sir and a budget to the Nukunu Dr. Evans Agotete and Nama Meg Brown and the Nukunu Maxwell Stacey Amwatin in Nikunu a Kofi Ochame just a Tracy Boatin in Nikunu Frank just a celebrities in the Wabomodin D and Casajo Metals in Muso no so man shout out the more day or home just out of first so out of Fonsa a cosmejus and baby one partners a celebrity on papa but not just say Chrome had the wound say Ebasana just want to me pressure now. No akokope baby akokote ko social media wow office Ghana how we pass in any dorin kuta ne den just say what the shisha ye ni ade nda famous assistant na afi de wan ye bia na just say ja wo de want to ma be media no kofu za ma bonye no kware but echi be di nkomo na ye ka social media e trends for Valentine's Day no bi baba cause no so trendy pa ye na agrad that say also friend evangelist mama pat on ni kunu just say wo di vows na kasa na video bi e beto odwa na say osofo bia wo say what sorry a wo sum nyame we o share red bra e de white t-shirt bi na just odi egu so no mafoche ma na wo so yourself na wo expose hu na fine na kosi him but a person dey na end from Dolores from poor man so I delay ono so ye video bi chen wo so no so wa craft flowers man who from Dolores to Dolores cause to the Beyonce gifts no nya bi say dey self love wan kasa na wedi na say social media dey wo share ni ne nkofo ne one post just say ne end from kra say wa monye bi me na me kan say mon shedding e bia next year day enimi na e bia Yakopon ye wadom na won sa to bi so nsu kra
Omo muni girls ne boys ne panafo ni kunu ne yere no mo nkan ha. Ya te WhatsApp group. Me na me add me. Me na me hwe om so nkan ha. Ye single, certified fresh. My agiatum. E don so nche say Valentine's Day ni bi ebedi. Send me say my order flowers. And my mature note from Dolores to Dolores because I love myself. Na ma ndo me ho anwa na be do me. So what must say? Inte was so with me do ho. Na was the order chocolate bi, cake bi, pabwe bi. Na wa to bi ama ho. Na wa jeje wo ho so. Jeje wo ho so. O twimi ne ode. Me tie me twimi yem de che ma carry. Twimi yem de pa. Na wa ka che abusuafo na e wa broche no bogus no. Eso mo download the Lemonade Finance app no. Omina son send sika no mu use promo code delay. Ne mu de odofo. So what must say? Standard.
Yen to aswa na watwi de se hu se picture bi trend aye otumfo yere Queen Julia just say hu se rasne ne actor Gianni chen present some portrait bi mana bi de mu nchiremu embrel na ye ni na aka Vows Day hu no do otumfo ankasa asante hene o se etutu ono na metu chema wo just ono akasa efa Ghana Post no ono aka deliver ni Vows Day president and man ne yere Queen Julia na wa wo hwa portrait fefefe bi a Queen Julia nenim da so enye no nko am hu so obo unso no other Ghana Post company ano ono nso no oka delegation e ko present items ne ma Queen Julia na so ono nso kita flower na box bi ni ama just say nyama wo man kasa manfo jema just all no dia aka obi a just say Vows Day ni mu di no on all levels ahimfo no mu di Vows Day ne na echichufo nso di Vows Day celebrities ni say mo an wo kan na just say penny be just say ade ne kwa yawe ho se mkofo chima just say ebo be say 12 delivery guy bi amfre won na wo djum say ade ye MTN fo na haja enye MTN fo na ya bibia just say wenye bia na just say wenye bi nti say de ya abotre nkwa aba che say wo ye be man kasa obe mo do na yere de ne say ya ade just say we look up to nti just say hu say ye ras nene wo mko deliver portrait ni flowers kama e bi nso na na say na ye kana na nso nsa ato bi na just say Vows Day no nso wedi ne mu odin ankasa na nkomo edi ho ne se wo beka ya last week na mbetu dwa se wo keka yeteti se actress Efiashua oba ashua ba ko be Valentina wa ware na we dey asem de na ne fans congratulate ni na adam fo twotwo Tracy Boache kwa posti any picture de to as say congratulations na mafuche mo we nyina confirm say you yampa wa ware na Efia sanso de na asem ba betu dwa chire mo so ware mo amoka so ware na fan lo ko so se ni nyina na ye photo shoot you kente na mu so o hye no wa ye ni makeup hye ka wo ne ring finger no so se ni nyina na ye photo shoot Efia chirema je se wo se wo na na tornado ne nam na wo se wa to aware so ye second wife mo hini bi o se ni nyina ye ntro se oti da se abana che se wa mane crash no de na moto chema na to na do nse mo de betu dwa se we jo hini bi prado or blackmailing no wa se ni nyina anya no kware na wotwe de onipa ba kwa che se ne ho aye hyewa nkasa na tornado kuru ya nse mo de betu dwa fa Efia Schwarzenegger ho na che se ko ba se Efia Schwarzenegger na che se ota account bi echi na wa bo pa odafu tie mu nsem ni wa bo pa che so no aka so obi onim no no message na tornado ka so Efia ware no onim hu information no wa to aware so your second wife na ohini no kra we je ni ka no blackmailing nti se bia na tornado na kita ni information aka so obi na ba ni DM no be kan no so fa na World Cup e no den se mi betu dwa na che se aware so ma che se amafo social media wo chire ma se de na tornado 0 Efia Schwarzenegger 1 ni nyina ne se chese Efia abopa am obi ne na tornado chat te so obi owo information chese second first wife you also hini first wife kru oye ono na chese owo information na chese betumi egu Efia Schwarzenegger eni masepoto na nya se wo si tornado so an ho call Marriott Hotel chese o akọ show ni pay o kita ese information na betumi dia asay Efia kra so kodu chese Efia nkrofu ye bi o twen obi amba owie no so an ho no kofie na se me betu de no se nana odi tona automatic na wo se no bi woman just a well bua for so was watching my wine and fracadam just a well buna praying now also one information no be so information pa na ka hwehwe mu duadua mu ye one investigation just what say our man hu na wako hotel just say when ma kogu ase na just say na what twi dey fia chas nega trolley away trolley na tornado ne oh ese wani ense wo ka kire kra and I say the fear shots nega ne na tornado back and forth na so social media di kogu ho a na Jupiter the general wakasa an oba talkatainment on during abanama abaya ene ebedidi nkomo no che say Jupiter den sem bia to dwa che ma nya say bia opese okasa na say bia hu social media na say bia opese okasa for no reason chema there's some challenges our industry so onya you get what I'm saying on ma okasa na say ne kwan so ano no osanso kaka wa di ntremu betu dwade ntia obi fi episode some time ago to pemu je simunia manyema etia no abomodin etia talkatainment about YouTube GhanaWeb TV ati so benye bia hwe latest interview on talkatainment nsem ne de do so men kan dada unti pomodin a ne pebite na je say nsem ewo mu ankasa wate ase and hina na eko ya Jackson I won't or start just as a child actress just oyisini ya on papa won send papa de ye kai movie producers and directors and just we je ne di ankasa wo na ya say de otunwum na ya seme da power so ni say ya Jackson wa wo kam oba very ma fefe kama on ne ne boyfriend obaka se baby daddy na wo kam abofree na emu nsem na je say anye niefo pesa so obaka se papa yi brayo ne ya wuyi ase we cheati wa afa na echi ne fa ne kosi ya Jackson se onye ono no ye first person obeye baby mama onye ono nkwa na nifi asemo na onye ono nkwa no beye nipa a oye first person na bere ma afa na echi so ono mpo de se bia otete sa cheati ne za anyama na ma enka ne quote kwa na ka ne finger so ono ankasa so owo na adim yo ono atini jahu sa hye na ono ankasa wo hwemu na se bia abro no so obefi wo ba kirema sa eyi room obi na mo spread is gay bi na den o se ne no kware wo fabricating one ankasa nipa bonifu bi na ekosha ase ne se wa 4G eyi screenshot ye beto just say ni baby daddy ni obia foforo chat na ti Jackson de mchema be say on chiti yes say what say eyi nkofo a wododo wo ho chema ebetumi aba say enche kra obeware so no kwa say wo ware mpo a esa ne say mukọ concern sa mu subani nti boye ni low key omo obi ante na ya Jackson de eyi nsem bia betuja afa ne ne bawa wo ne foforo hu o chema ono ohun se onyem no na atwam 5 months oso no onim oso anko onim anka se na anka na edidi mu nsam ne adanko behwere so ye pa but ne oso no ase ne bosofu no ne bi adwan bi no ne konza asan ni bi aha ti okọ check o se edem 5 months oso no kwampo we hu na obo show sa o update ni nyama o social media until 7 months no te zaza afedi epie suban ti se nyi se huntumi fancy wo twu mu time ebe 27 months ni na epie na afedi o de bibia to 20 ono akasa so she had her own reason nti a wan fan betu dwa ankasa o onyem na obe front ni e fan no kosi nti ya Jackson e de atu dwa sanso a chenmu se aya tete on Zion Felix the year interview so or to say ma focus so ni baby daddy no brema no ne wo no or your fraud bi so ote bata ni na on fa nya asem ti mo de mo maye ngina ya ansem yu so me tem ne de etefieta bank situation ni bebre wo ti mo maye try nkaka na say ye ko ba nkomo ho GhanaWeb TV amaboni ni aka nyina ma besan egu ho amam so mo akwa abankomo na ye say ye didi na edidi kwanyenim na wo be kaya last week na me betu dwa say Grammys an te say Stonebwoy kopie mo ho edem na te say wo dressing ya wo de ko ani ade say wo tel Ghana enim kidi na wo hobi dental wo hobi guilty beat so kopie mo Grammy na na ocha me kwa me de na anu sem na anu disem bia betu dwa kire mo so onu na ka wo ma ni invitation yi bia adofo na aden o san ko betu tunu ntame mu kente papa bi pa je say ne boye den a je say papa pani bi bon ready bi anko betutumu na wa hye na ahene ma ne ye fe Ghana fo ahene ma yibi na ori anka wa bomoden ape eye box music box bi na tese adowa sounds na aha nubi koso so ntumi nsu ya tese mo aya mo bo ntwene ne ade ntumi nsu won ko Grammys won se anko bepe eye recording kakra egu music box bi so na ka tese wa dangana mamre ne tese yen tradition yen culture di e wo international stage ni so o chema hu se tese celebrity said do only could peel honor, but Sankono na ko man invite on kono de nko betel Ghana nko be represent Ghana ese no in his own way na nka we front money ade ne ade Tama bisa mo call Grammys na nka mu jedi say nka wo portray Ghana je say bia suit na say nka wo de to nche na je say wo fra Ghana de bi say bia captain na say design bia nka be che say wo Ghana for na but make ka won say eye denta won say red carpet no so or share kente pan fe beaded kente pistes na design man tin so me ka say ono so call eye Grammy stage no so or represent Ghana. So waka so bia ye wedding wo krom ha say na say o man pahin na do dan kwaku fado tutu ntame mankasa akosa wedding bia na no me bedi adanse wedding say eye titro for wedding akasa eye na eye hawa kumsin ani babia eye ama kumsin e ware so worries no gazing at say where they nasin man penya do dan kwakufado de ni kire ho na yire first lady Rebecca no wo hope na say teacher fu say MPs bi ni ade say oh where they need their work kan na bride na nkasa na wo hwe dressing customary marriage na nkasa say o kire kente ni beaded gown bi ni ade na where they na nkasa de o wenjija ne ho nkasa o dress kama ni white gown yi fe kama reception we so atare fe say where they need their penny be hwe na wo say man penya na do kwafado ho say where they na no kodu odo bi na as a first lady net ho na beautiful Rebecca I say no friend on aso miemia ni shoulder bi kakra na say hey man panyi woni odo di ankasa nti where de ne de krom ha de na watwe atwam di oh wake kan say awa kumsin ba ama kumsin where de ne de edu twam KK representing I'm Black Sheriff Hako winning award Kesibi Pa at Ghana for him. Now Air Sound City MVP awards ekoso Nigeria. Say one boni din say no a hip hop artist of the year. Into hip hop art na no just so winning na just say ebetu na just Ghana for social media na also KK there. Just say ye jiwudi ankasa. Won say what starting is say enche kwa na say Grammys yadi woje be mine. Nti na ye kan say ye Black Sheriff congratulations. We wish you all the best in the year 2023. And him say release big projects and the sad boys in the house obi ankoda wo ba kai say eye Sonny Badu Ghana new gospel musician or sanso a preacher or the betu dwa say mo amu report ne say nwien bi nyina tesa no o se ni nyina tumi ma ho kwan ma te say sunsun boni evil spirit ebu wramu Ubeka ya Bible ni mu eye sa papa na say he was possessed by demons. Yankopon e cast demons or cast kogu mpreko bi mu ate say wo ko rap mu. Sa story. Nti no bi nti ejidful just say eye mpreko wo ho ntew nti say wo nya nam kwa bi no mu re. Ba no mi say bi no mu de mo re ankasa mo re. Mo de mo fa bi am bury. Mujemudi. Na ina Sonny Badu be ka say we pray kwa e ma ho kwan ma say evil spirits ebo ramu o make explanation ti wa wo tie na say be apesa wo jabnike tie ni mu asem na hu baby ofi ba na mo nte na se yi ankasa no dey say be betu na eye prophet kum chacha say wo bua o say Bible ni wo baby e ni wan wa tro say wo we pray ko ti mo amore mo nko so anwen na me bem say we nso anyi na akaden nti asem na kwakọ chefa ebinum kire ma Sonny Badu Bible ni mu hifa na te say wo say wo we pray ko say point kire won quote sa chapter na te say ni no wo beje di ma manfo mo so wa odu nche ma banti wa wo tie mu akasa wo say pray ko no mo nte so aka na ko say na mu ye na ase huhumbo no etumi bowura mu Oko hoko ye den unu so oko social media den e tanka ne Twitter they say trending emu odin ankasa na watwe ya na ehun say ye US embassy in Ghana one Twitter official Twitter handle no obi bisa questions so hun say na say na mkwa so hu billboard bi o say wo ma US visa ni ade say nkofo so ebi ni mu jedi ni ade na Twitter user bi ko bi tag ye US embassy bisa so we no kware ana na o se hwe pese hu kwache na pese wa avoid ko hoko ye den situation bia na bomodin na use one official website no nti one on public ni say sa one worker say they offer visa na say na fine ko say agencies no say mu nje wondi mu use the right path na hoko ye den no say trendy ankasa some young man bi enso no so one zo akọ viral na video bi ebeto ya no bisa so uko na akọ mama baby say hoko ye den say one tamade sa ba ye eyi tema say use na say eno de wa onim say wo ya ke ni krom ha say kwa bibi na tese wa wo fo beto say wokọ ho kwa ye den anka wanko hanka we nyina amba ene fan ne kosinti eye US embassy in Ghana say se wo mpese wo ye wudwurum wo bu fa so de ena yusu eye one right website ne se wo pɛ visa nya sa se de wokọ ho kwa ye den wo di bedi Asumbo bi akoso bigger quiz actor Kumowood actor wa hwe Frank Naro asuma kasa Frank Naro or ya actor sanso bonyum na e kan bi atwem de na sankofo ebien nka woye na fofo ye nim ye kobai ne sensem allegations bi kobai e say de mo mu ntem enchenche da nye the best sa na yi na woko wo say eye kuma say artists wo football gala bi na bigger quiz esi ho na che Frank Naro ba ye so ochichi ampemfo ne ade to no pode wanchia na opan ho no chi ankaifo no to so ko ne ma wo so abofra nye santi ba na bechia to ba no o che say o make approach o ba bechia na che say bia mu say won atrashi bibia ye hu ana say bigger quiz asori na che say Frank Naro asum wom ba kuna te say I can na mafuche ma wo say and said and can say abinum say can but asumbo ya asumbo na mafuche oh na sama ba na say abofra yi wo na wo yo panyin no ya wo abofra te say oba be cha na say wo ye dem bona asum say nkofo bebre akondem eye bigger quiz na bigger quiz ya na watching so no so release some video bi on TikTok no te eye ne kem no chire mo so no de ogidi pan say yo obun sam jemi yo obun sam je okumu straight also heaven do rin kobi na amafuche ma oh na ada na obekasa obun sam jemi ade wodu tutu ho ana eye bigger quiz chire ma also no ye o company ma eye MPP ni one flag bearer na dodo kwa kufado na tese we disappoint one portal tini aye yide wo gidi pan say ye obun sam jemi obekobi
me se mi wu a me ko mu sam jemi ai mi wu pe me ko bu sam jemi straight se heaven bi wo ho aye wu ebekwa me mi nkobi adentia efisi say me campaigning at the manana akufu ado what disappointed me papa
consider ye atwam ya na eye Super Bowl ni course na tese workers American football na de obeti ase na was between Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles na me po me supporting Eagle na wo yes some African viewing experience be Beehive Accra na just Ghana fu na wo supporting NFL no okopie honom na just wo hwe be fe kama na half time show no na ehu hia nkofo mpa because Rihanna from 2018 Grammy performance be seen on perform made 2016 na the last time we release the album to say kofo na wo Shenim pass obehu ne so ba be perform na Rihanna bar stage be perform na fe de wo hwe na unsa se ne yefuno adua kakra bi ntiti se wuhunya na te se ye no kware Rihanna esan so nyim on the ASAP Rocky so we expect one second child na eye Super Bowl ya se no just obe outdoor just say aye official na won say asaw bi ni ade na mafoche me we wotumi won kaka bi wo to wonyim kwa but want to me ma won ti so kwa na sister yi ba na so shaking ne ho ne ade na eye performance ya na say fenty ya nse ni product ni cosmetic we say so powder na nim kakra na fo chema unim say Super Bowl ni say rule na wo ho say wo ye nyumtuni na say wo ka say be perform ya na say be ye headline artist na won je wo say worry ntwa it's just their tradition sa na ete na say wo benefit na wo benya as nyumtuni that say ebro adwe ne intercessor wo chema say de ko fo bebre search Rihanna ni product ya fenty kwa eye stage so be launching ko bebre I started SH project say what to chema the benefits are obey headline artist for the Super Bowl dey endorse bebre nti wan hia akra en hye da anya yi bia na mo say amafo keka so Rihanna performance na ye good be no chema ni open song be word in better have my money so popular song no dey Donald Trump had beto just as ngwa say my America for na then I will use say be word no nyem na bebre but mo hu Rihanna performance no mo say na mo be rate na afa na watching na na minimum bedin kran fidi atwam ya na South African rapper aka just nipa bonifu bi ebo ni tuokum no ya to say asem ne de udwe ho kran won ti ase na nka some few days ya nka aka ba be releasing album na say mo ekuma brand age ne nkwa fini just say it was a drive by shooting okọ restaurant be ne na wofo ne ade na opie ya ne say akwa yi fi hi fa de to si ni so bo ni to pe make sure so wu ya nkasa na no kwa no ofi mu sa event no na adam fa no no ne na ofene tips ono so oye chef popular chef ewo South Africa ono so wokum no ne bodyguard kwa wo chema also sustain some injuries na se mebe to dem say da bia na ne mo kai Lucky Dube South Africa one reggae legend ka woka Africa ha say reggae nim tuni ka obeko ne nim pa ono so sa na wokum ne ya we so ka ko bible say mo san so ekum eke but ebesu afo de abetu dwa say you one day chin wa fi wewu tuo ya wo bo ne we fi mu na memene de be na wo be ye na eyi nti private burial ne ade nti say amafo bebre mu one no wo be kai say eke on sa akode ewo num bi an na te say kofi bebre pay tribute celebrities fans ne ade wo chema it's hard time in South Africa so violence in kitty be aye so lasting solution because he was a very promising artist rapper to say nka obetumi akweni na say won ekuma branti ya to say asem no dwo hu krampa won ti ase ne be kan say busua ne adofo ye ma munyina ya na wo twi dia ma bonu nsensem de bi bebre abremo every vows day ma afa ye ho ancha kasa se mo flaunt mo lovers me se mama ya de nipa ba ya na maya and celebrity news trends be across the between Efiashwa and Nana Tornado once one catch Efiashwa says she should stay away from social media be am say sister efa has na afa na want hwe da watwe da ye ni medimani hwe ni na me social media trends and celebrity news ni na mama boni mi comment kakra na ebeko bia na watwe da ye ni me mesanso ni mo hia na tensem ni na abesan go me ma pese pa se mo hwe ntisi social media no nza ma bɔ no mo de na mo follow me na te se ne ekɔ nyina me fa nyina beso nti da se ne ye besan so ehia makra mo
as far as the water lake.
Which is what you are seeing there?
This is just an arm of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the rest is further behind.
I see. Hi there, welcome back. Remember, we promised to bring you the details of our adventures here at Amejofe in the Volta region. Well, we begin today and we are beginning with a tour or a climb up the Mount Gemi. So come along with us. My name is Wandami Higan and this is People and Places. How are you today?
I'm fine today. I'm very well. And you?
I'm fine.
I'm glad you are back again.
Yes, we are glad to be back. We just know we are going to be tired in the process. But it will still be fun. Are you sure? I'm sure it's because you're used to it.
Well, I'm used to it, but I still have to encourage you.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are doing this with our very able tour guide. His name is Daniel Agbesi. He has been here for a while. For how long?
6 years, should say.
So you see, more experience. He's going to be taking us up the mountain, and then he would take us through the history of the place as well. So let's do this. Over to you.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would, as I said earlier on, that it is very easy climbing up. You know, the community is already on a mountain before this, and that makes it more easier. Your car has brought you very far from the base, as from the next community before you climb up here. And that is why it is easy climbing up.
Okay.
Yeah. And then at a point too, if you don't want to use the steeper route, you can use the more gentle one, so you don't get tired quickly.
So there's a steeper route and there's a gentle one?
Yes.
So which one are we using now?
Well, looking at you, you are energetic, and then I'm sure you've eaten something this morning already.
It's the steeper route.
So I think we can go with the steeper one.
Oh my.
You can do it.
Let's give it a try.
You can do it.
Let's see how far we can go.
Okay. It's very interesting, but if you are tired, we still can take a rest.
Okay.
We are not rushing. We don't have to go too fast. I'm sure you have some water on you.
Yes, we do.
All right. Are you tired?
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's still a long way to go, so.
As I said earlier on, you still can take a rest if you are tired.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
We don't have to be in rush.
So can you just let our audience know what to, for instance, where, if you are coming for a climb up the mountain?
Again?
What should people wear? What is the right kit? If you are preparing to come for a climb, maybe you should wear sneakers. You can't come in sandals.
Yes, the required thing is to be in sneakers.
Okay.
You can't come in sandals except you are used to the place.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
For me, I can be in flip-flops and climb up the mountain.
Because you are used to it?
I am used to it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And do they necessarily have to have water on them?
Of course, you have to come with water, and that is the very first thing we advise you to do.
Okay. All right. So as we move, we'll have more discussions. But do we know who found out about this mountain? Because I'm sure there are other mountains around, right?
Yes, there are.
So why is this specific one a tourist site now?
Well, I would say this mountain actually became known at the time of the Germans' arrival in this community.
Okay.
It's because they were missionaries and because of their church works. And that is why we even see the cross on the mountain. So with them, it becomes more popular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it means before their arrival, the inhabitants of Amejofe were using this place?
They weren't really using it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They weren't using it.
So it was the Germans that made it popular?
Popular.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, how many minutes do we have to get to
I think from the base of the mountain up to the peak, we should be doing 20 minutes,
okay,
more or less.
Okay.
But if you are tired, as I said earlier, we can take a rest at a point which may take us about 10 minutes.
So are we...
From there, we can do the rest of the 10 minutes.
Are we halfway yet?
We are halfway.
We are halfway.
From here, you can also see the cross.
Okay.
And that is our target.
Right. So it took us like how many minutes from the base to?
I would say 10 minutes, I should say.
10 minutes.
Yes.
Right. So we have 10 minutes from the base to the middle of the mountain. Now we are just going to be climbing up till we get to the peak, and then we'll continue our discussions. Come along with us. Let's do this. Halfway through the journey, and I was so out of breath. I mean, you could hear that from the way I was speaking earlier. I could barely catch my breath. And our videographers did an amazing job. Just imagine pacing up the mountain, you know, running just to get good shots to make the video perfect for you. This is my director, Dr. Sankuma. She was our motivation at the beginning of this climb. But like they say, Obia wane master. Have you ever had anyone faint in the process of climbing?
No, not at all.
Not yet.
Not at all.
I see.
We sometimes also advise those that may have ailments, problems, like example like hypertension or asthmatic patients.
Okay.
With them, sometimes they would be able to get to the peak, but will have to take much time.
Oh, so it will take a longer time.
Take a longer time.
I see.
Because of their conditions.
Their health condition.
Yes.
Oh my.
We have a nice view today.
It is. It's not very foggy today, so.
Yes. But there's something missing again. We should be expecting 2 or 3 more rains.
Today?
No, in the subsequent days.
Oh, okay.
So that at least we can see as far as the water lake.
Which is what you are seeing there?
This is just an arm of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the rest is further behind.
I see.
Yes. And you can see it on a very, very clear day. Also from here, looking eastward, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo.
Whoa!
Yes.
That far?
Yeah.
From here?
There is also a small cross on that mountain, erected also by the German missionaries.
So it will be clearer when we get up there, right?
Oh, I don't think so.
So we can only see
looking
from
at
here.
the weather, you may be able to see it actually at the rainy season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as I said, if the weather gets clearer, should we have more rains, you could see it.
I see.
Yeah.
So we are almost at the peak, right?
Yes. Are you tired?
I think it's not as hard as I thought it was. I mean, from the beginning, it's a bit tough, but...
I told you it's easy.
Once you're at
yeah.
the middle,
I'm glad you are not panting too fast. At least you are trying to expand your heart more.
You know?
Yeah. That is what we actually tell visitors. We encourage them to do more hikes.
Oh, okay.
So
more
that
hikes.
they more hikes,
okay,
walking distances. We are there now.
Whoa.
Aren't you happy?
We are here. Woo.
As I said, we are lucky we can see a bit far.
Okay.
Yes, but it gets more clearer at the rainy season.
So this is the view from the top of Mount Gimme. We'll give you a 360 so you see how it looks like. And then we'll get to talk about this in a bit, but let's talk about the communities we see down there. How many communities do we have around here?
Actually, this area of ours is called Avatime Traditional Area.
Okay.
And we are having 7 communities making all this area.
Under Amejofe?
No, under the Avatime tradition.
So Amejofe is part of?
Amejofe is part of the communities.
Okay.
Part of Avatime.
Okay.
Yes. So, if I want to count them, you can see Vane from here. That is the last community before you get here. We have Jogbefeme.
Okay.
As you can see there, we have Biakba. We have Fume, Jokbe ahead. We have Bajeme down in the valley here. And then Amejofe.
So Amejofe is the only one on the mountain?
On the mountain.
The rest of them are in the valley?
In the valleys. But if you look at them critically as well, you realize Biakba is a bit higher than Fume. Jogbefeme is also higher than Fume. And then it cuts across like that.
Okay.
If you look at it again, you realize Bajeme from this end is higher than Fume. So Fume and Jogbe
are the lowest.
The lowest.
All right.
Yes, as you can see around.
But this is a beautiful scene.
Of course, I told you.
Very beautiful, a lot of greens.
And what makes it also is that these communities are neighboring communities. And so we all speak the same dialect.
Which is?
Which is Sia.
Sia?
Yes, or Sideme.
Okay, it's part of the Guan
dialects.
Okay,
yes.
Right.
We speak Ewe all right, but among ourselves, we speak this particular dialect.
Okay.
We speak Ewe only if we meet an Ewe speaking person.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We speak it very well.
Okay.
And these communities also celebrate a festival, which is rice festival. But in the dialect, we call rice amu.
Amu.
Yes, which is brown rice.
It's similar to chi, like emo.
Yes.
So amu.
See, yes.
Right.
At the time of the migrations of our people, they come across so many different languages. And so that is why the interaction of these different kind of words. There is Twi in it, there is Ewe, there is also Gan.
All in one?
Yes, in this dialect of ours.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yes. If you can speak those languages,
it's
then you can detect.
Yeah.
It is not really easy.
But you can tell.
Except you want to stay in the community for some time, then you can learn it.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. But it's relatively easy to tell that this person is saying this if you understand any of the three languages.
You can only detect by the actions of the person. Yes.
Okay.
And a typical FA person cannot understand if I speak.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
except
right.
I interpret to that person. Yeah.
One other thing is that there's a lot of fog on top of the mountain. So you see beyond you, but you don't see too much. Because it's like a mist covering the rest of. Is that how it always is?
It's not been like this always. I would say it is because of the dry season in which we are now. Yes. Otherwise, you could have seen as far as the Volta Lake. You could see Pando, Germany, Tokon, others, all along the Volta Lake. Yes.
From here?
From here.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And because of this dry season, as I said, that is why the mist.
It's all over.
It's all over.
Okay.
But at the rainy season, it's when you can see that much.
Right.
Also, from this end, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo.
On this side?
Yes.
Okay.
Further ahead, you can see
Mountain Agu
in Togo from here.
Mountain Agu in Togo.
Yes.
You can see Togo from Ghana.
Of course.
Wow.
That is on a very clear weather.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
It is
That's
easy to
nice.
be seen from here.
That's nice. Okay, so now let's talk about the cross.
It's a nice cross, isn't it?
It is, but you can see it's been here for a while.
Of course.
Do we know how long?
Since 1939.
Okay, that's very long. 39.
Yeah.
Before some of us
we celebrated the 100 years, I think 4 years ago.
Wow.
Yes. Actually, it was erected by the German missionaries.
Okay.
To commemorate their first jubilee they had after the establishment of the EP Church.
When they came here?
When they came here. That is, if you look up at the peak, you can see the church house. And also a yellow painted tall building where they started their seminary.
Okay.
But now the administration for the teacher training college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the steps to the entrance are about 60.
Of the church, right?
The church.
Yes, we are going to be going there. Then we'll learn more about that.
I guess you have more energy.
Of course, of course.
And
we promised the audience, so we must get that to them.
Also, attached to the cross was an antenna, which has been taken off. It was then used as radio communication from home.
Oh, from home?
Yes, they communicate back from
Germany.
Germany.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but it was blocking the waves of TV and radio stations.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. But is there any belief that if you touch the cross, there's any blessing or anything like that?
Well, that has to do with your faith.
It's now. Okay.
Yes. People come here to pray almost every day. Yes.
Wow.
And I would say it has to do with your faith. Yes. If you have the faith that if you climb here and pray
at the foot of the cross,
yes, there will be a change in your life. It has to do with you.
Okay. But there are people who do that. There are people who come here to pray.
People come here. You can hardly come here and don't see anyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Individuals and groups.
Individuals and groups.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
You can meet them here early mornings and later in the evenings.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Sometimes because of the sunshine, they don't stay here for long, but they descend further to the valley where there are shade of trees, so they can sit the whole day.
One other interesting thing about this mountain is that the residents of this area, together people who have moved out of Amejofe to go do their own things in other regions, they all come back on Easter Monday every year and they climb up the mountain. It's an annual ritual where they meet, sing, preach and pray on top of the mountain. After that, they all descend together. They meet at the market square, and then the Easter activities continue. So how tall is this mountain?
Well, the mountain is about 2,700 feet above sea level.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's the second highest
in Ghana.
Wow.
So it's about 755.5 meters high. Yeah. But the community, which is the highest habitation, is about 2,400 feet above sea level.
That's the highest human settlement. Which town is that?
This is Amejofe. I'm talking about Amejofe
Okay.
community.
So that's the one we see in view ahead of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So
you can
here
touch
we
the
are
cross.
At the cross, not of Calvary.
How did you feel?
Normal, I guess. I think I'm not applying faith now, so yeah,
okay.
But we've learned all about the cross, and we are at the peak of the second highest mountain in Ghana, Mountain Gemi. Is there a meaning to the name? What does Gemi mean?
Gemi actually has to do with certain grass. Our people came to meet at the base of the mountain.
Okay.
Yes, and decided to name it after the mountain. And in the dialect, it was a Gemina.
Okay.
A Gemina. But at the arrival of the German missionaries, they couldn't pronounce the word Gemina, and therefore shortened it Gemi.
Gemi. Oh, okay. So there you have it. The meaning of Gemi.
Gemi.
It's formed from the name of a grass.
Yes, elephant grass.
Oh, right.
Yes. And it is called a Gemina. A Gemina.
Okay, so we are all done here. It took us approximately 20 minutes, but it depends on your pace. If you are fast, maybe you exercise already, it will be easier for you to come up. But if you are like me, it may take you some time. You may have to take pauses in between. But the most important thing is that you have your sneakers and you have your water, so you can sip in between when you are tired. So we'll be descending now, and then we'll end our tour of Mount Gemi. But we did this with Daniel. So let's get down there.
You've not drunk the water.
And then we'll wrap up. Not yet. When you are going out, do that.
Sip a bit.
Sure. So let's get going. So we were all done on top of the mountain, but of course, we couldn't leave without taking photos, selfies, and
This reason that the university nominal doctor or post-nominal PhD. Yes, and I'm a postgraduate diploma in law holder. I have a master's in professional studies in applied intelligence from Georgetown University. I hold a master of security and intelligence BA from the Johnson and Wales University. A bachelor's from Johnson and Wales University, and I am an Odadia 1 to upper. Presec Legon 1 to upper 6. I hold several certificates. I've attended several conferences. My skills: intelligence gathering, investigations, research, business leadership. I have some publications, several of them, and some unpublished academic work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want you to clarify a few things on your CV for me. on pedagogy diploma. What is that? Where is that? University of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's University of Laws. University of Laws in the UK. A simple Google will help us. I don't have any material to present to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kindly add the S so that the record reflects the proper name. University of Laws. Actually, the first time I saw it, I was confused and I Googled it. So I wanted to be on record that actually there is a University of Laws in the UK. All right. And you said you are an adjunct lecturer in Gimpa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was.
You were. I was going to ask you whether you have obtained your permission to perform what's the name? Office of Profit. Did you acquire that? Well, this is 2023. It says up to 2022. I don't see any record here, but let's move on. Other members, that is our member. He's a member of this committee. We put him before you. Eric, you haven't spoken, so I'll start from you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, you are most welcome to this all-important committee. I have 3 questions, very simple questions for you. As you know, Ghana is endowed with all the agricultural resources needed for us to achieve food sufficiency. Unfortunately, we are unable to achieve that. And as we speak, we spend a whopping $2.4 billion annually to import food to supplement local production. This is creating unemployment, poverty among farmers, and all the associated ills. As you step into the ministry, can you share with the committee what programs you put in place to reduce the deficit, if not to eliminate it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I got a hint of my nomination, eminent nomination to the ministry, I've been doing some research about agric in Ghana, and I've been surprised myself that a country like Ghana, arable lands, active people, workforce, that we are not able to produce enough to feed ourselves. With the chairman, I found out that several factors contribute to this. One is the yield per hectare. Currently, for rice, we are crawling at around 3 metric tons per hectare, as compared to what they are doing right here in River State, 10 metric tons per hectare, and even in Thailand, around 5 to 6 metric tons per hectare. If you look at all the other areas, you realize that we don't have improved seeds that will allow us to attain the yields that we require. It's one area that I'm going to focus on if this committee do me the honors. And I'm going to push extensively the improved yields and make sure that they are available to farmers. Mr. Chairman, I'm not for import restrictions. I'm for competition. But you realize that the agri sector in itself is not that attractive for our young people to get into, primarily land tenure systems affecting large-scale agriculture, access to capital to be able to go into farming. I want to focus on that in the next 2 years as best as I can,
to ensure that I make the agri sector attractive for young people, make it attractive for people to go into farming. I also want to focus within these 2 years that, if you do me the honors, to look at large-scale agriculture. I know you are the chairman of the Agric, ranking member of the Agric Committee. But I also don't see why, if Ghana consumes about 1.5 million metric tons of rice a year, that we are not able to produce 4.5 million metric tons of such, so that, I'm saying, Ghana consumes 1.5 million metric tons of rice. But I don't understand why we are not able to produce 4.5 million metric tons. 2, 1, for our own consumption. 2, for food resilience and buffer. And 3, for export. Because compared to our neighbors, we have perhaps the most arable land. So it's one major agenda that I have to see if I can push large-scale farming or lay the foundation for it within the period that I'm able to serve there. Thank you.
You raised the issue of buffer, which is very, very important for every nation, because every nation must have food buffer against emergencies. And so somewhere in 2011, when the National Food Buffer Stock Company was being established, one of the mandates given them was to maintain or keep strategic food stocks against emergencies. So that should there be any emergency, famine will not consume Ghanaians. Will have something to lean on in terms of food. As we speak, since 2012, that an amount of 15 million Ghana cedis was advanced to the National Buffer Stock to support their operations. Not a peso has been made available to them to enable them play this critical role in our system. So Ghana, as we said, we do not have a cup of grains stored anywhere against emergencies. Honorable Minister, what do you think must be done immediately to assure Ghanaians that should, in case of any emergency, the Ghana buffer stock will be ready to sustain us for at least some days to enable us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was surprised myself when I found out that buffer stock is struggling, to the extent that they had the opportunity to feed the free SHS program. They have supplied quite a lot, but they are not getting payment on time. So beyond their initial seed capital, they are struggling in other areas. This is something that I will push to reverse immediately, that I get in. I know that these are hard times, but I will advocate strongly that as part of our national security, we need to ensure that buffer stock is positioned to deliver us when we get there. So, Ranking, be assured, I'm going to work with you to ensure that buffer stock is resourced to do what it's supposed to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee, government rolled out the Planting for Food and Jobs program to produce more cereals, to reduce import of cereals into our country. The program was touted as one of the best to redeem our farmers from abject poverty. Looking at the state of agriculture, as you have read, you have already indicated, what has been the significant impact of this program on first food security and also the lives of our farmers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planting for Food and Jobs is a solid program that was conceptualized and implemented by this government. Rankin, you realize that on maize, we had, in 2016, our yield was about 1.6 metric tons per hectare. Today, the yield is around 4 metric tons. For rice, we're producing around 2.7 metric tons. Today, we are about 4.5 metric tons. And for soya bean, we're about 2.7. Today, we're about 4. This is some of the, I can go on and on and on, but these are some of the things that the Planting for Food and Jobs have done. They have improved the yields such that the sector growth rate in 2016, which was hovering around 2.7%, today is averaging about 6%. So if you look at all the metrics under the Planting for Food and Jobs and all the grains, except for rice, we have been achieving surpluses from 2016 to date. Of course, there are factors that are, the follow-up will be if we are having surpluses, what accounts for the inflation, we'll get there. But in terms of contributing to ensure that there is food available, the Planting for Food and Job has been relatively successful. And I want to go and continue by supporting the various modules under the Planting for Food and Jobs, it gives me the opportunity to ensure that it achieves its full objective. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. Lee says it's going over there. So
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Honorable nominee, you agree with me that illegal mining has had a serious effect on food production and incomes of farmers. To what extent do you see this activity as a national security threat on the future of agriculture in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's quite elementary. We require poison-free water to irrigate our farms. This is the case where our rivers are being polluted, and it prevents the farmers from using the cyanide-infested waters to irrigate. So clearly, the effect of when you're irrigating our lands to galamsey, so the threat is evident and elementary. We all know it's a national security threat to our survival and our existence. What do we do? Are we doing enough? I think that's something for us parliamentarians to assess, and if we are not doing enough, pass the laws, provide the funding so that those implementing agencies will have the right laws and right tools to do what they have to do for our collective security. Thank you.
For some time now, Honorable Kopoku and the rest, and the minority members on the Agri Committee have asked the government to go back to the lofty and wonderful idea policy under the John Mahama administration, the free fertilizer model. Do you see it as a viable alternative to increasing food production in the country today, and also to some extent cocoa production?
I think the skills of our public purse, when not adjusted properly, will lead to an imbalance elsewhere. I am not in favor of 100% subsidy when it comes to fertilizer. We can't continue on that tangent. In fact, if you do, what are you trying to achieve? We might as well share the money for Ghanaians to go and buy their expensive food on the market. Because when you pump that much fertilizer into the system, the farmers in our neighboring countries are the ones that are going to benefit, because everything is going to be smuggled out. And so zero coupon fertilizer is not the way to go. However, we can look at, for example, if we had, when I was at Presec Legon, we had a school farm, I think where the IPS is, and the school farm was feeding us with our basic vegetables once in a while. We get some good chicken from there. If we had programs like that, and government wants to subsidize the production of vegetables in schools and wants to contribute fertilizer for that, then we can understand. But on a mass scale, as giving fertilizer to Ghanaian farmers, I don't think is the way to go. Thank you.
Chair, my final question. The Honorable Nimni has considered to the fact that there is increase in prices of food on the market. I am saying we can go into that. Do you see it as critical as far as income levels are concerned? And if it is critical, what do you think government should do in the immediate sense to be able to make sure that the prices of foodstuffs do not impact too much on the pocket of workers?
I think what government should do immediately is to look at the cost of bringing the production down, because there are other factors that leads to price increase. The logistics, price of fuel, transportation, and to some effect, greed are the ones that are contributing to the hikes on the market. And we all go to the market. But if the production, the cost of production itself is reduced through increased yield. So if you are getting, for example, 1 bag of maize per acre, and with improved seeds, you are now getting 5 bags of maize per acre, then it means that the cost of production has gone down. And that is why I said when I was answering Honorable Eric Opoku that I'm going to focus immediately on improved seeds so that I can increase the yields to bring the cost of production down. And as the economy normalizes, some of the factors that are also contributing to the hikes in price will also normalize. Fertilizer that used to be $160 per bag is now hovering around, if I shot up to about 600, and the price is also dropping as the global logistics problems are coming down. The price of NPK fertilizer is also dropping. So the factors that were contributing to the increase in perhaps for the about 8 months or so. So as things normalize, the prices will come down. But with a push of improved seeds, I believe that it will go down much faster. Thank you.
Okay. Very well.
Welcome, my colleague. Congratulations for the nomination. I don't know if the question has been asked, but there's this issue in air, especially being propagated by some of our colleague MPs, that through your activities, people died in Ayawaso, West Legon. How many people died?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question that I was expecting from the right. From my right. From my right. But it's, from the left is very painful. I am not aware, and perhaps say on authority, that nobody died on the incident at Ayawaso, West Legon. Not a single person that I am aware of was reported dead. Not to say that the unfortunate incidents were justified, but in answering your direct question, not a single person
that I am aware of that. Thank you.
So all those allegations are really false because it was put out there and your picture was next to it as if Brian Champong has caused deaths. But it's good that we set the record straight that there was no. That is you. That is yours. My second question. My source of information.
Chairman, whoever said that.
He's part of that source of information.
Can I regulate, please? Proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. You are going to a ministry that has recently got a lot of media space about this huge issue about cocoa roads. Do you think Cocoa Board should be funding cocoa roads? Because I do not hear fishing roads or shea butter roads or energy or petrol roads. Do you think Cocoa Board should still be financing cocoa roads? And what are you going to do about, what new ideas do you have about the debt of the cocoa roads vis-a-vis the whole debt restructuring program? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I know about energy roads. Yes, enclave roads. I know about that. Yes, I am in support of Cocoa Board funding some critical infrastructure, for as long as it facilitates the movement of cocoa products. I cannot support Cocoa Board funding asphalt roads in Accra, but I will support Cocoa Board funding an access road in Asankregwa or wherever cocoa is grown. Sankwari. That I can support. I am getting the briefing on the cocoa road expenditure. I'm still being briefed on it. It looks quite substantial, but I am also aware that the cocoa bills have been added to the government debt. If Minority Leader will note to that the cocoa bills have been added to the government debt, just like the ESLA and the Dachi, for they've all been added to the government debt. And there's a program around this government debt restructuring. So I pray that by the time all this thing is over, Cocoa Board will have a new leash on life to be able to execute its mandate. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you.
Susu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations once again to the Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee, you were the Minister for National Security, the Minister, the President in charge of National Security, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I was a Minister of State at the Ministry of National Security.
At the Ministry of National Security. So, what would be your take on the conflict in Boko and its impact on agriculture, and how do you propose a Minister of Agric?
I like the linkage that you are trying to make with Boko and agriculture. But the fact remains that if there's conflict, there can't be agriculture. So I will just, if I have the opportunity, thanks to you,
to sit, be approved, and sit with a case to him the impact of such a conflict on agriculture and by extent our food security. That is how far I can go on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. Secondly, when you look at the major flagship programs of the government in agriculture, and you look at the various reports when it comes to food security or food insecurity, it almost looks like those programs failed to meet their targets. Because when you take a look at the budget statement, the 2023 budget statement, particularly look at paragraph 515, a lot of funds have been committed to these major government flagship programs. However, in terms of food insecurity, Ghana is gradually declining on all the major reports. When you look at the 2020 comprehensive food security and vulnerability analysis, I mean, Ghana has declined consistently. So, would you kindly, I mean, assure the committee what you will do differently to secure, to enhance food security in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will rely on the Ministry of Food and Agriculture's report and that of the Ghana Statistical Service. And if you look at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture's report, in the last 6 years, we've achieved surpluses in almost all the crops except for rice. The growth rate has been about 6% on the average compared to about 2.8% in 2016. But if you look at the quantum of money that sits on the budget and then conclude that a lot of money has been pumped into the Ministry of Agric, and therefore we should see a corresponding output, it becomes a problem because, Mr. Chairman, you have about 600, the Pualugu Dam, the Pualugu Irrigation Project, which costs about 5 billion Ghana cedis, is sitting on the books of the Ministry of Agriculture's contingent liability. And as and when certificates are submitted, it matures. It's actually added to the outstanding liabilities of the ministry. And so mine will look huge, but it is all not going towards the planting for food and agriculture. And it's one of the things that I'm going to plead with Parliament to accept for the Pualugu Dam project be taken off the books of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, because it says there it's huge and it makes everybody think that the ministry is getting so much money and therefore justifiably they expect so much from them, when in fact the dam is actually benefiting us in other areas. So that is how come you see that huge figure and justifiably your expectations of that. But to add, Honorable, there's really no food shortage in the system. I mean, if you drive Accra to Cape Coast, Accra to Tamale, there's availability of food. I've mentioned earlier that the challenge that we're having is the cost of production and therefore the price. And things are normalizing, and with our leadership, it will improve for our entire food security. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I still want to remain on food insecurity. The reason being that it is so fundamental to every nation, and given the fact that you look at the disturbances in the sub-region is so key that as a people, we will be concerned about insecurity of food. And the reason why I'm saying that is that food security or food insecurity is not necessarily about non-availability of food. It's the risk of the risk of shortage of food. And the report I made reference to earlier is actually published by the government of Ghana. It's actually a document of food FAO.government of Ghana website that I got this latest information, and it's titled, Ghana 2020 Comprehensive Food Security and Vulnerability Analysis.
Just ask your question.
Very well.
Don't challenge you.
Now, in that report, it reports that it reports that out of 3.6 million people are at risk of food insecurity. What kind of leadership are you bringing to the ministry? What kind of leadership are you bringing to the ministry to ensure that Ghanaians will not be at risk of food insecurity?
Thank you, Honorable Member. If you read the same report, I'm privy to that report. If you read the same report, you realize that it says, I think about 15 years ago, the numbers were actually much higher. It was about 5 million. 5 million people were food insecure. And as at 2020, it's 11.9% or so, which contributes to about 3.5 million. The report also states that food insecurity is more prevalent in the 5 northern regions, Upper West, East, Northern, Savannah regions, in the same report. So I'm privy to that report. But we cannot discount the contribution that the PFJ has made to bring the numbers down. And I'm assuring you that, in fact, the more time I waste here, the more the numbers go up. That I'm going to put a lot of energy to ensure that that number in the next 2 years is halved, if not eliminated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister, nominee, congratulations, my brother. Are you privy to the government's white paper on the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Ayawaso West Wogon events? And if you are, whether you want to tell us as a committee in that report to set certain matters straight before the good people of Ghana. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question again is coming from my left. It's very painful. Mr. Chairman, Ayawaso has been my Waterloo. It's something that an individual has been unjustifiably held liable for something that that individual knows nothing about. I have perused West Wogon Commission, more than 500 pages. And my name was not mentioned anywhere in the report as having done anything. In fact, if you look at the findings, and I have a copy, an abridged version of the findings here. If you look at the findings of the report, Mr. Chairman, except for Chapter 3, Findings and Recommendations, bullet point 1.7. The Chairman, for the record, I want to read. In this regard, the Commission finds that these persons were deployed. These persons here means the SWAT team were deployed and commanded by a police officer named DSP Samuel Azugu under the authority of the Director of Operations of the National Security Secretariat. It continues to say that, and with the ultimate responsibility of the Minister of State for National Security. Honorable Chairman, I'm not too sure what the Minister of State for National Security is doing here in these findings, because there's no evidence was adduced in the committee to suggest that the Minister of State for the Ministry of National Security, the authority under which the SWAT people, I'm talking about the functional organogram of the Ministry of National Security, there's no evidence to suggest so, that I was responsible for the SWAT team at the Ministry of National Security. So if a finding is made that the people were sent to Ayawaso under the command of a police officer, and the police officer was under the command of a director of operations, and the director of operations is under the command of the Minister of State of National Security, and the Minister of State of National Security is under the command of the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is under the command of the President, and so on and so forth. Where does it end? And why will they come and end it at my doorstep? Not being part of the operation, not being part of the command on that day, to come and place a finding that, and the Minister of State must have ultimate responsibility. No evidence was given to that. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the recommendations that were made, it frightens me. Of course, the Commission did not recommend, notwithstanding the issue of facts that I have against it, they did not recommend my prosecution because there was no facts to support that. But they place an individual liability on me. And the individual liability is born out of the fact that, Mr. Chairman, and I read, the Commission recommends that Mr. Brian Champon be reprimanded for his ultimate responsibility as minister in authorizing an operation of that character on a day of an election in a built-up area. Mr. Chairman, even in the unlikely event that I was a Minister of State and authorized that operation, what I am being asked to be reprimanded for is not a crime.
Honorable, my interest is not the speculation. Did you authorize that operation?
Mr. Chairman, I did not authorize that operation, and that is why it was easy for the white paper to say that they reject the recommendation because it is without basis. But I must add, it's a pray that it doesn't happen again. I sympathize with those who are wounded on that day. Indeed, when I was there at the Ministry of National Security, I ensured that all those who were wounded were treated at the 37 military hospital, and all expenses of such were paid by the state that authorized the operation. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, laws have been passed by this House, and today we no longer hear about vigilantism the way we used to hear about it in the past. It was unfortunate it happened. It should never have happened, but be that it may, it's past and gone. But where the liability is being placed is where I think it's misplaced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm happy with your response. Mr. Chairman.
Just a second. Patrick, just a second. Chairman, please, the honorable nominee in his answer indicated that the state paid for the authorized operation. Was he referring to surgery? Medical. You mean the surgery that was conducted? I just wanted a clarification, please.
Indeed, I am aware, because I was briefed, that all those who were wounded were taken care of at 37 and all their bills were paid. That is what I was told, and I believe in the briefing that I was giving.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Champon, in 2011, Biosafety Act was passed by the Parliament of this country, permitting the production of genetically modified foods. And by 2014, field trials had started with GM rice and cowpeas in Ashanti region and cotton in the 3 northern regions. Subsequently, there were protests by the Catholic Bishops' Conference and food sovereignty non-governmental organization, to the extent that an injunction was placed on this process. We have 2 schools of thought on this very beautiful program of GMOs. What is your take on that? And are you interested in revisiting that issue, which is stalling? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand advised by the Biosafety Authority on the way forward on GMO. I'm not an authority in that space, and I'm not going to push an agenda of mine when it's hazardous to our population. Parliament set up the authority. They are competent and technical enough to advise a minister, and whatever decision that is being made because of the public interest, you can be sure that I will run it by Parliament, and if I get the nod, with authority.
Next question. Two. My last question. Are you challenging the chairman? Are you challenging the chairman? Honorable nominee, I see the good people and the chiefs from Kweu right behind you. And I know Afram Plains or Kweu North is a very, very important area in terms of food production in this country. Government has secured a loan to even construct a bridge across the river. And we vetted Honorable Afri Akoto here. We asked him questions about the Kweu North Plains and also the Accra Plains. I don't think you have more than 2 years at the ministry, God willing. What can you do within this space of time to turn around the fortunes of these 2 plains for Ghanaians to remember you for? Thank you very much and congratulations.
I am a Kweu, and save for not being accused of conflict of interest by pushing a lot of agric to Afam Plains. I would like to generalize the answer that I am going to lead the ministry to ensure that there's food safety in the next 2 years. Thank you. Food security, not safety, food security in the next 2 years.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, it is trite learning that fertilizer application is time-bound. Over the past 3 or so years, anytime government releases these fertilizers to the rural people, most of the time for fertilizer application is gone. What will you do if you are given the nod to ensure the timely supply of fertilizer to the local people, like people of Tobodom, Jamatimponim, among others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The longer I stay before this committee, the more it delays in the approving of the fertilizer procurement. So if you can discharge me now, I will immediately go and work on it to ensure that fertilizer is available for the crop farming season. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Brian Achampo. So far, you've answered quite a number of questions on the thorny issue of Ayawaso West Wagon by election. I just want to find out from you, and you did say, if I am quoting you right, that the Ayawaso was and remains a blot on our conscience. At the heart of the Ayawaso West Wagon by-election debacle is about how election security in this country ought to be managed. And we saw, again, a repetition of what happened in Ayawaso, in Techima and South. In Techima and South, we're not too fortunate. We lost quite a number of lives. Going through your CV, clearly is very rich. I would say you pass for a security couple, given your background, fact of having served at the National Security Ministry, the Interior Ministry, your previous training at the Air Force of the United States, etc. What do you think should be done so far as the management of election security is concerned to forestall a repetition of Ayawaso and even Techima and South?
Thank you, Honorable Agaga. I sat with you on the Defense and Interior Committee, and I had prepared, honestly, on a straight tangent of agric and food security. If I had been prepped that a question will have a linkage between Ayawaso, Techima, and Etiwa East and how it affects agric, I'm sure I would have been, I'll train myself on that. But forgive me if I plead with you to stay in the lane of agriculture for today. I'm grateful.
Mr. Speaker, given the background of the nominee, yes, admittedly, he's going to serve at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture if given the nod. But you see, the purpose of vetting him is to afford us the opportunity to bring out, tease out what is done previously, and if he has some experiences to share, he's asked to share those experiences.
Honorable, you're asking him what he will do in the future. And in particular, as a sector, somebody else is responsible. If he makes a comment or suggests something, it may become a basis for comparing him and that other person. So I suggest that you ask
withdraw the question.
Ask another question.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, then this shouldn't pass for my first question, so that I can ask a different question. No, first question. Oh. Well, honorable nominee, in fact, when you were nominated by the president to serve in the Ministry of Agric, of course, subject to parliamentary approval, quite a number of people said so many things. And they did that because of your background. One notable example
of persons who had something to say and about their expectations of your good self if you get the nod was Dr. Adam Bona, and Adam Bona is somebody I think you should know very well because he operates within the space that you are very familiar with. Adam had this to say, and Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, I would quote him. My expectations are that he will right the wrongs at the Agric Ministry. I am not expecting the minister-designate for Agric to go and also turn the Agric Ministry into a farm gate. I am expecting him to come up with policies. I am expecting him to ensure that the smuggling of cocoa beans, and my emphasis, the smuggling of cocoa beans will be stopped, and that using his security knowledge, he will be able to stop the flow of stolen fertilizers that we use taxpayers' money to import. I am expecting him to ensure that those who are benefiting largely from the smuggling of fertilizers, he will stop it, get them arrested and prosecuted. Honorable Brian Champo, you heard Dr. Adam Bona loud and clear. What should we expect from you with respect to the smuggling of cocoa beans across our borders and fertilizers? This has a linkage with security, with the greatest of respect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When you mentioned the name of Adam Bona, I panicked because I have not heard him say any good thing about me in a long time. So I will call him and commend him for this palatable statement. As one of hope and believe that Brian is an action man that will get this done. If there's smuggling, you can be sure that with my background and experience, I'll work with the system to make sure that it's dealt with. I have become aware, yesterday somebody told me that it's not just smuggling alone, legitimate export of our produce, that there are trucks in Techiman and up there cutting our rice to Nigeria and to Burkina and all that. And if they can see me and hear me, they should be on alert that if this committee approves me, hopefully, it's going to come to an end. It's going to come to an end. It shall come to an end.
Honorable nominee, honorable, a follow-up, sorry. Okay. Honorable nominee, this morning, and I say I am making reference to what transpired in the morning because you are a member of the appointments committee. The minister-designate for trade and industry spoke about import substitution, and he made specific reference to rice farming. Now, I come from a part of the country where we are endowed with fertile lands for rice farming. I'm talking about the Fumbisi, Bedembilisi valleys, and Honorable Patrick Obama is aware about the valleys. Those valleys stretch from Bulsa land all the way into Mompurugu. So you have Kategra, you have Jadama, you have Yagaba Kubori. There are about 7 valleys. And agricultural experts have said that if those valleys are put to good use, Ghana could feed the whole of West Africa with rice. Now, I've asked the former Minister for Agric this same question before. Unfortunately for us, the road network linking those fertile valleys and the network runs through Navrongo, through to Sandema, Fumbisi, Yarabakubore. It's very bad, in terrible shape. Honorable Minister, first, what would you do to ensure that the potential of the valleys are fully tapped? And two, what would you do to improve upon the road network? Two questions in one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I want to do is to inspect the farms of Honorable Agalga. Since there are such fertile lands in his constituency, you must have some farms. And I'm going to encourage you any way that I can. But Mr. Chairman, we consume about 1.5 million metric tons of rice per annum. Yet we produce less than half of that. It's evident. I've been briefed about the Fumbisi valley and the potential for rice. In fact, I know a former colleague, forgotten the name, Tanku, yes, it's big in in rice farming. We are going to support individuals to go into large-scale rice farming. We're going to take full advantage of the valley. It's Ghana. We're going to take full advantage of it to ensure that just that valley alone will be able to feed or meet that 1.5 metric tons that we consume, so that everything else that is produced down south can serve as a buffer. But it is my hope that within these 2 years, whatever investment that the government and Parliament can put in to ensure that we dedicate that area to meet that target, since our colleagues are in, I'm sure that we should be able to do it. It's just a matter of will and leadership. Rice farming has not much to do with money. And with the right leadership, with the little that we have, and the fertile soil that we have, we should be able to produce the 1.5 million metric tons. And with your support and that of the Agri Committee, I believe that we should be able to do it. Trust me on that.
My last question. Oh,
we've already had a lot.
The first one was overruled.
No, please.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. Honorable Brian Chempon, I congratulate you on your nomination. Just some preliminary comments. I take inspiration from past military officers who have served as ministers for Agric. In particular, I know about Colonel Banasco, who was Minister for Agric in 1973, Commissioner for Agric. And then later he became the Commissioner for Cocoa Affairs. You can find... Oh, I'm not a small boy. Colonel Banasco, later, Major retired Kwashiga also became Minister for Agric. I think that, and then Colonel Obimpe was also there. All these people were very, very successful, as far as the Agric Ministry is concerned. So I believe that with your background in the military, you will be able to, bring your military experience to bear. But between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire, we account for not less than 60% of the world production of cocoa between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire. Now you compare it to OPEC countries. OPEC countries are responsible for just about 30% of the global oil production. But they call the shots as far as prices are concerned. They determine outputs, whether they should increase output, they should reduce output, and so on and so forth. Now 60%, we don't have a say. As a matter of fact, we are even in a competition as to who will produce more, without looking at how to control prices of cocoa. Should this committee grant approval, what would you do to roll back some of these, imbalances as far as the global trade of cocoa is concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I am still getting briefings on the ministry and its agencies. And I cannot profess to be an authority in everything. And so I really don't want to make a comment on this matter. Insofar as there are aspects in the ministry, and government may have taken the position already. And then a minister-designate for agriculture is now professing another tangent to the matter. If you approve me, I will, of course, listen to the aspects, and then the government position on the matter, and support whatever the government is doing to right the wrong, so to say. So I don't want to sit here and make new policy directions on what I'm going to do, but I'm sure that government has a position on this matter already, and I'm going to champion that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my next question to the nominee has to do with his business interests. Now I've been to a place called Rock City. Are you the owner of the place? Before I proceed to my next question, do you own Rock City?
Proudly so, Mr. Chairman.
Now, that humongous edifice that I saw belongs to you. Now, what is going to happen to Rock City? Are you going to leave it in the hands of third parties? Are you sure that you will be able? Are you sure that you can have your eye on the ministry and not put any eye on Rock City? Because that is quite a colossal investment. I believe it's one of the largest in Africa, if not the largest. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I carry the vision, and aspects are running Rock City, and so shall it be. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chairman, my last question. I've done two. Mr. Chairman, no, this one is a very straightforward question. You have less than 2 years to serve, in this ministry. Should the committee approve of you, what legacy would you want to be remembered for in the event that you stay in the ministry until this government, term expires? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that will be all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Flowing from the statistics that Honorable Sosu queried about, it is my vision that those numbers will be halved at worst and at best eliminated, so that there's food security in this country. I'm praying that within these 2 years, I'll be able to lay a solid foundation for large-scale agriculture. And if God is kind to the MPP, continue to be able to, or any Ghanaian for that matter, that occupies that position, will carry on the vision of large-scale commercial agriculture. Mr. Chairman, in the next 2 years, improved yields is something that I'm going to focus on. God is not making any more land, so we need to get the most out of what we have. And therefore, if we are producing maize at 3 metric tons per hectare, it is my hope that we'll be able to move it to have improved seeds made in Ghana, not anywhere else. That will give us a yield of about 10 metric tons. And so for all the cereals and everything that is in our various food baskets. The food baskets differ from the south to the middle belt to the north. Everybody has a different food basket. But to make sure that we have enough food in the system, enough in buffer, and enough that we are able to export. If anything at all, I should be able to set the foundation for these things to take off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. The Honorable nominee and I began our PhD together at the University of Ghana, Legon, in the same class. Unfortunately, on my part, he has gone further than I have gone. He has gone through almost all his, steps to be called. I'm still in the process. Mr. Chairman, I have been listening to the nominee answer questions on Ayawaso Wagon. And Mr. Chairman, after Ayawaso Wagon, where a number of people were injured, came the general elections, where over 5 people were killed and over 15 people injured. The honorable nominee until today was on record to have described what happened at Ayawaso as the most peaceful by-election ever. And I will quote some of the things that he said when he appeared before the committee that seemed like accepting responsibility. Quote, Mr. Chairman, standard to all by-elections that I have been to, we deploy men, and some of them had marks. It is not like they came from somewhere. They were just engaged and put there. They were part of the setup that we deployed. Every deployment is based on the information that you receive. And so you deploy in preparedness for the information that you have. Whether they are in masks, they are in slippers, they are plain clothes, it doesn't matter. You need to protect the public, quote and unquote. Today I hear him say that what happened in Ayawaso was a blot on our democracy. My first question, I agree that the scenes there were unsightly. Does he agree with me that they were also prejudicial to the interests of the state?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I speak for national security, I speak for the establishment. When I say we, I'm talking about how things are done at the Ministry of National Security or the National Security Council Secretariat for that matter. I am not talking about how I do things. And that must be put in proper context. So if I say that national security deploys for by-elections, in my time, there was only one by-election. But when I was speaking, I spoke for all by-elections. It doesn't mean that I was deploying for the other by-elections. But I kept on saying we, because a collective. I'm speaking for national security. And that is just how I have to speak. In fact, that almost landed me in trouble at the commission, where it was believed that I said I. And they combed through the records. For 13 minutes that I was at the commission, they played tapes. And we all listened, waiting for me to have said I, which then places responsibility on me. But I never said I said we. And when I say we in this context, I'm talking about the Ministry of National Security.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, does he agree with me that a blot as he says it was on our democracy, was it also prejudicial to the interest of the state? Does he agree?
Mr. Chairman, I need guidance on this one.
I don't know, maybe he has the prejudicial respect of what? Maybe you'll explain further.
Was it in the interest of the state? I'm sure that we know the meaning of prejudicial. It's an English word.
What prejudicial in favor of the state?
Was it detrimental to the state?
In terms of security or what?
The Chairman, in as much as we're trying to have a good image for our country. Any bad publicity for our country is bad for Ghana. That much I can say. And therefore, if I say it's a blot on our democracy, then that is how I am looking at it. I'm also looking at it from the fact that people were injured, and it should never have been the case. For that one, and for all other by-elections that there have been injuries, that should not be how our elections are conducted. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, so I've heard the nominee. He may not use the word prejudicial, but he agrees that it was detrimental to the interests of the state. Mr. Chairman, I may have also heard him talk about why he should not personally be held responsible for what happened, because he may have had, in his words, other supervisors senior to him. He's even gone to the extent of making reference to the president, who is the commander-in-chief, and all of that. But I've heard him, Mr. Speaker, and I think we've all heard him. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a commission of inquiry report. And all that he says, Mr. Chairman, on this table and outside this table do not amount to stepping aside the commission of inquiry report. And the finding, 3.3, paragraph 36, is clear that the commission recommends that Mr. Brian Achampong be reprimanded for his ultimate responsibility as minister in authorizing an operation of that character on a day of an election in a built-up area. That is the recommendation, or that is the finding. I mean, those are, that is the recommendation based on findings that the Commission of Inquiry made. Mr. Speaker, I go back to my popular constitutional article today, 94 2D. And I ask prejudicial to the interest of the state for good reason. If we all agree, Mr. Chairman, that it was a blot, it was instrumental to the interest of the state, this Commission of Inquiry report says that he should be held responsible and should be reprimanded. First of all, was he reprimanded? And since this Commission of Inquiry report has not been stood aside, is he qualified to be a Minister of State?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to provide my schoolmate and classmate some education, since I have gone a little further than him. If you look at the constitutional provision, and this is not to justify in any way what happened at Ayawaso. That is not what I seek to do. But if you look at the constitutional provision 280C, it says that the Commission of Inquiry shall furnish in the report the reasons leading to the conclusions stated in the report. That is 280C. That if there's a finding, you provide reasons for those findings, and then you make recommendation. And I'm saying that in the 500 plus report, there wasn't any mention of me having authorized anything anywhere in the report. So everybody, including myself, was surprised and afraid that my name found expression in the conclusion that I should be reprimanded. And that is why my classmates, if you look at the commission, the white paper that cleared me, individual liabilities 6.3, it says that the commission, the government rejects, emphasis rejects, the commission's recommendation on paragraph 8.3 because the commission failed to establish the factual basis for that recommendation. That is what the white paper said. That you say we should reprimand him for authorizing an operation in a built-up area, but we reject it because you have not provided any reason to support that assertion. So yes, I have been cleared by the white paper, which forms part of the Commission's report. But notwithstanding the report in itself and the white paper, it's my conscience that I have to live with. It's me, Brian Champon, the Presbyterian, notwithstanding everything that I am known for. I have to be able to live with myself. I am a man, I'm responsible for what I do. I cannot be responsible for what everybody else does. And I'm saying that for Ayawaso West Legon, I did not authorize it. I didn't know anything about it. When I had opportunities to speak, I spoke in the collective that yes, I knew of the SWAT team. I have been briefed about the operation, and I said at an FM station in Nkoko that in fact I was unhappy with the way the operation was carried out, and that if I was there responsible and in theater, that I would have done a much finer job than those there did. So yes, there was a commission of inquiry. Yes, they made some findings without basis. Yes, they made some recommendations. Yes, the white paper was written, and it cleared me that there was no factual basis for what they were asking the government to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move on to my last question. Maybe this relates to farming, agric. You have made reference to Honorable Tanko, former Member of Parliament for the Yaba constituency, who is a large producer of rice. In that enclave, Akando is also, doing very well in the production of rice. Honorable Akando. Honorable Agalga is saying me too. Between the two of them, I'm a small boy. I mean, they are doing thousands of acres. I'm only doing hundreds of acres, so I don't compare myself to them at all. But there is currently a problem with paddy rice. The paddy rice that was produced last season do not have a market because government has directed that none should cross our borders. Yet, the capacity of processors in the country is not enough to take the paddy that was produced from last year. So you have paddy locked up in storerooms and warehouses of these producers, dictating the prices even downwards, making farmers run at a loss, given the cost that they incurred in producing this paddy. How will you, if you are fortunate to be approved by this committee, deal with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've become aware of this situation, and I know that the Nigerian rice traders are on the market buying our rice, even though we are complaining that we don't have enough rice to feed ourselves. I don't know if the ministry will be comfortable with what I'm saying. The deputy minister is here, but I found out that, and the deputy minister of finance is also here, so this may put me in trouble, but it's quite nauseating that as we speak, we have agric machinery sitting at the ports since 2020 that the people of, the good people of Ghana paid for. And it includes machinery that can be used to process some of this rice. And it's still sitting at the ports. Mr. Chairman, I know that the Deputy Finance Minister will be very, very angry with it, but it's still there in about 30 containers. I can assure you that this situation is one that has come to my attention. We will deal with it. Every agric machinery that we import is going to go into dealing with the situation that we are talking about until such a time that the private sector have the capacity to mill our rice to feed into the population. I will act on it, Honorable Suhini. I shall. Thank you very much.
Very well. My deputy wants to go elsewhere, so I'll give him the chance to ask 3 questions and continue.
Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. First, let me say for the record that I am most impressed. You've hidden your talent, your capacity, and your assertiveness. And today, you have lifted the veil. And you've left nobody here in any doubt.
Let me ask you a question.
First, how did you react to yesterday's press statement from Honorable Fifi Kwete regarding the position of his party vis-a-vis this morning's press conference by the minority? Proud to your being here.
Mr. Chairman, I have been in conclave preparing for this vetting, and I have not been apprised of a statement by Fifi Kwete or a press conference by the minority leader. I'm sure that after this meeting, I will be properly briefed, but I've been in conclave preparing seriously for this, and I'm not aware of any such statements.
So now, Honorable nominee, do you feel very relieved that today you've had the opportunity to tell the whole of Ghana that indeed you were not implicated in this Ayawaso West Wugon matter, and that the Constitution and the white paper put together, you are qualified to hold this office, and that there is no such constitutional injunction by operation of Article 94 or that of 280 C and D?
The Presbyterian God is a powerful one, and I knew that a day will come.
Honorable, hold on. Is it Presbyterian what? The Presbyterians have a God different from the others. Is that what you're suggesting?
The chairman, I believe it is the same God. A Presbyterian Asumdwen Count. And I knew a day will come when I'll get the opportunity to explain and lift the veil of the propaganda surrounding the Ayawaso West. And I'm grateful that I have the opportunity today. For those who want to believe me, I'm sure they've moved on. And for those who don't want to believe me, I don't think this will even provide the opportunity. But as long as I've been heard and my conscience is clear, I think I'll be able to move on. But secondly, on the matter of me being indicted, I think I applied to become a candidate of the New Patriotic Party during the 2020 elections, and I was accepted, and presupposes that nothing holds me from becoming a minister of state. Thank you.
Now, you've spoken a lot about agriculture, the fact that you want to provide leadership for the purpose of food security. Now, we know that cash crop is critical for our foreign exchange support, especially cocoa as a cash crop. You've talked about how Galamsey has affected cocoa production. You have received some briefing from Cocoa Board, correct? Before I proceed.
Not much to be able to speak to a lot of happenings in Cocoa Board.
Now, since technology is now the key driving force in everything we do, would you, with your background in IT, want to impress on Cocoa Board to embrace technology as a main tool in one, checking on their costs and also improving on production, as well as dealing with issues of waste? Would you entreat them to make it a priority?
Honorable Chairman, the Deputy Minority Leader knows my background in IT. In fact, my PhD is in information systems. And you can be sure, and I see the CEO of Cocoa Board is also here, that every discussion that I've had with him in the last 3 days has been focused on how we increase productivity. And every tool in the basket will be employed to ensure that we achieve that productivity. Thank you.
Chair, my last question. Honorable nominee, the private sector approach is different from the public sector approach. Your vision in the private sector will not be the same in the public sector. So, two-in-one question. One, how do you hope to use this drive to push your vision getting into the public sector? I know in the past you were a minister of state. Now you are going to be a cabinet minister. You are not reporting to a minister. You are now going to drive the vision of the president and your own vision in a sector which is very key. So that is the first of the two. Second, from the briefing you've had, are there still donor support for agro-related programs, such as chemical supply, fertilizers, and other inputs for farmers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a background in business, but one of the businesses that I've done in the past, a company called Into IT, have worked on a lot of IT projects with government. To chip in, my PhD focused on that because I was able to unearth that if you sharpen your vision, share it, you'll be able to achieve mutual understanding in the execution of government projects. My job, principally, is to ensure that the vision of government is sharpened, explained, the objectives so set, and I lead the team in the ministry, the same team, to achieve a different, much higher productivity. In fact, if you look at my background, I did a project at the Controller and Accountant General's Department. It was not possible to solve these ghost names problems. They had bedeviled this country for so many years. In the last 8 years, my software have removed about 60,000 people from the payroll. Before we started, Mr. Chairman, it looked impossible. But we studied the problem, we designed a solution, we implemented the solution with the same people at Accountant General, and we achieved the results. We have gone on to implement other software products in government and has achieved marvelously in Ghana and in the sub-region. So I have an experience with working with people and working with the public servants. And I believe that this same skill will lead me to achieve the set objectives of government in the Ministry of Food and agriculture. Yes, there are donor funds at the ministry. The ministry is executing several projects that are being funded by the European Union, the World Bank, and others. In fact, in the last couple of years, there have been some gaps in some funding that we receive from the EU. We're going to work on all that to make sure that as things normalize around the world, we have a fair share to drive our agri productivity in Ghana. And I'm sure that as we do that, there will be more opportunities for fertilizer and all the interest that private business people have in the country. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Brian Achampo, I wish you many accomplishments. You've made it. You've made all of us proud. A Kwewu businessman and a Kwewu businessman and a...
Yes, Honorable Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I intend to bring the committee back to the Commission of Inquiry work. Mr. Chairman, the Constitution in Article 94 2D says that one will not be qualified to be a member of Parliament if he has been found by the report of a commission or a committee of inquiry to be incompetent to hold public office, or is a person in respect of whom a commission or committee of inquiry has found that while being a public officer, he acquired assets unlawfully or defrauded the state or misused or abused his office. Misused or abused his office. I'm repeating that. Misused or abused his office. Or willfully acted in a manner prejudicial to the interest of the state. And the findings have not been set aside on appeal or judicial review. So when a committee has found that you have misused or abused your office, the only circumstance under which you will escape is if you have appealed against the conclusions of the commission, or you've gone for judicial review and the judiciary have set aside those findings of the commission, and you have a timeline within which to go and have it set aside. There's a timeline. And if you look at Article 278, Article 278, that deals with commissions of inquiry, and 282, it is clear that you have a timeline of 3 months. After 6 months, because the president or the government must publish the findings of the commission with a white paper within 6 months. If they don't publish it within the 6 months, then you who may have been found or negative finding has taken place in relation to your person, you must go to court and set it aside. Now, the committee, somebody mentions white paper. Interestingly, a white paper does not absolve an individual in respect of which there's a negative finding. white paper just states government's thought about the commission. Yes. So yes. So I want to find out from you. The commission, you appeared before the commission, you testified, and in the end, the commission took a position that you should be reprimanded for the conduct of a Department of State that they concluded was under your authority. And therefore, you are liable for the misconduct of staff of that department, officers and men of that department. Did you take any step to set aside the finding of the commission in relation to yourself, since you claim that you never are responsible for the conduct of those individuals?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Harvard-trained friend has only attempted to obfuscate the issues, in a sense that 94D does not apply to me. The contents of 94D does not apply to me. As a public officer, I have not acquired any, I have not been found to have acquired any assets illegally, misused or abused my office, and or willfully acted in a manner prejudicial to the interests of the state. It does not apply to me. That notwithstanding, Mr. Yaga, it's not fair that if you are a minister of state at that level, or a supervisor, an IGP, CDS, and your men go on the field to execute an assignment and they misconduct themselves, and the policeman misconducts himself in Boku, and then the IGP is held liable, is reprimanded, that's not fair. Even if it is true, it's just not fair. You can accuse him for not training his men, but you cannot place individual liability on such a person. It's not fair and it is not right. And that is the situation that I find myself, even if I authorize it. But in this case, it wasn't even me. That's a clear case of injustice, and that is what you should be fighting for me for.
Yes, so I'm fighting for you by drawing your attention to the fact that the Constitution has a provision, a remedy for you, which is that you must go and set aside those findings in relation to you. And you haven't gone to court to set aside those findings. There's a recommendation that says that you should be reprimanded. And you are saying that, look, I'm not responsible. So why am I being, why is there a directive that I should be reprimanded? And I'm saying that until you have gone to court to set aside that, you haven't gone to court to set aside that.
My Massachusetts colleague, I disagree with you, because I'm sure I know that you're a constitutional person and you know the provisions of 285. And so we don't have to debate this, but the facts are there in 285. Please.
Exactly, that is where I'm drawing your attention to 285. The finding of a commission of inquiry shall not have the effect of a judgment of the High Court as provided under Clause 2 of this article, unless 6 months have passed after the finding is made and announced to the public, or the government issued a statement in the Gazette and in the national media that it does not intend to issue a white paper on the report of the commission, whichever is the earliest. 6, the right of appeal conferred by Clause 2 of this article on a person against whom a finding has been made shall be exercisable within 3 months after the occurrence of either of the events described in Clause 5 of this article. So 5 is actually the one that says that you should go to court and set aside, and that if you don't go to court and set aside, you know, the negative finding stands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure that, if not for lack of time, my honorable senior will educate himself on 285B, and that should settle the matter. Thank you.
285B, and I'm still in the process of getting lectured. 285B says, the finding of a commission of inquiry shall not have the effect of a judgment of the High Court as provided under Clause 2 of this article, unless B, the government issues a statement in the Gazette and in the national media that it does not intend to issue a white paper on the report of the commission. How does that absolve you? How does that absolve you? Okay. So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The issue is that I have listened to the nominee repeatedly admit that findings were made against him, that those findings were unfortunate and not grounded on the facts before the commission.
Let's correct the record. He has admitted that recommendations were made against him, not finding. There are two different things. And so I was actually going to ask him whether there were any findings. So you finish.
Mr. Chairman, he's my friend, there's no doubt about that. But we're all doing our work here. So, Mr. Chairman, that's your ruling on the matter. But I thought he would have proceeded on an assumption that nothing there implicated him or anything of that sort. But no, there's actually an express statement in the conclusions that he should be held responsible. Yes.
So that's your first question.
Fourth question.
Yes.
No, Chairman, it's the same question.
Yes. This is the fourth time you have answered. Can you conclude so I'll move on?
No, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it was just one question about the provisions.
No, you have asked 3 times. This is the 4th question. Can I ask, well, next one, I conclude this one so I move on?
No, Chairman, I'll leave this one so that it doesn't add as my additional question.
Very well, then let's go.
The second...
No, you have had 3 already. I was
Chairman.
ignoring the rule for you, but Chairman, if you are done, then I'm moving on.
No, Chairman.
It's the same subject matter. We don't ask questions based on subject matter. You have 3 opportunities. You have exhausted them. You are actually on the 4th one. I ignored it, but please.
Just one, Chairman, just one. Not related to that, Chairman. Just one.
Very well. Yes.
Okay. So, my friend, Mr. Brian, back to agriculture. But I advise you to go and set it aside. That's my advice to you. But on the issue of agriculture, have you thought about or asked yourself basically these questions? What should be the average calorie intake of every Ghanaian? I'm building up something. I'm building up something. No, they are interjecting. Have you asked yourself what size of land do we have to cultivate in Ghana to produce the quantity of food to satisfy that average calorie intake of every Ghanaian? Do you know what size of land in Ghana is actually subject to agricultural activity to meet that calorie requirement of every Ghanaian? and the deficit, which should be your target in terms of increasing the farmland size, overall national farmland size. Have you thought about these basic technical questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy about the concern expressed by my good friend Mahama Yariga. And such concern is captured in the advice that he's giving me to, if I am not satisfied, to go to court to get my name cleared. Honorable, I'm grateful. I'm extremely satisfied in the recommendations in the white paper. But I will consult you after this if there's anything that I need to be aware of. But for now, I'm satisfied with the white paper. On the issue of calorie intake, I'm not too sure if we should start with OPK stomach or Honorable Dambotri. You can tell that averages are affected by extremes.
That's why we have average.
Yes.
You take his stomach and the other stomach, and then you strike the average.
But should we do that? I think we're looking at the male calorie intake of about 2,000 to 2,500, and a female of about 1,000 to 2,000. But I think it's not really about land size. And that is why I said, and I have repeated, that the idea is to look at improved seeds that will increase the yield per acre. And if we're able to drive that, we will achieve enough, because we have the land. I think our farmers, the 3 million farmers in Ghana that we have, are working on about 9 million hectares of land, yet we are not meeting the demand. And so the whole idea is to increase the yield. And that's one thing that I'm going to work with the research institutions to ensure that yield in our cash crop, in our food basket, and in cocoa is improved to achieve the right results. I thank you for caring about me.
Thank you, now on leadership. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. And Honorable Brian Achampong, my friend. On
ask questions on the other one.
On your CV, you said between 2005 and 2009, United States Air Force enlisted. May I know the rank at which you were enlisted and the rank at which you left in the U.S. Air Force?
Mr. Chairman, all details of my operations at national security, I'm sure, were discussed with you and with foreign governments, as we were advised, should not be shared in that. But I'm able to provide that to you, leadership of this House.
And it's not allowed for you to disclose the rank at which you enlist in the Army of the United States and the rank. We see them display general days, colonel days. What is the national security about this?
You are in leadership and you'll be apprised with that information today.
Mr. Brana Champong, you in part of your answer, you said you provide IT services to the government payroll. You said it right now as part of your answers. I think government payroll is quite a sensitive government platform. Do you think it is appropriate for you serving in government and also privately? I don't have any problem at all with members of parliament engaged in private business. But do you think it was appropriate for you to be a national security minister and managing government payroll platform?
I have not said anywhere that I manage government payroll. I've not said that. What I have said is that I designed a product that has been procured and in use by government. I don't work at an accountant general or process their payroll on a day-to-day basis. I don't do that.
You own the software by which the government payroll operates?
It has been procured, so I no longer own the software.
Do you provide any after-sales service to the software at all?
Naturally, if you understand anything about IT,
I do understand a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Architect, the Honorable Architect. You will realize that because of advancements in IT on a day-to-day basis, there has to be updates and upgrades. But the company that owns the software that I used to manage provides those updates and upgrades. It is not done by me.
You still have interest in that company? Do you still have an interest in that company that provides the after-sales service to the platform, the software?
Yes.
That's the answer I wanted. If you go to the report of the Commission on Inquiry into the IRSO West Legon event, 14th March 2019, precisely page 63, and I read from item 8.3.1, individual liabilities. The Commission recommends the criminal prosecution of Mr. Ernest Akomia alias Dobo for the unauthorized possession of firearms under Section 1921 of the Criminal Offences Act. 2. 8.3.2. The Commission recommends the criminal prosecution for the offense of assault, to wit, the slapping of Mr. Samuel George by Mohammed Suleimana. 3. 8.3.3. The Commission recommends the immediate removal of DSP Samuel Kojo Azugu from command responsibilities at the Ministry of National Security, given his failure to appropriately command and control the SWAT team, of which he had charge during the operations of the Labawalishi school polling station. It is recommended that he should be reassigned by the IGP. It goes on and on and on. Whilst you were at the ministry, are you aware whether the two gentlemen who have been asked to be prosecuted, as a minister, what step did you take to actualize what government, the report recommended, together with your colleague, the Attorney General?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take 8.3.1. And it does not apply to me, and I don't have any information on what the National Security Council Secretariat did. I also don't know about what happened to Mohammed Suleimana, but I have a copy of the white paper, and I'm sure you do, and whatever was said about them. I also know that when it comes to Dobo, the government recommended the government takes note of the Commission's report and recommends it to the IGP for investigations, because he was accused of being in possession of a firearm that was established at the Commission. But it will have to take an investigation to establish whether that firearm that was in his possession was authorized or not. So he was, in fact, the white paper agreed and recommended him to the IGP for investigations. I don't know what has happened of that. I think that is what I can say about those.
Okay, thank you very much. A day after the Ayawaso West Wagon incident, you were alleged to have said publicly that Honorable Sam George came to the polling station with motorbikes and macho men. At the committee hearing, this issue was raised. Were you able to prove whether what you said publicly could be the truth?
Mr. Chairman, in the preamble, he said that I was alleged to have said, unless he's repeating, he's making a quotation of what I might have said, then I can defend myself. But if we go on the tangent of defending allegations that he himself cannot substantiate.
Did you make any comment anywhere that Honorable Sam George, a day after the event, that Honorable Sam George came to the polling station with motorbikes and macho men?
Not that I remember.
That doesn't mean you didn't say it either. Hold on. You don't know what I have.
Honorable Agboja, the question is not harmful. If I had said that he was on a motorbike or not, if I duly remember, I will admit that I remember. But I cannot remember. It doesn't mean that it's true or not true. But it's not harmful for me to deny it.
During the investigation, did your men tell you how Honorable Sam George came to the polling station?
I don't think it's consequential in this for me to have been told how people, the tens of dignitaries that came there, how they came there.
If we can prove to you that you did say that Honorable Sam George came there with motorbikes and macho men, will you be happy to apologize to him publicly?
Unless you are saying that...
say this because you said you can't remember currently.
Unless you are saying that riding a motorbike is offensive. Because that's also one of my favorite modes of transport. So riding a motorbike is not offensive.
I said motorbikes. I don't know how many people can ride two motorbikes at the same time. I said motorbikes and macho men. So it is not merely about him riding a motorbike as a means of transportation to the polling station.
Honorable Chairman, there is nothing wrong in riding a motorbike. There is nothing wrong as a member of Parliament going around on election day with security. I don't see anything. I do it. Every politician has boys who follow him around on election day. There's nothing wrong with that. So even if I may have said it about Sam George, I don't think that, I'm not too sure, unless I accused him of something that he may not have done. And if my attention is drawn to it, I will apologize. But there's really, I don't see where we're going with it. I'm sorry.
We can leave that one there. I am happy you did say that the CEO of Cocoa Board is here, and I welcome him, and then Honorable Fifi Boafo. On the 2nd of November 2017, 2nd November 2017, it has been published in Business Ghana that the Cocoa Board uncovers ghost Cocoa Road contracts under President John Mahama NDC government. Then on City News portal, October 5th, 2020, publication of Cocoa Road report depends on government. As the new minister taking over the very important entity as Cocoa Board, I've read the first one where the chief executive, fortunately he's still the chief executive, alleged that a government procured contracts under Cocoa Road, and he calls it ghost ghost, I haven't seen a ghost before. Basically, it means it doesn't exist. And then the Cocoa Board went ahead and set up a committee to investigate or audit the cocoa roads. Indeed, he admits that the report is ready. Yet they are saying that the cocoa road report is not for public consumption. May I ask you, because I've asked your predecessor a dozen times on the floor of Parliament. At a point in time, he said he's laid the report of cocoa road audit in Parliament, though nobody can find that report. May I ask you, if you get approval, will you confirm that you'll be kind enough to the people of this country to make the report of the cocoa road audit public so that people can see whether the ghost contracts under cocoa road exist or the chief executive misled the country? Will you make that commitment?
Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, if we can let the CEO take the seat and answer this question.
Fortunately, he can't. You are under investigation. Now you have a role, and he says that, will you publish if the report is available? Will you publish it? That's the answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing about this now. Every report produced in the ministry should be a matter for public consumption, especially to Parliament, if it has to do with cocoa and not classified by the state. So if there's a report, then it has to be read by Ghanaians, and Parliament must know about it. So I don't think that, unless there's something that I am not being told, but I can assure you that if there is a report, Parliament shall know about such report.
Thank you very much for your commitment. I appreciate that. Honorable, there's this issue also about your predecessor, as his reaction to the food price inflation started a policy of selling some staple food, predominantly plantain, at the ministry, and he promised to repeat that at other places. Now that you are taking over, are you aware of that policy, and will you be continuing with that policy?
I read about it, but I don't really know much about it. But I read about it, I saw it on TV, in the dailies, nicknames being called Bodiera and things like that. Bodier man, yes, but I heard about it, but that's just about it.
If you went to see the activity going on at the ministry, will you continue it? Selling the plantain at the ministry as an intervention?
I'm sure every leader and the tools that they apply to achieve their objectives. His predecessor may have done something different. He did something different. I will do something different.
My last question, I'm happy our senior brother, the road minister, is here. The issue of Cocoa Road is a very significant problem to this country. As a matter of fact, every government intervention you can talk of, whether it's healthcare, education, agriculture, tourism, would depend on good roads. I am happy the Cocoa Board actually offered to intervene by awarding Cocoa Roads. The last time he met us, he gave us a figure of roughly 14.511 billion. That is the total commitment of Cocoa Road projects under the Cocoa Road, which you are coming to inherit. I know in the past, the government of President Mahama was accused of awarding Cocoa Roads to the tune of about 5 billion. Now we are almost at 15 billion. How do you intend to service the contractors, certificates, and other things, and still get the roads done if you are given the nod?
Honorable, Ministry of Agric is a huge ministry. In the last week, in fact, I entered the ministry to get briefing just about 5 days ago. It's just too much information overload. Kindly, knowing my scale and my commitment, approve me, and I will ensure that whatever needs to be done in the interest of this republic shall be done.
And I don't have any further questions for our colleague.
Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity and commend my good friend for the nomination. And clearly he has shown demonstrable powers. And I'm surprised. I'm totally amazed that my questions are coming. They're very, very, very ready. The agri sector, the strength shown is just amazing. But let me pick your knowledge on the concept of agro insurance index. It's become very popular on the continent, and I'm told there have been an amendment to the Insurance Act inputting this as a relevant element. What is your thinking, and have you something that you have thought about, given the nod? What would you do to sustain it as a very good concept in developing our agriculture sector?
At this point in our agricultural evolution, the economic security of the farmers must be sustained in order for them to continue to remain in agriculture. If it is not attractive, there will be no farmers. And so if I'm not aware of this scheme, but I think that is a laudable idea. If there can be any insurance policy that guarantees an income for the farmers in the event of post-harvest losses or seasonal losses, then it's something that has to be encouraged. Bushfires, Galamsey, all kinds of things that are happening to farmers. If that policy is available, that is something that I really want to look into and support. But I have not been briefed about it. But I think that is a wonderful idea.
Okay. Honorable nominee, extension officers, I'm sure you are aware of the impact they play in the scheme of things. A number of reports have confirmed that the recruitment of extension officers has become quite a challenge. Do you intend to bring any different thinking or approach in terms of their recruitment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it has to do with the attractiveness of that occupation. I remember when I was in PRESEC, we had agric extension officers come to the school farm. I was an agric student, Form 3, come to, I'm not saying prefect, I'm saying student, come to the school to help us in the school farm. We used to go there quite often to work with them. But my sense in that career field is that people are no longer interested in it because it's not attractive. I think my responsibility as a leader is to find a way to make that career field attractive so that these extension officers can get on the job, help farmers achieve the results that we as a people, we want to achieve. And if I am able to refine that career field to get more young people to be interested in extension, agric extension work, I think that I would have achieved. It is not just agric extension, even the veterinary services. As we speak, they have a deficit of about 1,800 people that, with the nod of the Deputy Finance Minister, I know if I'm approved this week, next week I'll get a financial clearance to get these people, these veterinary officers in to do the job as required by the Republic. So, Honorable Leader, that is how I will I will answer that question, that we need to make extension services attractive so that they can deliver on their mandate.
You are very reputable for successful business, and I bear witness to that. What is it that you will distill from your successful business life to be applied to this new sector, if you are gracious enough to?
No, I think that question has been asked, yeah. So okay. Can I ask another one?
Mr. Chair, let me go on to the thinking generally in this country about agriculture. You know, generally, most farmers, every farmer, do not appreciate farming as a business. How or what do you think you can bring on board differently for our farmers sense of appreciation, appreciating farming as a business, and to make ends meet out of it, running it as a business? I don't know if you get my point. What will you do differently? And I heard you loud and clear when you said attractiveness of the sector, extension officers, because the business is not attractive, people are not encouraged to go into it. What will you do to change the concept and the way we appreciate farming, generally?
I think business has everything. If you want to take agric as a business, then you are looking at the rewards. It is the rewards that will keep people on the job to continue to produce for themselves and invariably for our food security, if you are looking at agriculture as a business. And therefore, as a leader of a ministry, my job is to make sure that they continue to get that reward that they seek. You know that a businessman who is involved in agriculture, his first interest or primary interest is not to feed the country. His primary interest is to make money. And therefore, make that reward available to them, incentivize them, get NAPCO to buy their farm produce as and when they have excess. Make sure that at least the government infrastructure, school feeding, police, military, prisons are all taking advantage of the produce that our farmers produce, so that they don't produce, it goes to waste, and then the following year, you expect them to go back and plant. My job is to make sure that I provide the leadership that whatever they produce, there will be market for them, and I will do that.
Okay, let me try and conclude on this. I'm reliably informed that Ministry of Agri has been very successful in their bid to manage debt owed to fertilizer suppliers and seed suppliers to your sector. I don't know what briefings you received. How would you relate to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a majority chief whip, you will have more information than I do. I am just now being immersed in the sector, and I'm sure that when I get in there and I'm comprehensively briefed, I'll take decisions positively for this republic.
Chair, this will be all, but just to provide information to my friend that I'll be available when he needs any consultancy on
your advert is overruled. Your advert is overruled.
Agro-enterprise.
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, first I want to ask you, did you swear the ministerial oath prior to your assumption of office as Minister of State at the Ministry of National Security? Did you swear a ministerial oath?
As part of the swear, Mr. Chairman, yes, as part of the swearing-in process.
Do you remember what you swore? Can I recap it and read to you? It says that I will uphold the principles of the Constitution, that I will faithfully observe the laws of Ghana, that I will promote the welfare of the people of Ghana, and that in all circumstances I will do right to all manner of persons according to the law without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. Is that the oath you swore? The ministerial oath.
If you say so, unless it has been revised.
Will you, this is the ministerial oath, would you say you upheld your ministerial oath whilst you served as Minister of State at the Ministry of National Security? No, I picked it from the ministerial oath.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. I can read it again to you. So you have types of oath: the oath of secrecy, oath of office, yes, oath of office, oath as Minister of Member of Parliament, and then the ministerial oath is oath of office. Yes, oath of a Minister of State is here. So let me read the ministerial oath to you again. Page 207 of the Constitution.
You don't have to. I heard the first one, but
Okay.
if the question is,
So I want to know. Can you are not a member of the committee. You are just interjecting me, Honorable Leader. Allow me to make my point. Allow me to make my point.
Mr. Chairman,
I've read it.
With the greatest respect, now that you call me into question, what you read certainly is not the oath of a Minister of State. I don't know where you conjured it from. Read from the Constitution with the greatest respect.
Honorable Leader, first, you are not a member of this committee, and the chairman never called you, so you are completely out of order. You are completely out of order. Address the chairman first.
The chairman did not give him the go ahead and
You don't rule me out of
Mr.
order.
Chairman.
You don't rule me out of order.
Very
You have
well.
no such authority to read me.
Very well. Now,
You have no such authority.
order. And now, I gave you the chance to raise the objection. Now, please proceed.
Would you say you held that office, you upheld that ministerial oath whilst you served as the Minister of National Security? Did you upheld the oath?
without more.
I did not hear you. Can you repeat that again?
Without more.
On a hindsight, what would you say about your involvement in the deployment of armed NPP party vigilantes in a police vehicle to brutalize and injure innocent Ghanaians at Labaoleshi during the Ayawaso West Wagon by-elections?
Mr. Chairman, there's no factual basis to that question and no proof whatsoever to the question so posed.
Were you involved in the deployment of armed party vigilantes at Ayawaso West Wagon by-elections?
Mr. Chairman, I think if you can afford the member the opportunity to rephrase the question, that if...
Don't worry. Did you authorize any people at Laobalish? I think you have answered that question more than 2 times.
Because he said armed party, that part, that's where I need either rephrase or restate so that I'm sure what question I'm answering.
Mr. Chairman, my question is clear and simple. Were you involved in the deployment? I did not say you authorized. Were you involved in the deployment of the vigilantes at Labaoleshi?
Mr. Chairman, no, I was not involved.
Do you know Ernest Akomia, a.k.a. Double, a dealer in mobile phones at Tiptoe Lane? Do you know him?
I know Double, and I'm just now finding what his real name is, Enesakomia, but I don't know him as a mobile phone dealer.
I want to find out from you, what was Double's role at the Office of the Ministry of National Security?
I met him in the ministry at the national, see, the architecture there is that there's a National Security Secretariat, Council Secretariat, headed by a coordinator. And then there's a Ministry of National Security. And in their operational command, which terminates at the National Security Coordinator, there is the Operations Unit, and then there's a SWAT unit. I became aware that he was embedded in the SWAT unit.
Honorable nominee, under what provisions of the law did you arm and deploy the law enforcement duties of Laubauleshi?
Mr. Chairman, categorical statements are being made without facts or basis. There's nothing like that. I did not do any such thing. I did not do any such thing.
Can you convince me to trust you as a Minister of State, considering what happened at Laubauleshi?
But Atsu, you are my friend.
It doesn't matter.
And today you don't trust me.
I'm asking a question.
Today you don't trust me.
No, I'm asking a question that, can you convince me?
You should be testifying on my credibility.
No, it's not about credibility. I said convince me. We are here for the people of Ghana. Okay, so we have to ask the questions that are needed. And I'm asking the questions.
Leader, I have to. Please, your mic's off. Hey. Now I have to come in.
Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. In your earlier statement, in answering a question posed to you by Honorable Minister for Energy, you said nobody died as part of the Ayawaso West Wagon by-election operation. Are you aware that up to date, a gentleman named Yellow is unable to walk properly? Even though nobody died, but somebody has permanently been injured. Are you aware of that?
My good friend, Atsu, I think I mentioned in a preamble to this Ayawaso thing that anything that results in injury, especially around electoral violence, is regrettable. If indeed the statements that you are making is of facts, then I'm saddened by it. I've said it shouldn't have happened. I want, if you can give me any details of this gentleman, I want to visit him. You know, it should never have happened. And if indeed he's injured, then I think that the state should do something about it. But in terms of my liability to it, you know that it's not the case. But it's quite regrettable. It's quite regrettable. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you for that. But, Honorable Nominee, what have you done personally, in your personal capacity as Mr. Brian Achampon, BA, for the injured or victims of Ayawaso West Wagon? What have you done personally?
Mr. Chairman, I actually want to, and I wish there was a platform for me to have been able to. But you realize that up until today, and some members of even this committee have been surprised about my involvement in the matter. It had been hyped to the extent that I didn't even think that these people will want to see my face. And if they are watching this, if there's anything I can do, because I do it for people, I do a lot of philanthropy, and if that opportunity is there, and I told you can lead me, I will want to. Not because I was involved, but because my fellow citizen, it has come to my attention that my fellow citizen is injured. And if I can, I will. And if you lead me to it, I shall do that.
Honorable nominee, the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Ayawaso West Wagon event and the white paper on the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Ayawaso West Wagon event both talked about the need to compensate the injured. Are you aware as to whether the government has compensated them?
I pray that they have. I am not aware whether it has been done or not, but I pray that they have. And if they have not, now that it has come to my attention, I will, whatever the advocacy that needs to be done to make sure that it is done, I shall employ my efforts to that.
Can I take it as an assurance to this committee that you will get involved and ensure that the injured or the injured are actually compensated in line with the two reports that I've just referred to?
I will find out. I'm not too sure, except for a few people. There's been a lot of changes in the ministry, a lot of changes in the last 4 years. If it is true that they have not been compensated, then I'm sure the Ministry of National Security is watching and hearing that it's come up in the committee. By now, people are scrambling there to make sure that the right things are done. I will follow up, and if it is not, I will prompt them of it.
Honorable nominee, in your earlier statement, coming from a question that a colleague asked you, you said the report never mentioned your name once. The report never mentioned your name once. Is that the case? Is that what you said?
In relation to a finding that I specifically authorized the operation, not in anywhere in the 500-page plus document.
Your name has been captured in 3 different places that I've seen in this abridged version of the report.
In relation to me authorizing,
I did not get that impression because you said your name was not mentioned even once in your earlier statement.
The chairman, I want to make it clear that in the 500-page report, the recommendation of the committee was that I should be reprimanded for authorizing an operation in a built-up area. That should take a cue from a finding in the report that says that when XYZ appeared before the committee, they said Brian authorized us to do that. Throughout the report, there was no such evidence, yet it appeared in the recommendation, and that is exactly what I meant.
Okay. Honorable Brian, I'm making reference to your CV. You said between 2005 to 2009, United States Air Force enlisted /Ghana, and your responsibilities included the following: attached to the Air Mobility Wing for operational readiness, managed small arms and fuel operations, executed military high command governors or presidential orders. Honorable nominee, you worked with the U.S. Army for 4 years. In what capacity did you work at the U.S. States Army. In what capacity?
In the capacity as you just read.
What was your rank? Mr. Chairman, I ask this because as ranking member of this committee, it was only right for the honorable nominee to discuss this with us if he thinks that there are matters of national security and it cannot be made public. You discuss it with us before we sit here. But as I sit here, I have no information before me as if this is a matter of national security. So it's only right for me to ask those questions. Mr. Chairman, now I move on to policy. Honorable nominee, our poultry industry is struggling. What will you do to revamp the poultry industry?
Mr. Chairman, for the avoidance of doubt, when you leave the military, you are either giving honorable certificate or a dishonorable certificate. For the avoidance of that, I'm going to...
We are moved out of that.
Chairman,
we discussed something here. When we finish, we'll close that, please.
The public is interested, and I want to assure you that immediately we're done, I'm going to produce my honorable discharge certificate, which will state everything that I did in the military.
Mr. Chairman, my question was not as to whether he had an honorable or dishonorable certificate. My question was straightforward. What is the rank? If you can't answer,
all that information is on that particular document. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you can't say it publicly, but you can say in public that you will bring the document to us.
You have earned the right to be a leader, and you are entitled to certain classified information. On the issue,
Mr. Chairman, what is classified about a rank in the army? What is classified about it?
Just as you are misquoting even the branch of service that I was in. When you receive the documentation, you will now be able to know the branch.
I am not comfortable with the way this question is being answered. So, Chairman, I asked a simple question. I just wanted to know the rank. You asked me to wait so that he brings the information to us. But if he's going back to wait, then it's only right for him to tell us the rank in which he left the army with. It's only right. It's a simple question.
Mr. Chairman, when confirmed, I understand the challenges facing the poultry industry. And it mostly has to do with the inputs, soya, maize, and the price of these inputs. In fact, our poultry industry is virtually on its knees. We have to do everything possible. We're spending so much money importing frozen foods, making our population, our poultry farmers, unemployed. As a ministry, I will lead a process to ensure that the inputs that they require to make sure that the industry is viable will be pursued.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Nominee and Honorable Former Minister for National Security, former Minister of State at the National Security. Poultry feed plays a major role in the survival of our poultry industry. Currently, the prices of poultry feed has tripled. Is there any measures you can put in place to ensure that our poultry farmers can get access to this feed at a cheap cost so that our poultry product can also be cheap?
Honorable Chairman, I'm sure that if the inputs were cheap anywhere, the poultry farmers themselves would have gone for it. It has to do with our capacity to produce these things locally at the cost where it will be bearable for them, so that this input will in turn lead to a reduced cost of production for them. At the moment, it's beyond their reach. The maize is not there, and if it is there, they just can't buy it, because you cannot sell the chicken at the price where nobody's going to buy. So they are vacating the trade. It is our job to make sure that there's improved seeds, high yields, that brings the price of the maize down and the soy down, so that the poultry farmers can have access to it. That is just what we have to do. And that is what I have said over and over again that I intend to lead.
Ghana imports onions from Niger amounting to $100 million annually. Niger, onions from Niger. I want to find out from you as minister, this is low-hanging fruit. What short-term measures can you put in place immediately so that at the minimum, Ghana will not produce, will not import onions from Niger?
Honorable Chairman, why should Ghana import onions from Niger? There has to be something wrong with us as a people to allow us not to be able to produce onions in Ghana to feed ourselves. I mean, Mr. Chairman, if anything, if for nothing at all, we all have a piece of land in our homes to be able to plant our own onions. Why do we allow ourselves to import $500 million or $100 million worth of onion? This House, this Parliament should have banned that thing a long time ago. We need to commit ourselves to our own food security. And we need to provide the leadership as a minister, as a parliament, as a government, to be able to achieve that. We have no business. Niger, half desert, half grassland, and we are importing onions from them. And we don't see anything wrong. Honorable Leader, be assured, this embarrassment will be stopped, because we will produce to feed ourselves. Thank you.
What is the status of one village, one dam? What is the status of one village, one dam?
I have not been briefed on that.
Honorable Nominee, cocoa is certainly under the Ministry of Agriculture. Are you aware that Ghana Cocoa Board recently was unable to repay cocoa bills due them? Cocoa bills, repay cocoa bills due investors. Are you aware?
Yes, I am aware. I read that, and I have some scanty brief on it.
Have you taken time to apprise yourself with the financials of Ghana Cocoa Board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not yet.
How will you consider Ghana Cocoa Board's financial health at the moment?
Mr. Chairman, I think you are one of the people that speak about our finances. I know you speak a lot on Cocoa Board because you are very passionate about that. I am not an expert in the field of finance, and you are one of the people that I will consult, especially now that you're a leader of Parliament, to put our heads together to see how we deal with the problems in the institution under my ministry.
Honorable nominee, Cocoa Board 2 years ago bought and sold almost 1 million tons of cocoa. Last year, just immediate past crop season, they bought and sold 640,000 metric tons of cocoa, slightly under 650,000 metric tons. This year, the target is for them to buy 800,000 metric tons. So far, if you are to check on the ICCO website, they've bought less than 600,000 metric tons. Yet, the amount they borrowed remained on service. Are you concerned about this?
Mr. Chairman, I think at the end of the day, we have to look at, if you're a minister, we have to look at the mechanics and what works for the Republic. If what you are saying, I don't know whether it's positive, honestly, or negative, I need to be thoroughly briefed. Cocoa Board is a critical asset to the state. There are very, very senior people on the money matters at that level. I think we should be able to sit around the table, and whatever the solution is, if it is a problem, when prescribed, my job will be to lead it, to ensure that if it is a mess, we get out of it. And if it is positive, we push on and go ahead. I don't have enough information to be able to make comments and prescribe solutions to it. But whatever the solution that is prescribed by the experts, my job is to lead it to make sure that it is achieved. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, last but one question. Are you aware that Ghana Cocoa Board award some road contracts in US dollars as against the central bank's directive?
I have all the documents that I have. I didn't see a dollar denomination on the contracts, but I will want to find out if there's any such. But then again, this is not to say that if they are doing so, it's right or wrong. But I don't know. I just don't know. I'm sorry.
Are you aware of the total indebtedness owed to fertilizer suppliers by your ministry to be, if approved? Total indebtedness owed to fertilizer suppliers.
I saw, I think I read in the brief that it is north of about 200. It's north of about 200 million Ghana cedis on the cocoa fertilizer. Yes.
And you are aware that as a result of the indebtedness to these fertilizer companies, they are unable to raise LCs to bring in fertilizers. What do you think will be the impact on crops going into the crop season?
Let me revise the numbers that I gave. What I have here is PFJ subsidies. So it may not,
food and jobs.
Yes, it may not necessarily be all fertilizer. Let me clarify that. I have 4 headline debts, and one is PFJ subsidies. about 257 irrigation, about absolutely. If there are small businesses faced with the challenges of government not paying up, then they will have the challenges that you are mentioning.
Finally, so far, government of Ghana has spent 3.2 billion Ghana cedis on planting for food and jobs. Considering the output of the program, Planting for Food and Jobs, would you say the program has been successful or unsuccessful?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you were succinct in the figures of how much has been spent, but what has been received, you have not told us so that I can compare.
How much, according to your budget statement, the Ministry of Finance has disbursed to the Ministry of Agriculture for the purposes of planting for food and jobs?
I got that. I want you to also tell me the output so that I'm able to compare.
That is why I'm asking you, honorable nominee. You are going to the ministry. You are the one that the expert has briefed you. Considering the amount you have received, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis for the program, Planting for Food and Jobs. You know the output. Do you think the program has been worthwhile?
I don't know the output. But I also don't think that 3.2 billion in 6 years is enough investment in agriculture for our food security.
3.2 billion is not all the investment in agriculture. It's the investment in one program at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
Honorable Member, whatever the investment is, in so long as we have not been able to achieve food security, food reliance, resilience and buffer, and for export, it means that the investment in itself is not enough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was hoping that we would do just 2 hours with you, but we've done almost 3 hours. I'll ask one question. A friend who is a poultry farmer sent me a question. He says that we will be able to overcome the feed challenges if we cut down the export of grains. Are you aware that we export some part of our grains, the soya and the maize?
Yes.
Do you agree that if we cut that down, our poultry farmers would get an advantage?
It will help. It will not be able to meet the demand. We need aggressive investment to be able to achieve the levels that will, and the levels in quantity and the levels in cost, such that the poultry farmers will have it as an input to be able to produce the poultry to feed the population. So yes, it will help, but it will not solve the problem.
Another person is asking that we have everything we need to manufacture fertilizer locally. Has the investigation confirmed this?
Mr. Chairman, I will find out. I know we do organic fertilizer from compost and peat and poultry droppings. But is it enough to feed the population? I don't think so. There's also inorganic fertilizer. And I know that some individuals are trying to put some investments in the country. We need to look at all these things holistically by setting the agenda, the objective of us as Ghanaians, as a country, of what we want to achieve, and the mechanics that we need to deploy to achieve that. And we have to do this thing together.
Very well. From what I've seen of your investment, I have confidence that you put your mind to something, you can achieve it. So I wish you well. Thank you for attending upon the committee to answer questions. Before I discharge you, I accepted to, or I have agreed to recognize some people. You've mentioned some of them. I see the CEO of Cocoa Board here, Honorable Buahiedu. When I joined this committee, he was a member in 2009. Now he's heading Cocoa Board, he's selling cocoa. The head of Buffer Stock, Hanan, is also here. Okay. Now, Mrs. Janice Champong, wife of the nominee, is also here. And mother of the nominee, Madam Comfort Tampoma, you're also welcome. Right. Achimfosi Duajimang, the third. Nana Mamunia, Abetifi Hine and Abetifi Hima, you're welcome. Nana Somuamre Kunyampong, Kowu Asaka Kahine. They call it Kowu Asaka, Kowu Asaka Hine. Nana Boama Ayirepe, the third, and Kwetia Hine. You're welcome. Bafo Jari Abua, Siama, Kwuma Rehine, Abene. Yeah. Nana Krobia Santi, I don't think him price of Kwu. And my own brother, Nana Oredu Wade. Gwetianko Sohine. Brother, you're welcome. And then Nana Safu Kantanka the third, and Kwetia, I don't think him. As for, I'm not surprised that you're all here. Kwetia, because Rock City is a sufficient investment for the community of Nkwetia. So we are grateful. I am also married to Nkwetia. I'm now coming to my party people. Then, yes, I've seen Nana B. National organizer, I recognize you. Thank you for coming to support. And I see former MP, Honorable Kolizu Samankwa. I said, because of his beard, I mistook him for somebody. I'm sorry, I think I overlooked. Yeah, Nanan Kwetiahine, Nabo Amai repeat the third. Nanan Kwetiahine, Nana, we thank you for coming. You're welcome. All right, who is the D4? So I see that all the 18 caucus are here to support and other members of parliament. Today is not a sitting day, but you're here in your numbers. Thank you. We thank you all of you for coming. You're discharged.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.